So DeepSeek AI broke the internet, broke the investing market, broke the crypto market, broke Donald Trump's heart, broke Elon Musk's heart. And in this short but impactful video, I'm going to be showing you how you can use DeepSeek AI's power to make real money online as a real beginner. So if you do not know what DeepSeek AI is, it's basically an AI powered conversation tool, meaning that you can talk to it and have it respond and do things that you were originally supposed to do by yourself. Now, the best part of the exact method that I'll give you in this video is the fact that the method is not really very saturated.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning that a lot of creators and their grandmas are currently not speaking about it because they don't even know about it. And yes, without wasting a single second, let's get into the first step.
If you've been out there on the internet looking to learn how to sell digital products, then you are the right video, because I'm going to walk you through how you can start to sell digital products on the internet and get to a point where you get to make your first $100,000, your first $10,000, or your first $1,000, depending on the path you want to follow. The reason that I'm actually qualified to talk about this topic is because I'm someone that has literally made hundreds of thousands of dollars selling both my own digital product that I created myself and other people's digital products, right? So now that you guys know this, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys live proof that I'm actually someone that has literally made money from this, because I'm not just going to sit here and tell you that I made money and expect you to believe me. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys proof, but I'd like you to pay very close attention, because what I'm going to teach you here is not a video. It's not a normal video that you find on the internet, on Facebook or on YouTube or anywhere. This is a course. This is something that if you watch and you go out there and take action, you can actually get yourself to a point where you get to make yourself a lot of money by yourself. And I can say this confidently because this is something that I've done myself and I know it works. It's going to work anywhere in the world, right? So what I'm saying here is that what I'm teaching you here in this video that you're watching right now is the same thing that people call masterclass. A lot of people are going to sell the same thing to you for $997, $2,000, $3,000, right? People are going to pose in front of Lambos. They're going to pose in front of houses. They're going to make it look like, hey, I'm making so much money with this thing, and then they're going to overcharge you for information that is literally free on the internet, right? Why I'm telling you these things is because I want you to rewire your brain, because the mind is a very powerful tool. The mind is going to determine where or how successful you actually become in life, because the things you think, the way you process information actually matters. So I'm trying to tell you that what I'm going to teach you here is extremely valuable. It's literally on the price point of $997, $2,000, $3,000, because if some of you guys who are watching this thing have actually bought courses, you would actually see that what I'm teaching you here is the same thing that people would charge you real money, thousands of dollars for. And like I said, why I'm doing this is because obviously I want to get views, but I want to get views for good work. I want to get views for doing good work, for actually helping people. And secondly, I want to get testimonials from you. So when you are done watching this video and you actually go and do what I teach you and you actually start making money, maybe in a few days or a few weeks or a few months, depending on how fast or how slow you are with doing what I'm going to teach you here. Once you start making your first $1,000, your first $10,000, please, I want you to send me your testimonials. If you're watching this on one of my landing pages, send me your testimonial to my email or the email you're going to see on that landing page. If you're watching this on YouTube, comment down below, reach out to me, tell me, hey Daniel, I made money from this, I made money from that. And yeah, I'm going to be happy because I want to take those testimonials and I actually want to at some point break the world record for the guy with the most testimonials of people that he has actually helped make money online, right? So that is something that you should know. So what I'm saying here in essence is, please pay close attention. Don't get distracted. Don't get confused. And at this point right now, I'm going to go ahead and show you one of my students like you who actually sent me a testimonial after I actually walked her through a couple of things. So
hi, I'm Steph from the UK and I'm a camera shy person, which is why I'm doing a screen record for Daniel. And as you can see, here on my screen is a product I created. It's an info product about mouth odor. And I'll reload my screen here so that you can see that the money is real. And yes, this video is a thank you message from me to Daniel. I found him on the internet and it's crazy because this guy gives out more value than courses than we literally pay for.
So now that you've actually seen Sarah and like what she actually sent me. That is the kind of thing I want you guys to send me. Some of you guys who might be camera shy, you can do what Sarah did and send me a screen record. And for some of you guys who might actually be comfortable on camera, you can actually send me video recordings of yourself actually saying that you've actually made money with this stuff right here. So now that I've shown you guys that, I know some of you guys might be wondering, okay, what if I have no money? Do I need money to start? The thing is that you can start with zero money, and at the same time, you can start with money. It depends on you. It depends on what you have. If you have no money, fine. You can do this thing with no money and get to some point where you start making money. But I would strongly recommend that as soon as you start making money, you take the money you're making and make your stuff look more professional, because the more professional your stuff looks on the internet, the more people are going to buy from you, because people trust things that look good, right? So that is literally a truth, right? So now that I've said that, I'm not just going to sit here and keep talking. I'm going to get into my laptop screen right now and show you proof of me, myself, actually making money. So like I said, I've sold a lot of other people's digital products as an affiliate myself, because that's one of the major ways that I make money on the internet. And I also have sold my own products. I've actually made from $150,000 chasing $200,000 from one single digital product. And I'm going to show you guys proof of that right here on my screen right now. So let's get into my screen. So now that I'm here on my laptop screen, I'm going to go ahead and search for super checkout. And when I search for super checkout, you can see that it says super checkout, super checkout, super checkout. So you can see here that these things are sales, and you can see that it says 1 to 50. That means 1 to 50 sales are on this page. And sometimes they send you like 4 to 5 sales combined together inside one particular email. So this could literally be more than 50 sales. And I was selling this product for about $100 to $200. Why? Is because sometimes I would actually do a discount and I would tell people, hey, go and buy right now and stuff like that. You know, discounts help you drive sales. So I was selling anywhere from $200 to $100. So that means that on this page right now, that is around $10,000 worth of sales on this page right now. And this is real money that I'm talking about here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this thing here to go to the next page. And when I go to the next page right here, you can still see that we have more sales here. It now says 51 to 100. Now, these are literally hundreds of sales that I'm showing you right here. I'm going to click on forward again in my email. You can see more sales right here. And you can see $100, $100, $100, $100 right here. So I'm going to click on next again. So we're on 200. So if you do the math right here, let me say on average, I was making $150 multiplied by 200 sales right here. That equals $30,000 already calculated right here. So, and I can actually keep going right here. So it's a lot of sales that I've actually made right here. And this is proof that I've actually made money doing what I'm teaching you. So I'm not just coming here or making some video trying to get 10,000 views or something like many people do here on the internet, right? So this is proof right here. And just because I like to be very transparent in my videos on the internet, I'm going to go ahead and click on reload right here. And when I click on reload, it's going to reload. I just want to show you guys that this is real. This is real right here, so that you know that this is life-changing information I'm actually giving you here. So you can see I've literally reloaded my screen right in front of you, and you can see that it's still here, right? These are the sales that were coming in month after month, and I was actually stacking up a lot of money right here. So now that I've actually shown you guys this is proof that you're listening to someone that knows what he's talking about, right? And at this point, I want you guys to know that you can literally do this thing from anywhere in the world. As a matter of fact, I did this and got all these results from a third world country. So if you're in the UK, Canada, Australia, South Africa, India, Bangladesh, anywhere around the world, you could literally do this thing and actually get yourself to a point where you're going to be making a lot of money. I'm talking a lot of money if you do this right. And now that I'm sure that you've seen all these things, I'm now going to go ahead and break everything down for you step by step so that you get to understand everything you're going to learn by the end of this training right here. But before I get into saying that, I want to quickly mention that this might be a lot for some of you guys to take in, because some of you guys might be beginners on the internet who literally have no experience. You've not done something like this before. And I know it might feel overwhelming sometimes trying to do something like this from scratch. But at the same time, if you do not do it, if you do not go out of your comfort zone, if you do not do uncommon things, you're never going to get uncommon results. And what we're looking for here are uncommon results. You want to literally sit at home and get to make $10,000 or $100,000. Those things are actually uncommon right? That is not what most people do on planet Earth, right? So if you want those kind of results, you're going to have to go through some uncomfortable paths, right? Which is what this video might be for you. But good news is that if you watch the video and you do not understand anything, you can always come back to the video. That is why I'm creating this thing step by step. It's actually a resource that you can come back to anytime at all you want. And anytime at all you come back to this video, you can actually find the part where you have questions or confusions, and you can literally get your questions answered by simply commenting if you're watching this on YouTube, or sending me an email if you're watching this on one of my landing pages on the internet right here. So now that I've said that, that is just to prepare your mind, because like I said, the mind is very powerful. I want to prepare your mind so that you get to know that, okay, I might actually get confused at some point, but I can easily take the video back, watch the video again, and slow the video down and get the whole thing together right there. So I'm saying this because it's going to be a lot for some of you guys to take in right there, but it's nothing that is above your power. I believe you can actually do this right there. And now that I've said this, another thing I want to address is the issue of the length, right? So this video might actually get lengthy, and why it might get lengthy is because real learning, if you want to learn real skills, it's going to take you time. You're never going to become a pro basketballer or pro footballer or a pro anything in this world by simply watching an 8-minute YouTube video or a 5-second TikTok or something. That is the problem in today's generation. That is why some people, most people, are not going to be successful. It's sad to say, but if you're one of the few ones that can actually stick to something and actually pay attention to something, then you actually have a bright future, right? That is a fact, a proven fact, right? So I'm saying all those things to get you to pay attention, to prime your brain for all the information that I'm about to give to you. So I would strongly recommend you pick up a note like this one right here. You can see my notes right here. You can literally write things down in it. I write a lot of things down here, and I'll recommend you take up a note like that and take notes of some things, of some steps that you're going to take after watching this video, because I want you to actually take action. Because like I said, this is not a normal video. This is a training, a full training that I'm going to be sending out to a lot of people on the internet, right? So if you're watching this on my YouTube channel, definitely go ahead and subscribe, turn on the notifications. My name is Daniel. They call me Mr. Hustle on the internet because I was the one that started the hustle trend on the internet, right? So you can go ahead and subscribe. What I do is I make most of my money from affiliate marketing, paid traffic, free traffic. I make money from YouTube channels. I own a couple of YouTube channels. I do sports betting, I do crypto. So I do a little bit of everything, and I make money and I invest, and I try to teach you guys most of those things here. In today's training, we're literally talking about how to create, how to sell, how to promote, how to market your own digital product and get to a point where you're going to be making a lot of money for yourself, right? So now that I've said these things, I'm now going to get to the point where I'm going to walk you guys through a curriculum of what we are going to be learning in this course, so that you get to understand, okay, this is exactly what I'm going to learn in this course. And when you see the things that I'm going to walk you through here, you're going to actually understand what you're going to need to know from point A to point Z when it comes to actually creating your own digital product and actually promoting your own digital product and actually selling it and getting it to a point where you're making your first $1,000, $10,000, $100,000 from anywhere you are in the world. So in the first part of this course, I'm going to actually make sure that you get to understand what digital products are in the simplest words possible. And when you've actually understood these things, I'm then going to go ahead and walk you guys through all the different type of digital products that they are, so that you get to understand on a wider scope what all the options are. And then you get to choose based on your own strengths and your own weaknesses what type of digital product to actually go for, right? Based on what you can do, the skills you have and all, right? So now, when we're done with that first part of this course, we're then going to move on to the second part. And in the second part, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do proper market research and idea validation. Now, this is important because it would be pure white stupidity going out there and creating a product, a digital product that literally has no interest. Nobody is interested. You're just creating it for ghosts. And obviously, when you do that, ghosts can't make purchases. They can't buy stuff on the internet. So you just ended up wasting your time. So you don't want to waste your time. You want to take time to literally do your research, validate your ideas, and make sure that, okay, people are out there who literally need what I'm selling, And that way, you're then going to go on to the next part, which is the part where we're going to go ahead and create and plan and structure this product in such a way that it's going to be perfect. It's going to solve problems for our audience. And don't worry, I'm going to walk you through all this things step by step. So once we're done with this third part, which is where we get to plan, structure, and create the digital product that we've actually chosen, we're then going to go ahead and talk about design and branding, because design and branding is very, very important. If you get this thing wrong, you're going to be dropping your sales by a huge percentage, because people actually buy things that look good to them on the internet, things that they trust. And if you get your design and branding right, which I'm going to show you how to do, I'm going to show you the right tools to use in this video, you're literally going to get good results, right? So once we're done with the design and branding thing, we're then going to move on to the fifth part of this training, which is where I'm going to go ahead and walk you guys through setting up your own online store. And I'm also going to walk you through all the things that you should have on your page to actually increase your conversions, whether you're trying to sell an ebook or an online course or a mobile app or whatever you want to sell. I'm going to walk you through what to do on your landing page to actually put you in the right position, in the best position, where you can literally get good results and get good sales when you start driving traffic to your digital product on the internet. And yes, at this point, once we're done with creating our online store and designing it and adding all the sale optimization things that we're going to add on there, we're going to go ahead and move on to the sixth part, which is where we'll talk about price. We'll look at the market. We'll consider what our competitors are selling for, check if we even have any competition, and then we get to decide what would be the right price for the product that we just created. Then after that, we're going to move on to the seventh part of this course, which is where we're going to talk about the biggest elephant in the room. This is the biggest problem that everyone has, and that is marketing. How exactly do you go out there and get real human beings like me and you to go to your page and pay for your product? Well, I'm someone that has done that, and in this video, this course, this training, whatever you might want to call it, I'm going to be showing you both free and paid traffic methods for those of you guys who have money and those of you guys who do not have money, so that you can literally go out there, no matter your budget. If you have $0, if you have $1 million, go out there and market whatever you've created the right way. I'm going to show you free ways, I'm going to show you paid ways, and I can promise you that everything I'm going to show you here is going to literally work for you. I can promise you that. Right, so now that we've talked about all these things, that is literally what the course is going to be. You can see we went from the part where you get to understand what digital products are, to the part where you get to choose what you create, to the part where you get to create it, up until the point where you start marketing and start selling it and start getting sales, right? And after all these things, I'm then going to talk about those of you guys who want to go big, who have some money and you actually want to do something big. I'm going to tell you how to go about that right there. So I'm going to get into module 1 right now, but before I get into module 1, I want to quickly remind you that this video is for everyone and anyone that's looking to make money on the internet. So if you know a friend, if you know anybody at all that needs this thing right now, that maybe has been thinking about creating his or her own product brand on the internet, creating whatever, maybe an ebook, an online course or something, send them this video. This video is going to guide them. You can send it on WhatsApp or Facebook or Messenger, Instagram, wherever. Just send this video out to them, because I put in a lot of work into these videos and I literally want the videos to be seen. That is why I'm going to need you to do me a favor and share the video with a friend who will actually need it, because you're going to actually see that the video is actually valuable by the time you're done going through this right here. So now that we've talked about all that, if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to leave me a like. If you're watching on one of my landing pages, don't forget to share. And like I said, you can always save this video to your watch later on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube, so that you can come back later and watch the video again and pick up the things that you might need or miss in the future. And if you're watching this on one of my landing pages on the internet, I would strongly recommend you save that page, bookmark whatever page that is, because that page is going to have all the links to everything you're going to need on it right there. And at this point right now, we're going to get right into module 1. Module 1 is all about understanding what digital products are in the simplest words possible, right? And what the different types are, so that you can be in the position where you get to choose what type you want to create, right? I myself too, I'm going to choose one in this video. We're going to create it together because I want you to see over the shoulder what it looks like when you're actually doing this stuff yourself right here. So digital products in the simplest words possible can simply be defined as any product at all that actually helps a human being get from point A to point B, and the product is not physical. So any non-physical product that can help a human being get from point A to point B is a digital product, right? As long as you get to sell it to somebody, it becomes a product, right? So this could be an ebook that is going to help someone who is trying to get some tips on how to best move to actually get from fat to slim and actually lose weight. So this could be an online course like the one you're watching right now on how to help you create your own digital product and get from point A to point B, which is the point where you start making money, right? So this could be an online app or mobile app that is meant to help girls who are on their menstruation learn exactly how they can actually track whatever is happening in their body, and that is their own point A to point B. So digital products in the simplest words possible are simply non-physical products that actually solve problems for people that people are going to be willing to pay for, right? So be it $1, $10, $100, $500, $1,000, any price at all, as long as it's been paid for and it helps someone solve a problem, it's a digital product, right? That is what it is in the simplest words possible. And I like to use simple words when explaining because I want everyone, even a little kid, my little nephew, understands when they actually watch this video, right? So if you still have any questions, like I said, you can always ask me questions. Don't get overwhelmed. You can always send me emails if you're watching this on one of my landing pages on the internet, because I'm going to have a lot of landing pages on the internet very soon. So at this point right now that I'm sure that you guys know what a digital product is, we're going to go ahead and talk about the various types right here. So for the types, there are ebooks. Now, ebooks are simply books, but E. Now, what E means is electronic, so electronic books. Now, these are literally PDFs. This could be PDFs that people could read. Maybe someone who's trying to make his or her baby go to sleep, or the baby is crying too much and she doesn't know how to stop the baby from crying because it's her first baby on planet Earth. She just had a baby. She's trying to make the baby sleep. Baby is crying all day. You can sell her an ebook that is going to give her tips that's going to make her baby sleep fast and for long, right? So that is an example of an ebook. So after ebooks, we have audiobooks. So audiobooks are the same thing as ebooks, and you can just turn your ebook into an audiobook by simply paying someone to record a voiceover. Or if you have a mic like me, you could literally take your mic and record your ebook as an audio and sell it to people if you do not want to pay anybody. Because like I said, some of you guys might have zero money. Some of you guys might have a lot of money. So it depends on you, who you are. Depends on the kind of money you have. That's going to determine the pace and techniques you're going to use to actually do these things. But I'm sure that this thing is going to work for everybody, both the poor guys, the median guys, and the rich guys, right? This is for everybody. So apart from ebooks and audiobooks, we also have online courses. So an online courses, for example, what you're watching right now, a lot of people create online courses on Udemy, and their online courses actually make a lot of money, right? These courses go on to make a lot of money because you can see someone selling a course for $10 and that person sells that course 3,000 times, right? 10 times 3,000, that's an easy $30,000 made from one online course. You just sitting down and recording a video on the things that you know, right? So that is literally something right there. And now that I've talked about that, the next type of digital products on our list are software applications. So this could come in form of mobile apps, desktop apps, which is laptop apps, or web applications, which are applications that basically function on the internet. So that is a form of digital products. So this could be an app that helps people sleep better. This could be an app that helps people organize their lives. This could be an app that helps pregnant ladies track whatever. I don't know what pregnant ladies track, but I know that there's some things they want to track. This could be an app that helps little babies sleep. This could be a white noise app. This could be a radio app. So different things that you can actually sell to people. And apart from apps, the next type of digital products you can actually create is digital art. So digital art could be maybe stickers. I have a PS5 console right here, and you could literally buy stickers and put on the PS5 right here. A lot of people do that. I don't do that, but a lot of people do that. And you could literally put stickers on your phone as well. So on the back of your phone, the pouch. Some people put stickers on their laptops, the back of their laptops. I don't do all those things, but apparently a lot of people do, and we are literally 7 going to 8 billion in this planet right now, and a lot of people need these things. So selling these things is going to make you a lot of money if you position yourself the right way. Yes, another type of digital product you could sell is fonts. So fonts, fonts that fonts that people literally use to type on the internet, fonts like the style of the text on a particular app or whatever. Just fonts. People sell fonts, people buy fonts, because some Photoshop designers, graphic designers might want to do a design and they don't know how to make their fonts, and they're looking for a font on the internet, and they literally find a font and they buy. That font was most likely listed by someone like you and me, and the person is going to get paid for that, right? And all the things that I'm mentioning now, like mobile apps, fonts, and all that are hard to create. Don't worry, as long as you're following me on the internet, you're going to get notified when I drop a video on those ones. Not a video, literally a course, a video course on how to do those things. So you can just get the ideas from here, and when I drop those ones, you're still going to go ahead and learn, and you're going to be getting your life ahead right there. So now that I've talked about these things, the next thing that we're going to talk about here as a type of digital product to actually create is stock photos, right? So I know you've probably seen iStock, you've seen websites like Adobe Stock Photos. Now, people actually take those pictures that you see there and list them on there. All you need is a good camera and some sense to take pictures and list them. Strategic pictures that people might need, and journalists who are doing professional journalism might, at the end of the day, buy your stuff. Video editors, content creators might buy your stuff because some of them are so big that they don't want anybody to sue them for copyright, and they're gonna willingly pay for high quality stock images, stock videos like that, and you could literally sell those as digital products, right? So there's a whole lot of things you could literally create and sell as digital products. You can sell subscription software just like Netflix does, Amazon Prime does. A lot of companies do that. YouTube Premium does that. YouTube Music does that. Spotify does that. A lot of softwares on the internet, right? Like Descript. A lot of softwares literally do that. They charge you money every month. So you could create something like that. But these are things for the advanced people, right? Like I said, this video is for everybody from zero to people who have a lot of money. That is why I'm giving you guys a wide scope of all these things. And we could literally go down a rabbit hole and continue talking about types of digital products for an hour. But we're not going to do that right here, because with the things that I've mentioned here, I believe I've actually covered at least the majority of them. If there's anything I left out, it's going to be maybe just a few things. I've literally mentioned all or almost all the types of digital products that actually exist out there. So it's left for you to now choose what one you feel you can do. And I know some of you guys might feel, okay, Daniel, how exactly do you expect me to create an app? That is the point. I don't expect you to create an app if you do not know how to create an app. But at the same time, there's people here who might be watching this, who might be programmers, or who might have programmer friends, or who might have enough money to pay a programmer to create an app for them. Well, go ahead and do that and create it as your digital product, because those things are actually going to make you way more money than creating something basic, because people actually pay for software on the internet a lot right there. So that is the point, right? But at the same time, if you do not know how to create any software, you do not have a lot of experience with this, don't worry. I'm going to go ahead and go down to the simplest one to create, which is ebooks. So me in this video now, I'm going to be choosing to create an ebook, and that is what we are going to be doing in this video. We're going to be creating an ebook that actually solves a problem, and after that, I'm going to just show you guys how to transform it into an audiobook if you want, and that could actually help you make more sales, because some people are going to want to not read. Like me, I do not like reading. I don't read for anything. Even if you pay me to read, I won't read. I will only read when I have exams and all. And at this point in my life, I don't take exams. I left school. So at this point right now, we're done with step 1. And I believe that at this point, you, number 1, know what digital products are. Number 2, you understand what the different types of digital products are, right? So that is the goal of module number 1. And if you have any questions, like I said, you can always ask me in the comments if you're watching this on YouTube, or you can send an email to me on any of the landing pages that you're going to be seeing this video on right there. So literally, there's no excuse for you to not understand this. If you have any questions, ask. I'm going to be replying to everybody. So at this point right now, we're going to go ahead and move on to the second module of this course, which is where we're then going to go ahead and do proper market research and idea validation right here. So here in module 2, I'll teach you the market research and idea validation strategies that I use to actually go into the market and look for, okay, what are people searching for, so that you can know what to create for the people, and then go ahead and validate that idea with another tool to actually make sure that, okay, people are literally searching for these things right here. So how we do that is we're going to use AI, because normally in the old days, you would go onto Google and start brainstorming. But nowadays, you can just ask AI. So now we're going to use ChatGPT. And if you don't know how to access ChatGPT, just go to chat.openai.com. You can see it right here. So you just go there and create an account, and you're going to get access to this page that I'm on right now. So when you're here on ChatGPT, what you can do is you can go ahead and ask ChatGPT, hi, ChatGPT, can you please give me a list of ebook ideas that are in high demand right now, right? Put a question mark and hit enter. And when you do this, what's going to happen is that ChatGPT right here is going to create a whole lot of things for us right here. So it's still creating. And now that it's done, it gives us 10 things right here. So you can see it says health and wellness, right? So it says holistic health practices, mental health and mindfulness, healthy eating and recipes, fitness for busy lifestyles, introduction to coding for beginners, right? Data science and analytics, cybersecurity. So a lot of ideas right here, but these ideas here to me are kind of generic. So I'm going to take a different approach right now, and I'm going to go ahead and tell ChatGPT something like, what are pain points that people have in life? Give me a list right there. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to find more creative things that we can help people solve through an ebook, and probably turn it to an audiobook and then sell it to people right there. So you can see right here that, okay, parenting struggles. Now you can see we're getting some things that are kind of making sense. We're getting parenting struggles, balancing work and family, parenting challenges at different life stages right here, loss and grief, death of a loved one, death, loss of a job, business, coping with major life changes right here, lack of self-confidence, education challenges, academic pressure, career uncertainty. So you can look at all these things right here. So these are things right here that people are actually going through. So the one that I can actually see right here right now that I think I like is this one that says addiction and substance abuse, right? Gambling or behavioral addiction, seeking recovery or support right here. So I'm going to actually go ahead and go with this one, because I feel like creating something that is going to help people try to stop their addiction would sell. But at the same time, I'm kind of having doubts, because I'm feeling like people who are into gambling, they might not want to tell themselves that, okay, I need a book, because they might actually go deeper and deeper into gambling. They actually want to do it. They don't want to stop right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and brainstorm. I'm going to go ahead and dig deeper into, for example, this parenting one right here. So I want to go ahead and copy this keyword right here, and I'm going to go to ChatGPT again. I'm going to paste the keyword. I'm going to say, give me ebook ideas for parenting struggles that will sell very well right there. So we're using AI to think right here, And AI is literally better at thinking because it is just better at thinking. Just that when it's done thinking, it's gonna mostly think out generic stuff for you. So it's now left for you to take what it's done and add your own mind to it to further modify it and get it to the point where it's gonna be perfect and superb for you right here. So at this point, you can see what it looks like. You can see that it's giving me some titles right here. So it says navigating parenthood in digital age, balancing act, mastering work-life balance, raising resilient kids, building emotional strength in the face of adversity, parenting teens, navigating the turbulent years, right here the sleep struggle, right here sibling rivalry solutions, parenting solo, positive discipline. So a lot of things right here right now. So another angle you can go to find markets right here is you could literally go ahead and think of a problem right here. Just say what are societal and personal problems that people are ashamed of talking about in public. Because when you're selling things that people are ashamed of, you're going to be making way more sales, right? When you're making those kind of things, for example, how to quit porn addiction, for example, how to stop masturbation, for example, how to know all those kind of topics that people are ashamed of, how to stop lust, all those things that people are ashamed of talking about in public, you can literally make mind-blowing sales because people are going to buy it in secret. They don't want anybody to know. They're going to buy it in secret. They're going to go ahead and, okay, let me read this thing and see if I can actually save myself. So that is it right here. So literally looking at this right here, you can see that by asking ChatGPT that right here, it just gave me some ideas. It says bipolar disorder, addiction and substance abuse, the same thing, sexual health. So you can see sexual health, infertility, sexual transmitted infections, relationship issues. Now you can see that we're getting a whole lot of ideas that you could literally take up and actually create something about. So I'm sure that if you make a book about infertility, that a lot of people are going to buy that book because infertility is something that literally worries people a lot. It worries ladies so much. It even worries the men, the husbands involved. No, it literally is a very, very bad situation because you're going to probably be going through a lot of mental struggles. You're going to be asking yourself, am I going to live and die without having someone to support me or something? So I'm just showing you this thing so that you can see how to think when you're trying to create a digital product. All these things have to go or have to be taken into consideration for you to actually be successful, right? If you just go ahead and say, okay, I'm just going to create a product, you might end up creating something that nobody is interested in right here, right now. So now you can see poverty and financial instability, gambling addiction, debt and bankruptcy, domestic violence, child abuse, family estrangement, LGBTQ issues, gender dysphoria, coming out experiences, infertility struggles here again, pregnancy termination, childhood abuse, traumatic experiences, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and a lot of things right here, right now. So like literally, I'm just showing you guys how to think. So I think that in this video right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for the infertility niche right here. So you can see how I used AI to do the thinking for me, to make everything fast, to look through and see, okay, what are the things? So you could literally take your time, spend time on this, because this is gonna, if you think on this, it's gonna give you a lot of ideas. You could literally create something for men with erectile dysfunction, that is men who can't get their thing up, you know. You can do something for ladies with acne, ladies with beards, you know, all those insecurities. You need to sell this type of stuff, because when you sell this type of stuff, people are going to buy, because they are literally going through that thing every single day, right? So these are things you have to think about. And I also want to mention here that some people are going to tell you to sell things you're passionate about, and I want to tell you that that is a lie. Take this advice from me. I've made a lot of money selling things that I know nothing about. I don't know anything about those things. I have like an entire YouTube channel about celebrities. Those celebrities, I don't know them, I don't care about them. If they die tomorrow, I don't care. But I did the simple math and I see that, okay, one plus 2 equals to 3. If I make a video about this guy, he's popular, his fans are going to be interested in my video, they're going to watch my video, I'm going to get a viral video, I'm going to make a lot of money from YouTube ad revenue, and that is the psychology behind it. I'm not making the video because I have a love for the celebrity or something. I'm making the video because I see it as a business opportunity. So you need to be thinking like a businessman, not like an emotional being. Right? I know we are all emotional beings, but like you have to remove your emotions when it comes to business. And I'm not saying you shouldn't follow your passion. You can follow your passion, but when it comes to business, if following your passion is going to lead you to bad business, then don't follow your passion. Go and do business. Sell things that people need. Don't try to sell your passion, right? And yeah, now that I've actually made that point to you guys, we're going to go ahead and choose one right here. So for me, I'm going to choose infertility right here in this video, right? Because I know that infertility is a big problem for people. So now we've actually used AI to do the market research. So now we're going to go in and do even deeper market research and try to figure out, okay, this thing that I found now, are there people actively interested in this thing today, right? These are things you should ask yourself right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and open up another tab right here on my laptop screen. And when I open up that tab, I'm going to come to the browser here. So when I come to my browser right here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to search for Google Trends right here. So when I search for Google Trends, you can see the first one right here. So you go ahead and click on Google Trends. And when you click on Google Trends, it's going to literally bring you to this page right here. So you can literally go ahead and go to this bar, put in infertility, and then click on explore right here. So when you actually click on explore right there, it's going to load up this thing right here. So when it loads up this thing right here, what you're going to do is you're going to look at the interest over time. So you can see that, okay, people are searching for infertility here. And this is looking like this because I have my country right here. So just go ahead and click on where it's going to put your country and click on worldwide, because we're looking for worldwide data. And you can see that all around the world, steady for years, people have been searching for infertility. Now, this is how to statistically prove to yourself that, okay, there's people out there who literally can buy my stuff, right? There's people who can buy my stuff, right? Now, I would like to mention here that I wouldn't recommend you going into a health niche like this, like something like infertility, because it's kind of controversial. So probably going for something less maybe like acne or teeth or mouth odor, or those kind of things is going to be better, because those kind of things are like less issues that still create a lot of insecurities in people, right? So going for those kind of niches would be better, but I'm going for infertility in this video because it's just an example. I'm not trying to make money off of this. I'm just trying to teach you guys what to do, where to go, and point you guys in the right direction. So I'm choosing infertility right here, right now. And now that you've seen that right here in Google Trends, you can scroll down here. You can see the interest by region. So you can see that people in Brazil, United States, Canada, Russia, Australia are interested. So this is proof that this thing has interest from all around the world. And at this point right now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do even further market validation. So to do that one, you're going to have to go ahead and search for Google Ads right here. So when you search for Google Ads, it's going to pull up this one right here that says get customers and sell more with online advertising. So you go ahead and click on that. So when you get to the Google Ads platform, it's going to look like this on the inside. So when you're here, you're going to go ahead and click on where it says tools. And when you click on where it says tools, go to where it says planning, click on that, click on keyword planner. And like I said, we're not here to run ads right now. What we're here to do is to use the keyword planner tool, which is a tool that Google has provided to its advertisers to use to actually find what keywords people are searching for and how many people are searching for them at every given time. So when you're here, just go ahead and click on got it, and go ahead and click on where it says discover new keywords. So click on here where it's going to have your country, click on X, click on save, and then come here and paste infertility, click on enter to see what Google is going to show us about infertility. So by doing that search, we can see that if we click on X right here, Just by searching for the keyword infertility, Google has shown us 763 keyword ideas available. Now at this point right now, you can see that this thing literally has a lot of audience, and I'm talking about this because you can see right here, you can see 10,000 to 100,000 people searching for this thing every month. 10,000 to 100,000 people searching for IVF costs. That's the thing that people do when they're not fertile. They do IVF. Male fertility tests, 10,000 to 100,000 people. Fertility tests for women, 10,000 to 100,000 people. IVF near me. Fertility specialists near me, 10,000 to 100,000 people. Fertility doctor near me. Now, this simply shows you statistically that there's a lot of people interested in what you're trying to create. Now, like I said, this is an example, right? Don't go and try to create something that you don't know anything about, maybe like fertility or something, which is like a controversial topic. You don't want to do that. Like I said, this is an example. You have to think, you have to do your own research with the things I've shown you and find your own niche. Like I said, this could be mouth odor. This could be getting a whiter teeth, getting clear skin, clearing your acne, clearing dark spots, right? Clearing fungi on your nails or something, you know, those kind of things that make people insecure, receding hairlines, you know, those kind of things, fat belly, you know. So I'm just telling you this right here because fertility is not a good example, but I'm just using it because it's just an example in this course right here. So looking through these things right here, you can see that fertility doctor, 1,000 to 10,000 people searching, IVF center near me. So this is proof right here. This is proof. You can see male infertility, 10,000 to 100,000 people searching every single 30 days. Like every 30 days, 10,000 to 100,000 people search for this thing. This shows you that, okay, there is audience with proof. So at this point where you've literally used AI, which is ChatGPT, to do your market research, use Google Trends and Google Keyword Planner to literally validate your ideas. We're now going to go ahead and move on to the next part in this course, which is going to be module 3. And in module 3, what we're going to be talking about is planning and actually creating your digital product. In this case, it's going to be an ebook for me in this video because I've chosen to do an ebook. I've chosen the topic of infertility, and I've actually done my market research and my idea validation, and I've actually seen that, okay, people are interested in this thing. And at this point right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and plan and then create. And that is what module 3 is all about. So in this module, what we're going to be doing here right now is we're going to go ahead and create this ebook. So we're going to first of all plan it, then we're going to go ahead and create the ebook. So I'm going to walk you guys through how I actually create something like this. And mind you, you could do an online course, you could create an app, you could do anything at all that solves the problem, right? I'm just doing an ebook in this video because an ebook is the cost-effective thing that anybody can do, right? It's very cheap to do. You can do it for free if you want, but if you want to get some things designed well, you're going to have to spend some money. Don't worry, I'm going to show you all those things right here because, like I said, this is for everybody, both people who have zero money, people who have some money to put into this. And yes, that is what module 3 is all about, planning and creation. So when it comes to planning and creation, the first thing you're going to have to do is to analyze your competition. You have to first of all see what is out there in the market, see what people have already done, and then see what you can do to be better. See how many sales this book's made, see how many sales the best books made. Try to understand why did this book sell better than this one. Now these are little things that you have to take into consideration to get yourself to a point where you're almost guaranteed to be successful when you finally start promoting this book, because you've put a lot of thought and a lot of brain work into this masterpiece that you're going to be creating. And don't worry, I'm going to walk you through everything here. So there's a couple of things that I do to actually find this kind of books right here. So since I'm trying to create a book, I can easily go over to Google and I can simply search for infertility books, right? I want to search for infertility books right here. I can go ahead and click on Goodreads Right here, you can see Goodreads. I can open up that in another tab. You can see clinical management of infertility. We can go ahead and right click on that. So here is someone talking about 10 books to help cope with infertility right here. So this is Amazon right here. So Amazon is a good place to check right here. Infertility, 11 books to guide and help. So we can go ahead and open this one on healthline.com. And I think at this point, we literally have enough resources to look through. So we're going to go ahead and start looking through the things that we opened right here. So you can see that this is goodreads.com. And when you come over to Goodreads, you can see that this particular book right here called All Your Perfects is related to infertility right here. The friend zone is related to infertility. Now, I do not understand this platform. I don't really use this one. Like I said, what I mainly use if I'm trying to create an ebook is Amazon. Now, let me just go straight to Amazon. So going over to Amazon right here, you can see this book here called The Injustice of Infertility, a true story of heartbreak, determination, and never-ending hope right here. So this book is selling for $14.99 US. And if we go ahead and check, you can see that it has 192 pages. Now, this should not scare you. Don't let it scare you. I'm going to show you how to use AI. Nowadays, we have AI. When this person wrote this book, AI wasn't existing. And trust me, AI can give you some good job, right? But you're going to have to look through it, add some things by yourself, or probably give it to somebody to do it for you if you want to do this as a side business as well, right there. So this book was created on 17th of September 2020 and has 192 pages, written by Jennifer Robertson. And you can see other books right here. Not Pregnant, The Injustice of Fertility. Okay, this is the one right here. Infertility, How to Survive When Getting Pregnant Gets Hard right here. So you could go ahead and open these other books as well right here. So when you open up these other books as well, you can see people here promoting their own infertility book right here. This one says The Infertility Journey, Real Voices, Real Issues, Real Insights, Bits and Pieces, My Mother, My Brother, and Me. This one says Underachieving Ovary, a hilarious, heartbreaking infertility memoir. So you can look through all these things right here. You can see this one has 480 ratings. This means that this book has probably sold more than 1,000 times. And don't worry, these people that just put up their books on Amazon is a good place to make sales. But at the same time, there's a whole lot of other marketing tactics that you can actually use to make more sales for yourself, right? You can go out there, run ads, do a lot of things. Don't worry, I'm still going to get to the marketing part. But as for now, let's focus on just looking at what our competition has done. So this one has 148 pages, created October 19, 2018. This one here has 240 pages. So I think doing a 150 page book would work. That's what I think. Doing a 150 page book would work right here. So Healthline here has an article on some books that you can read. So they have titles of some books right here, and I think the ones I've actually seen on Amazon, these 3 books would actually be good guiders. So like we just see kind of what people are naming their books right here, and we can actually see how many pages they have, which we've actually looked through right here. So one more thing that I like to do is I would like to go back into the Google Keyword Planner, and instead of just searching for infertility, I would search for infertility book right here to see how many people are looking for books. So you can see that every month we have 100 to 1,000 people searching for it. Now that is proof that people actually need books right there. Now that's not a high number, but not everyone searches on Google. For the fact that people are interested, for the fact that they're searching for the keyword infertility, that literally is enough proof that you can use ads, you can use influencer marketing, you can use a lot of things to get a lot of those people's attention and get them to buy your book or your online course or whatever you have to sell to them. And mind you, this thing is just an example. Like infertility is an example. There's a whole lot of better topics you can use for this, a whole like many better topics you can actually use. Like I said, mouth odor, receding hairlines, hairs growing in the nose, those kind of things, insecurities, little insecurities right there. So like that is literally what it is right there. So now what we're looking to get from these books are like what their page cover look like. First of all, how many pages they have, and basically what the titles look like right here. So what we're going to do is very simple. Now, you have two options. Option one is you can sit down and write a book by yourself if that is something you have knowledge about. For example, someone like me now, I can write a book about making money online. I can write a book about internet marketing because I know so much about it, right? But when it comes to things like infertility, I have literally no idea what I'm talking about right there. So there's a couple of options. Option one, you could go out there, look for a doctor, right? Maybe a doctor friend, your family doctor that you know, who might actually have some information on infertility. Ask them questions, tell them that you're writing a book, tell them to give you tips and all. Get those tips. You can look for a couple of women who literally had infertility issues and who might have overcome it. Ask them the things they did. Take all these things into consideration. And this thing can be done for any niche at all, right? So this is not just all about infertility. It can be done for any niche at all. So you can do this for any niche at all. I'm just using infertility as an example because it's what I'm doing in the video right here. So that is option one. So option two is you can be lazy. You can choose to use AI to write the book, right? So you could literally get all those ideas and give all those ideas that you've gotten from the doctors, from the ladies, from everybody to ChatGPT and have it write a book for you and then give it to someone to proofread and make it more professional for you. But at the same time, you could literally go ahead and write it yourself. So you have a lot of options right here. It's a lot of things you can do. So if you want to create an online course, that depends on you. If you want to create an app, that depends on you. You can just look through the apps that are existing, look through the online courses that are existing, see what they've done, see how you can be better. And that is how you actually create a product that is way better than what your competition has actually created out there on the internet. So at this point right now that we've looked through our competition, what we're then going to do is I'm going to give you guys an example of the kind of thing you can tell ChatGPT to have it create an ebook for you. So I can go ahead and ask ChatGPT, hey, ChatGPT, can you write a 100-page book about scientifically backed information that can literally help people, both male and female, who struggle with infertility right here. So it says creating a comprehensive 100-page book on fertility requires careful planning and organization. While it's not feasible to write an entire book here, I can provide you with an outline and key topics. So that is the thing you have to understand. It's going to create this outline for you right here. So it says introduction, definition of infertility, prevalence and significance, the emotional impact of infertility, the male reproductive system, female reproductive system overview, menstrual cycle and ovulation, male factors, sperm, female factors, combined factors, all those things right here. So this is what I was saying when I was saying that you could literally take what ChatGPT has created for you here and actually go and add your own ideas as well, or give it your own ideas and have it create something for you right here, right now. So here's how I like to do this thing right now. So what I do is I go ahead and open up a Google Doc, like you can see on my screen here. If you do not know what Google Docs is, it's just Google's own Microsoft Word. So you can type stuff, and save it as a PDF or something. So you can get there by simply searching for Google Docs on your browser, and you're going to find docs.google.com. And when you go there, sign in with your Gmail, and it's going to bring you here. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and click on plus. And when I click on the plus sign, I can name this Infertility, a book to guide both male and female in today's world right here, right? So you can just say a guide for male and female in today's world right here. So this is a good book right here. So Infertility can be the name of the book. So at this point right now, you can just go back into ChatGPT right here and simply copy what we have here. So the outline that it has created for us, we can go ahead and put it here, and you can see that it has pasted everything right here. So this is the table of contents of the book right here. It says title, Fertility Unveiled. So let's change the title to what ChatGPT says. So I'm going to change mine to Infertility, a specific approach to overcoming it for male and female So this is the title of the book according to ChatGPT. And at this point right now, we're going to have our table of contents right here. So this is table of content. It says introduction right here, definition of infertility. Here it says understanding reproductive health right here. So here it says common causes of infertility right here. So it says lifestyle factors and infertility right here, the roles of stress in infertility right here, medical approaches to infertility, natural approaches to infertility. So we're going to have to remove all the asterisks that you actually see here. So now that I'm done removing these things, we've gotten to the conclusion where it says recap of key points and encouragement for the future right here. So we can go ahead and remove this thing right here. So this is a table of content of this book right here. So we can go ahead and do chapter 1, introduction. So we can just copy this thing right here, go over to another page, come down here, put this thing right here and put in maybe chapter 1 right here, introduction to infertility right here. So now we can easily bold out these things right here. So you can bold it out and click on here and click on title and bold it again. You can see what it looks like right now. So at this point now, what you're going to do is you can go ahead and click on definition of infertility. So copy that and you can go back into ChatGPT and say, give me a so and so word definition of infertility, go into details. Now, here is something you can do, a very, very smart game you can play. Now, you know that you're trying to target 150 pages right here, right? So if you do the maths, you can see that here on our infertility book, we have 12 chapters. So we could literally dedicate maybe 100 pages to each chapter. So the definition of infertility could literally take up maybe, let's say, 10 pages. This one 10 pages, this one 10 pages. That way you've literally gotten at about 30 pages from one chapter. Now if we go ahead and do the math and say 30 pages per chapter times 12, that's going to equal 360 pages. So you can see that you can even do less and actually get better results for yourself right here. So that is literally what it is right here. So it says definition of infertility. So we can go ahead and ask ChatGPT, give me a detailed definition of infertility and go into all detail possible right here. So you're going to watch ChatGPT do its thing right here. So it's doing its thing right here. And while it's doing its thing, I want to quickly remind you, please take action. This thing can actually make you a lot of money. And you can see what it wrote for us right here. So we can go ahead and say, give me better definitions. Do not give me things like treatments, options, and stuff. I just want the definition right here. So remember, this is just one approach. You could literally take your time and write a good book if it's something that you know stuff about, right? And one thing about books is that you could literally bold the characters to such a point that you could have less words but more pages. And actually less is actually more, because you could write an ebook that is maybe 100 pages and you can still make sales off of that. It's just the niche that is the main thing. People want the information, and if you can give them the information in a shorter format, better right there. So you can go ahead and copy something like this, go back into here and definition of infertility. We can go ahead and put that in right here. So you can see where it says infertility is a medical condition, blah 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 blah. So it's done. So here's what I was saying about bolding out your characters. You could literally come here and increase your characters to 30, and you can see that if I click on here, it literally has all these things written out like this. And I know this doesn't look beautiful, but don't worry, we're still going to get to the design and branding part, where I'm going to show you guys how to make this thing look beautiful and make it look proper and like fine in such a way that people are going to like what they're reading when they're going to be reading your stuff right there. So you guys can see that I literally bolded this thing out, and it's actually looking kind of ugly, but don't worry at all, because this is not what it's going to look like. This is not what our book is going to look like. Actually, I had to pull up an actual ebook. So this is what our book is going to be looking like, something like this. Now, this is not a proper ebook, but this is an example of what actual PDF looks like. Actually, this is something that I got off of a crypto coin, a coin called Victoria VR that I invested in. But the point is, this is what a good, well-designed book should actually look like. And I'm going to be showing you guys what tool to use and how you can actually make your own book or anything you're designing look as good as this. Because like I said earlier in the beginning of this course, the design, what your website looks like, what your actual book looks like, what your online course, your app, whatever type of digital product you're creating looks like, actually matters for your branding, right? So we're going to go ahead and talk about that as well right here. So, okay, so to continue what we're doing here, our goal right now is to actually structure and create with what ChatGPT has given us. Now, remember, I've been saying this and I'm going to continue saying this. Using ChatGPT for something like this, a topic this sensitive, is not a good thing to do. If you're going to make an ebook about fertility or infertility, you're better off reaching out to doctors, reaching out to people in real life who have actually had issues with fertility and stuff. Actually focus on helping people the same way I'm focusing on actually helping you, teaching you in this video. That way you can actually give people real value, and people can even do word of mouth marketing for you, which is the kind of marketing where someone tells his or her friend, hey, check this book out. Maybe some YouTubers might even talk about your book on their YouTube videos and stuff. So it's actually good. It actually pays to do good work. That is what I'm trying to say here. There are some topics you can definitely use ChatGPT to do the whole thing and do some editing, do some proofreading. But a topic like this, a sensitive topic, I would strongly recommend you use real life instances. Talk to people in real life, find out what is working in real life, talk to doctors, talk to like real people. So these are things that you should know, right? So now that I've talked about this, our main aim here is to actually organize and structure what ChatGPT has created and actually create the content of our book with ChatGPT. And like I was saying, your book doesn't necessarily have to be 150 pages like that of all those people, unless you necessarily have enough things to talk about in the topic you're trying to talk about, right? So this book right here that is on my screen right now is a good example, right? This Victoria VR ebook right here, you can see it's actually 34 pages of content right here. And like I said, this is not like an actual book that's actually solving a problem. It's just a book explaining what the cryptocurrency is all about and the things that they actually want to do. So it's a good example, design wise and structure wise. So you can see how the book started right here. If I scroll up, you can see the front page of the book, the design, then you can see the disclaimer right here, then you can see the introduction right here, then you can see the table of contents. Obviously we already have our own table of contents right here, so we can just go ahead and bold this thing out like I did for the other one, put it on title, put it on B. There's a reason. So this is the table of contents for our book, and then this is chapter 1, introduction to infertility and all that stuff right here. So we could literally go ahead and highlight this thing that we bolded before, and we can take it back to the normal size. So the normal size is actually 11, so we can put it back there. It's now normal. So this is chapter 1, where we basically define infertility, and then we can literally go back to ChatGPT right here, copy the things that he gave us right here. For example, this one, we can copy that. So I can come here and paste what we've copied from ChatGPT. And you can see that in just the definition right here, we literally have some content right here. So we can go ahead and put this on heading 1 and put a B right here. This is just us kind of creating with what ChatGPT has done and kind of structuring what we want this book to look like right here. So here it says key aspects of infertility. So I'm going to highlight that again. Click on here, click on heading 1 as well, make it bold as well, because it's just the same thing as the other one right there. So this is how we basically structure this thing. So you can just bold these parts out here where it says duration, here where it says age factor. We can remove all the asterisks right here because that is something that ChatGPT puts automatically. And mind you, like I said, I just want to keep repeating this because I don't want a lot of you guys to go and create a lot of junk products and put it out there. Like I said, there's a lot of niches, and infertility is not a good niche to even go to because it actually deals with health issues. It's better to go for easier things like maybe acne or mouth odor or erectile dysfunction, because those things have cures that can actually work, and you could actually write a book or create a course and even do some collabo with some doctors out there to provide real solutions that actually work. Because when you have something that actually works, it's going to do two things for you. First of all, it's going to boost your confidence on actually selling the said thing. So when you're selling this thing, you're going to sell it with all conviction, because you know that, okay, I've actually done a good job. I know that what I actually have here can actually work for this person. If this person actually does this thing, he's going to stop having erectile dysfunction. At the same time, second thing it's going to do for you is that it's going to give you that word of mouth thing. For example, when someone that has been dealing with addiction for some years reads your book or goes through your online course or uses your app that you've created as a digital product and actually gets help from you, they're going to stand a very high chance of telling their friends to go and check it out, their friends who are going through the same thing, or having their parents probably recommend it to other parents, because it's mostly parents that buy these things for their kids who are probably going through gambling addiction or something of that sort right there. So these are the things that you have to know and put into consideration when you're doing work, because when you do good work in the long run, you're going to make way more money than someone who's actually scamming people for the short term, right? So now that I've said that, let's get back to the screen right here. So now we're going to continue removing these asterisks that you're seeing right here. And like I said, this is going to be a long video for you guys, a huge one for you to take in. But like I said, I'm here on YouTube to make the best videos for you guys, to make resources that when you come back to, you're going to actually get value from these things. Like, you're going to actually be coming back here from time to time to get information right here. So now that we've actually finished this part where we talked about the definition and the key aspects of infertility, we're then going to go ahead and talk about the next part, which is actually the prevalence and the significance right here. So we're going to copy this. We're going to go into ChatGPT. We're going to put it right here, prevalence and significance. And we're going to tell ChatGPT, what are some things that someone who is infertile should know about the prevalence and significance of infertility? So you see how I'm kind of crafting these questions and making them come out in such a way that ChatGPT is going to give you an answer that is going to actually be helpful to that person right there. So you have to know how to do these things. And like I said, if you have information about these things, write the book yourself. It's going to be better writing the book yourself, or you can use the help of AI, or you can just do what I'm doing here and then give it to someone on Fiverr to actually proofread for you. And don't worry, I'm still going to get to Fiverr later, because Fiverr is going to be a very, very helpful platform in this whole thing. And yes, let's get back to what we're saying. So you can see how I crafted this question right here. So I can go ahead and click on enter to see what ChatGPT is going to give us right here. So it's going to take it some time. So you can see what it gives us right here. So we can just go ahead and copy what it has given us here as well. And so we can simply go back to our book and hit enter and paste what we've copied right here. So now that we've pasted that right here, we can go ahead and bold out this part as well, because we're trying to structure this book. So heading 1, we'll go ahead and click on B right here. So you guys can literally see the way I'm making everything look good. So we're going to have to take this one back to normal text and just maybe bold it out right here. Okay. So that it's actually structured in a perfect way. So you can see how it started from the definition of infertility, and we went to the prevalence and significance right here. So you can see the way everything is talked about here. So I can just go ahead and highlight this whole text and click on here where it says normal text to make sure it's actually normal. It's in the same range and font style with the whole part of the whole book right here. So you can see how I'm making everything go down in structure. So you can see how I first of all talked about the definition of infertility. Now I've talked about the prevalence and significance. Now we're going to talk about the emotional impact of infertility. So we're going to go ahead and do that right here, which is the third part of chapter 1, which is the emotional impact of infertility. So just go ahead and copy that. You can either click on Ctrl+C if you're using Windows like me, or you can just click on copy by right clicking. So we'll go back into ChatGPT right here, and then we go ahead and we put it here, and then we go ahead and coin this thing in such a way that ChatGPT is going to write something that's going to be helpful to a reader for us right here. So we can go ahead and we can write something like, what are the emotional okay, I made a mistake right there, so I'm going to correct that one, are the emotional impacts of infertility on both male and female, and how can one best handle it, right? So you can see how I'm coining these questions to make it helpful to a reader, right? So we're going to go ahead and click on enter right here. And okay, you can see right here, you can see right here, you can see right here, you can see the way it's creating everything for us. So basically we're done right here. So in a very short while, we're going to be able to copy this thing and add it to our list right here. So it's done. So we're just going to scroll back up here. So we're going to go ahead and copy what we have here, right? So click on copy right here, then go back into our document right here. And then we're going to go down here. We're going to paste right here. So if I continue doing this thing, it's going to take me years and years to actually finish this video right here, because you guys are going to have to watch me create this whole thing. But basically what I just did here is you guys literally watched me create chapter 1 of this whole book. So I'm going to bold this one. I'm going to put it on heading 1 as well. I'm going to click on Control B right here so you can see the way everything is looking. So I'm going to make it normal text again right here. So here, click on normal text right here. So now that we've actually done this thing right here, you can see what it looks like, right? The emotional impact of infertility. So you can see that now we have 7 pages already. You can see that according to Google Docs, we have 7 pages of content written, right? And this is proof that you don't even need to like stretch yourself. Just follow the table of contents little by little, and with time you're going to be done creating this thing. And I'm still going to show you how to go and make this content your own, because this way it's going to look AI generated. It's going to look too generic. It's not going to have anything to your own personality right there. And just to scroll up right here, you can see that in the table of contents, the first chapter was the introduction. So we're done with the first chapter. So second chapter is understanding reproductive health. So you can use ChatGPT to do for the same thing I did for chapter 1, do the same thing for chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, up until you get to chapter 12, which is the conclusion of the whole book right here. So since we wrote about 7 pages for just one chapter, let's just do 7 times 12. Let's kind of speculate how many pages we're going to have. Now, if we continue at that pace, we're going to have about 84 pages in this book, and some of them are going to be more than 7 pages because there's a whole lot of things to talk about. As you can see, some of them have more than 4 pointers to talk about right here. So this is how to actually create a book, how to structure your book in such a way that it makes perfect sense right here. So now, when you are done doing this thing here right now, like when you're done creating the actual content of the book, right? This is for creating a book. If you're creating an app, it's going to be different. You're going to be working with programmers and all. And don't worry, I'm going to make a whole different course if you want to do that. Right? Just stay tuned. Follow me on all my social media. Follow me on YouTube. Subscribe to the email. Obviously, for you to be watching this, if you're watching this on one of the landing pages on the internet, you probably subscribe to the email list. We're going to send you emails. I and people from my team are going to send you emails whenever there's new videos, new courses out to actually help you get to financial freedom. Because like I said, I, Mr. Hustle, I'm trying to build the biggest finance brand on the internet, a personal finance brand that actually helps people get real results without scamming them, right? That's what I'm trying to build. So pay attention and try to follow me all around the internet. I'm everywhere, right? So getting back to the content, when you're literally done with creating the content of your course, the next thing you have to do is very, very important, right? That thing is something called proofreading and kind of making this book sound like a real book. Now, if you read some of the contents here, I know it's very informative. It's very informative because AI has some good information, because AI literally takes from the best information on the internet and puts it in one place for you automatically right here. And we're so blessed to live in a time where we can literally do this. But like I said, if you want this thing to sound good, you want it to sound nice, you can either sit down and use your own hands, your own time to literally proofread this thing, make it, add a personality to it. You know, there is a way someone is going to feel if someone is talking to them. For example, I'm talking to you in this video and I'm sure you're receiving a lot of value because I'm kind of adding my own personality to it. There is my own personal touch. There is a personal touch in my content. But imagine that this thing you're watching right now, this course you're watching right now was created by an AI video generator. It's just going to say something like, hi guys, welcome to the video. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create an online course, you know, just straight, bland like that. There is no soul. There is no personal touch in the content, right? That is what I'm trying to say here. You have to add some kind of personal touch to make the book your own, right? But AI creates the structure, the framework, right? Now you have two options here if you want to do this. And mind you, this is not a compulsory thing to do. If you're new, if you have zero money, I would recommend you use your own time, right? But if you have money, you can go for option 2. And option 2 is using Fiverr.com. So right here, right now, when you come over to Fiverr.com, you're going to go to here where it says join. If you're new, right, if you click on join, you click on continue with email, you put in your email, put in a password, create an account, right? So here is something that I'm going to do for you. I'm going to give you access to actually get a discount on Fiverr, right? This discount is going to be a 20% off the first thing you buy. That is the way to actually save money. And like I said, this is for people who have money to spend. If you do not have money to spend, do not use Fiverr. You can easily do this yourself. It's just going to take you time, right? But if you have money and you want to treat this thing like a business, like I said, people who want to make a lot of money, you can outsource this whole thing to get things done faster and more efficiently. So when you come over to Fiverr, if you're watching this on my YouTube channel or any of my social media platforms, there's going to be a link in the description. The link to Fiverr is going to be in the description. When you use that link in the description, you're going to be able to sign up through that link. And when you sign up through that link, you're going to get 20% off the first thing you buy. Now, that is a huge money saver right there. So make sure you use that link. And if you're watching this on one of my landing pages on the internet, there's going to be a link to Fiverr down below this video on the landing page. So everything is going to be easy for you, which is why I said you should save this page or save this video if you're watching it on YouTube, so that you can always come back later on and use the resources that we've actually given you right here for yourself, right? So that is for Fiverr. So when you go ahead and create an account on Fiverr, you log into your account. What you're going to do is you're going to use the search bar right here, right? So you come over to the search bar and you simply search for ebook writing, right? So when you search for ebook writing right here, you can see where it says ghostwriting. Now this person is literally going to ghostwrite for you for $60. Now this is another route to go, but most of these guys are still going to use AI, and they're going to lie to you and tell you, hey, I didn't use AI, and they're going to use some kind of AI spinner to spin it so that you don't even know when you use an AI checker, right? But you know now because Mr. Hustle is actually teaching you that right here. So the best thing to do is, instead of paying someone to ghostwrite for you, what you can do is you can pay someone to rewrite right here. So instead of searching for ebook writing, let's just search for ebook rewriting right here. So when you search for ebook rewriting, you can see this one says, I will add human touch to ChatGPT rewrite AI content, article, or ebook. Now you can see exactly what I'm talking about right here, right now. So for $5, literally $5, and remember, if you use the link that Mr. Hustle has given you, you're literally going to save 20% off that $5. So it's crazy how cheap these things are right there. You could literally pay this person right now to do that work of rewriting the whole book that you've created by yourself, you've structured by yourself. And this person actually knows that people want this service. That's why he is literally telling you that he will add human touch to your ChatGPT written content or ebook. So this is literally what you actually do to do it faster if you don't want to do it yourself, right? That human touch is very important. Like I said, imagine you were watching this video and it was just an AI generated video. You wouldn't be able to last right here. But if you're still here right now, it should prove to you that there is literally a lot of things that is going to be added to the equation when it's literally your fellow human being talking to you as a fellow human being. So these are the little things that matter, things that are going to separate you from people who fail and make you a success right there. So take that into consideration. Now, going back to our ebook right here, our infertility ebook, a scientific approach to overcoming it for male and female. That's the name of our book. We now have our table of contents page right here. We have our chapter 1, which is introduction right here. And we have definition of infertility. We have the prevalence and significance. We have the emotional impact of infertility, all written in about 7 pages right here. So like I said, I'm not going to go ahead and like create the whole thing that I have in my table of contents here, because this is a course. If I'm to do that, this video is going to be 33 hours long, right? And I'm trying to save your time and save my own time as well. But I believe that with the way I've shown you, the way I did chapter 1, you can do chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, however many chapters your book or whatever you're creating has, for the people you're creating it for, right there. So you just use ChatGPT, do what I did for chapter 1 for all your chapters, and you're going to have everything created. But as for me, in this tutorial, I'm going to stop here right now. Why is because we need to save time. And the second reason is because I have to go and show you guys how to then turn what you have right here inside of Google Docs into a well-designed, well-branded book that literally looks something like this right here. So you can see how this one looks. It looks beautiful. It has pictures. It has all these things right here. It has charts, statistics, and we don't necessarily need the charts and stuff. It could just be straight information. But if you want to add this kind of things, you could use image generating AIs. I've not used those ones because I mostly just sell the main information to people and find images on Google, stock photos that are free to use them, right? So I don't really mess with image generation AI, but you can use it if you have experience with that. But as for now, in this tutorial, I'm just going to go ahead and show you guys how to literally clean up what you've written in Google Docs and make it look extremely beautiful, well-designed, and branded. And the tool that we're going to be using for that is a tool called Keytool right here. So Keytool, if you do not know what it is, if it's your first time seeing it, it's actually a creative tool, right? This is a tool that can actually help you unleash your creative power, as it literally says on the page right here. And why that is because it's a design tool. You can use it to design, you can use it to brand, right? And it's actually AI powered. So it's like we're actually taking advantage of AI in our generation. Like I said, we are blessed to be living in this time and age right here. So it's like we're taking advantage of AI throughout the whole process, and it's making everything faster and easier for us, because you and I know that if I told you to go and write the things that we've written with ChatGPT by yourself, it's literally going to take you weeks and weeks if you're someone that has no information about that. As someone that might have some information, it might take you days and probably a week plus, right? So AI is very important, and that is why Keytool right here is as important as ChatGPT itself right here. It's even more important because your design and branding really, really matters. And if you're watching this on YouTube as well, the link to Keytool is going to be down below in the description. And if you're going to be watching this on one of my landing pages as well, the link to Keytool is going to be right below the page right there. That's why I said, please, for your own good, to make things easier for you, because like I said, some of you guys are going to have to come back to this video over and over again. Save this video if you're watching it on YouTube. Save it to watch later. If you're watching it on a landing page, one of my landing pages on the internet, from around the internet, just save the landing page, bookmark that page, or save it to your WhatsApp or something, so that you can always come back to that page and get access to all these links that I'm actually talking about right here. So this is Keytool right here, and when you're here on Keytool, the first thing you're going to have to do is to go ahead and actually sign up for an account. So you go ahead and click on here where it says sign up. When you click on sign up, you come here, put in your name. So in my case, I would put in Daniel right here. So you put in your email. I will put in danielshustle@gmail.com right here. So for the password, you could literally use anything you want right here. So I'm going to put in my own password right here. So Google was suggesting a password for me, but I don't use auto-generated passwords right here. So you can see it's saying email already in use because I already have an account with these guys. I've actually been using them. I actually have a pro account myself right here. So for you, if you do this thing, it's going to create, because obviously you should not have an account on Keytool unless you've heard of it somewhere else, right? But literally, you go ahead and create an account this way, and you will literally log into your account. So now that I've shown you guys how to sign up, I'm going to go ahead and actually sign into my own Keytool account right here. So I'm going to put in my email right here by clicking on the sign in, and then I'm going to put in my password right here. So when I put in my password, I'm going to click on sign in right here. And when I click on sign in, what's going to happen is that it's going to take some time, and it's going to take me into my Keytool account right here. So now that I'm inside of here, you can see that Keytool, like I said, is a creative tool that you can use to do any type of design at all. Any type of design at all. Now, to make our book look beautiful as this one right here that I showed you guys, this one, Victoria VR, you can see it starts with a book cover first of all. So we're going to have to get our book cover right. Then after that, we're going to literally have to get our disclaimer right. And then after that, we're going to have to get our introduction right. Then we're going to literally get to the table of contents, which we have, and all those things right here. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to do the whole design thing from the book cover to the point where we literally start talking about the things that are inside of our table of contents and the things that are inside the book, chapter 1, chapter 2, and the rest of them, so that you can literally know how to take the thing that you've created, structured, and put inside of Google Docs and bring it onto Kito and use it to create a full PDF like this. And this PDF is something we can then go ahead and sell, and it is something that we can still go ahead and turn into an audiobook and also sell to people as well right here. So okay, so when you come here, go ahead and click on this little search icon right here. And when you click on there, you simply come here and you simply search for book cover art, because that's what we're looking for. Okay, so by doing a search right here, you can see that they have some covers right here, like this one that says Shadows of Justice Thriller. So you can go ahead and look at that to see what it's looking like. And when it loads up, you can literally see all the other templates like it right here. So we clicked on that one because it's like literally the kind of thing we're looking for. So when you click on something that looks like what you're looking for, you can then go ahead and look at the other ones that are going to show up right here. So you can see they have journals right here, they have novels right here, they have album covers. Now we're not looking for album covers now. Magazines can also pass as a cover right here. So here we have cookbooks right here. So you can literally, depending on the one that actually resonates with you, click on here to see everything, the little arrow right there. If you click on there, you can see what all of them are looking like. And depending on the one that's actually looking like what your book is about, you can go ahead and choose it right here. So we can just look through here. So these are the non-fiction books. So this one looks good in a way. This one looks good in a way. So let me scroll here. Let me scroll here. Let me scroll here. So this one has a baby and a lady right here. So that's literally looking like something that would fit into infertility right there. So, but just take your time with this, look through it and actually choose something. But I'm just going to go ahead and choose something simple because I don't want to make this thing too complicated. This is just a course. You get to let your creativity guide you when you're doing yours. So I can go ahead and click on this one right here. And when I click on that one, it's going to remove what we had here before and it's going to bring us here right now. So I could literally edit this thing. That is why Kito is very powerful. You could literally use it to like edit and make everything look good, right? That is literally how simple it is right here. So when you're here, there's a few things you could literally do. So you could literally, first of all, change the color, your color pattern. So you can click on here, right? It has this orange and then this white thing right here. So you could literally change that to maybe blue if you want right there. And you could change that to maybe this if you want. Right, so it just depends on you, right? It just depends on what you want. But basically, I'm going to leave it the way it is. I'm going to take this back. I'm going to click on undo and put it to the color that it was. So I can go ahead and click on here. You can see the background. So if you click on the background, it's going to pull up the background for you here. So you can do whatever you want with the background. So depending on what you want your book to look like, you could, for example, go ahead and increase the brightness, reduce the brightness. You can see what it's looking like. So here we can literally go ahead and click on here, the background image, click on delete if we want it deleted. If you want to undo what you just did, click on this arrow right here. It's going to bring it back right here. So you could literally go ahead and choose to use a background color. Maybe you want to do blue, right? You can just use blue right here and you can take it up to this point right here and have a blue background. And then you can delete this one and you can see what our book now looks like. You can see how we're literally changing this thing into our own stuff, right? And you can see how more colors are being added to the palette right here right now. So we can go ahead and change this thing right here by double clicking, like the text. I'm talking about the text. You can go ahead and change the text by double clicking. So you can highlight the text like this by holding and moving your mouse, and then you could go ahead and choose the kind of fonts you want. So these are all the fonts they have. This is why I told you that Kito is a very, very powerful tool to use. And like I said, I'm going to link Kito down below this page if you're watching on one of my landing pages. If you're watching on YouTube, down below in the description. So you can literally change the font to whatever you want, but I think I'm gonna go for this font right here. It kind of looks, no, I think I'm gonna go for this one or this one. I think I like this one right here. This one looks kind of weird. I think I want something that is out of the normal, right, out of what the normal person would use. So now that I have that right there, I know it's kind of looking distorted, but don't worry, we're gonna fix all of that right there. So you can see it now says ignite your spark, and this thing is looking way different from like the point where we picked it up. So you can see how you can literally take a template and turn it into your own thing right here. So we can go back to our ebook right here. Title of our ebook is infertility right here. So we want to write infertility right there. So we want it to be bold. So let's go infertility. Okay, so it's going out of shape, so we can make it smaller, right? Infertility right here, so you can see what it looks like now, and I think that is looking good. So we could literally spread it out like this, and we could literally drag it down. You can see the way I'm moving these things around very easily. That is why it's good to use design tools like Kittle right here. So you can literally come here, drag this white part down here, the text, drag the white part down here as well right here. So here it says a guide to unleashing motivation. Now this is where we can then go ahead and put in our tagline. Now that tagline is a scientific approach to overcoming it for male and female. So we can go ahead and copy this title that ChatGPT gave us right here. We can go into Kittle. We can go ahead and highlight all the text there by double clicking inside there. When the cursor comes up, press Ctrl+A to highlight everything if you're using this on a Windows laptop, and then click on Ctrl+V to paste everything right there. And then you can simply take this thing up right here and simply pull it down like this, and pull this one together like this as well. Pull it up like this, pull this one together as well, so you can see what it's looking like right now. It says a scientific approach to overcoming it for male and female right here. So this color combinations are actually bad, so I'm going to highlight the color. I'm going to click on here to change the color. I'm going to make it white probably. I think white is just a simple senior color to use. Then I'm going to change the font. First of all, from here, I think I'm going to put it on a letter right here, and I think this one looks better. So now that I've changed the font, I'm now going to try to like increase it right here. I'm going to try to increase the sizing right here, so you can see what it looks like right now. So it says infertility, a scientific approach. Now I think the infertility is kind of blending with the tagline right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add something to this infertility, and that thing should be like a yellow background. So we can simply take this white background here, drag it down here, hold it here, move it down like this, and then click on here where it's going to have the object color and bring it up to yellow. I want a yellow right there. So you can now see that it's looking this way, and it's now on top of the infertility. It's covering the infertility. So we want to bring infertility to the top. We're going to simply come here, click on where it says layers. Then we're going to simply select this. So we're going to select this top bar, and if you scroll through here, so you can see that the thing that I've selected, it's called top bar. So I can just take it down, right? Take it down here, and then I can take it down below infertility itself. So now you can see that infertility is now on top. The title infertility is now on top, and I think it's looking better right now. So what I would do is I would go ahead and increase the size of this infertility right here so that it looks better, and you can see what it's looking like right now. It says infertility, a scientific approach to overcoming it for male and female. Now this is where your name goes. Your name can go here, so you can have your name here. So for me, my name is Daniel Ume, so I'm gonna click on Ctrl+A to select all the text. So I'm gonna put in my name, Daniel Ume, right there. So that is who I am right there. Or I can just write Daniel Ume without the middle name, so you can see what it's looking like right here. So this little text right here, we can just go ahead and do away with that by selecting it and clicking on delete on our computer screen. And here we have a simple, minimalistic, but straight to the point good looking, well designed ebook cover right here, designed using Kittle. So at this point right now, we can go ahead and click on download. And when we click on download, we just have to come here, select PNG. And when we select PNG, it's going to download. You can do JPG as well if you want. And PDF is like when we want to like get the ebook done right there. So, okay, so now that we have that design done and saved to my computer, like if I come down here, so when I come into my computer right here and I, for example, click on here, you can see what we designed. You can see how neat it looks, what we designed with Kittle. So we can then go into Google Docs right here. So we can go ahead and give a space right here. So when we're done giving this space, we're going to highlight this thing, click on here, click on normal text. Then we're going to click on here. Then we're going to click on insert. Then we're going to go ahead and click on image, click on upload from computer. And when it loads up, I'm going to select that thing that we designed, and you can see what it looks like. You can see that once you come into the document, the first thing it says is infertility, the scientific approach for men and female. You can see Daniel Ume, my name right here. You can see what it's looking like. Then it goes on to the second page right here. So you can see that it's now starting to look like what we actually have here, like an actual PDF. And don't worry, I'm going to show you guys how to automatically turn whatever you have inside of Google Docs here into a full PDF by the end of this part right here. So right now that we've done that, the next page that we're going to have to do is a disclaimer right here, because these guys have a disclaimer. I think we should actually have a disclaimer as well. So we could just go ahead and tell ChatGPT to do a disclaimer, or we can just let it go. We can just go ahead and forget about the disclaimer and just put our table of contents right there, because it's just a book. It's not like we're harming anyone right there. So this is the table of contents that we have here. So if we want to actually make this table of content look good, what we're going to do is we can actually go back to Kittle and design another page. Now this is going to be a white page, but we can just go ahead and make it fancy a little bit. So we can go ahead and go back to the home page, then go back to my projects. Then when you go to my projects, we're going to find what we created, the front page that we created, and we're going to like try to use the same colors, the same everything to make everything match right here. So right now we're going to like take this one up here. We're going to click on this thing here. We're going to click on here. We're going to select this blue. Then we're going to click on the blue on the background, click on delete the background color blue, or we can just change it to white, right? So we can change it to white right here. And then we can have all the text that was there. We can have all the text deleted right there. And we can actually pull this one up to the top right here. Something where it looks like this. Then we can pull this one up here as well. And we can double click inside of here and change it to table of content right there. Then after doing that, we could literally go ahead and make it look slim like that. Bring it down like this. And make it look something like this right here. So something else we can do is we can go ahead and reduce the font size, because that's something that literally is affecting what we're doing. So we can go ahead and put it on 100, and on putting it on 100 you can see what it looks like right here. You can see what it looks like right here. So we can just click on here like this and make the book look beautiful like this right here. So you can see what it looks like. It says table of content right here. So we could literally go ahead and copy the things that we have here, right? So from chapter 1 all the way up until chapter 12 right here, to literally have it arranged inside of Kittle right here. So we could go ahead and click on text, and we could go ahead and maybe, for example, select one of these texts right here, or we can just click on add a paragraph right here and paste everything that we have inside of there. And then we can move it up like this, and we can make it look how we want it to look. Basically, something like this would work right here. So you can just go ahead and make it look how you want it to look by bringing this right here and making it look like this. And we can just go ahead and double click inside of here, click on Ctrl-A and increase the size. The size is on 28, so we could literally make the size maybe 30 or 40 to see what it's going to look like. So on clicking on that, you can see what it now looks like when it's on 40 right here. So we could try aligning it to the center to make everything look centralized right here, so that people can actually read from the center. And you can now see what we're literally designing from scratch right here, the way it's looking, the way everything is coming out, right? And At this point right now, I think we're actually doing a good job. Now, the texts might actually be small, so you might actually consider breaking this thing into 2 different pages. And how you can do that is you can simply come here, click on this, and you can just copy from 6 down to 12, click on Ctrl X, right? Delete the rest of the things and make these ones look as big as they possibly can. Make them look as big as they possibly can. Align them the way you want them to look, right? And after aligning them the way you want them to look, you can then go ahead and do another page right there. So this is what this page is looking like right here, right now. So like after this, we're then going to have another page just to make sure that what we're doing here is very, very visible and readable by anybody. So we can pull this one down here as well, right? The table of content thing to make it look good. So after that, we can still go ahead and click on where it says download as well, just the same way we did. Click on PNG, it's going to download. And then we can go ahead and instead of having the table of content thing here as well, we can just go ahead and delete. Click on here, delete. Right here, we'll just swap out what we have here with the ones that we saved from the other half. And we can just fill up the page with it like this. And you can see what it literally looks like right here. So now we have the second page of the table of contents done. So now we're going to go ahead and click on PNG again. Now we have 2 more pages created. And we're going to simply go back into Google Docs right here. And we're going to simply replace what we have here with that right there. So by just clicking on insert and clicking on image right here, you're going to click on upload from computer as well. So I'm going to click on that. You can see what it looks like, table of contents. And you can see how readable, how viewable it is. Then we can just come here, click on insert again, click on image as well, click on upload from computer, and we can add the next one right here. So you can see how everything flows and is very, very readable. Now you can see that what we have here is simply turning from a ball of ugly text as we had here into something that's looking even more beautiful than what these guys have here, because of the way I'm teaching you to structure everything and make everything look right here. So you can see what it's looking like so far. So right now that we're done with this, we can then go ahead and design the chapter 1 page right here right now, because that's the next thing that people are going to want to read. The chapter 1 page, that is the next thing for us to design right here. So we can simply go back into Keytool right here, click on this back button, the back button, until we get back that blue thing right here. We need this blue stuff right here. So we could literally go ahead and click on the blue stuff and click on the color palettes right here. We're trying to get the yellow right there. I want to get the yellow parts. Okay, this is the yellow right here. So I could actually select this yellow or this yellow right here. And when I select that yellow, I can go ahead and select here. I'll click on chapter 1, right? Then I could literally write introduction right there, because that's what chapter 1 is. So we're going to say introduction right here. So now that we're done with that, we could just go ahead and give a space like this, and then we could go ahead and move this right here right now, right? You can see right here it says chapter 1 introduction. And at this point, what we're going to do is very, very simple. Right now, we're just going to go ahead and double click on this text right here, the text that is here right now. And when we double click on this text right here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create the content that is supposed to be here. And that content is supposed to be the content here, which is definition of infertility. So we're going to go ahead and copy everything there. Right, when we copy it, we're going to stop here because that's where it stops. We're going to go ahead and click on copy. And then we're going to go back into Keytool, and then we're going to click on Ctrl A to highlight everything. Click on Ctrl V to paste. And you can see what everything is looking like so far. And you can see that it's literally longer than the page. So we can just make this thing very small and get it to a point where we can actually see everything, right? So at the point where we can actually see everything, we just have to do what we did for the other one. We can simply come here, copy what we have from here to here, click on Ctrl X to remove it from the page, right? Then at that point, we can just zoom in on what we have here to make it readable for the readers, right? And at the point where we've actually done this right here, we're simply going to stop this page right here, right now. Then we're going to go ahead and click on download, click on PNG, right? And then we're going to simply go ahead and delete these parts as well, delete, pull this one up to the top right here, and then we're going to simply paste what we have here right inside of here as well to see if it's going to fit. Okay, it's not fitting 100%, so we're going to have to copy from number 10 down right here. So we're going to click on X right there. So now we have these things right here. So this is what this page is going to look like. So we're going to click on download again, click on PNG to download. Then we're going to highlight the text right here. We're going to put the remaining one, which is here. And then so to actually make this thing look good, we can just come here, click on this elements here. We can find a shape, right? A shape like a rectangle or something. We can just make it go like this, drag it like this, and make it smaller a bit, right? Something like this to actually break out the content and make it like readable and understandable for the readers, right? So we know that after this number 10 that we actually have there, that the next thing that's going to be talked about is the prevalence and the significance. So we can just go ahead and copy that title to make it obvious to the readers that it's actually a new part. We can just highlight that, click on the color, right? Select that color, that yellow or the blue that we used before, right? You remember that blue? We could go ahead and select the blue or a blue that is similar to that. Very simple. And when we do that right there, we can just go ahead and click on text here again, click on add headline, right? Put in that right there, prevalence and significance, and move it out like this, stretch it out, bring it into this place right here, double click and make sure it's the same font as the other one right there, which is this is the font we use, the Albora font. You can click on the color and make it white, and you can see that just like that, we've actually achieved the same thing right there. So we can go ahead and highlight the text inside of here, and when we highlight the text by double clicking, we can literally change the text size by selecting it here and putting it into 100. So you can see that we just increased the text size right here. So the prevalence and significance is here, so we can simply just click on here, click on this thing to duplicate what we have here and actually drag it down right here. So we can drag it down, and then from here we can then change the information here to the information that is meant for the people who are going to be reading the prevalence and the significance right here. So we can just go ahead and copy the information that we have here and just repeat the same thing. After that, we're going to do the same thing for the emotional impact and the rest of them right there. So you can come here, double click on this part right here inside of this place right now. Just double click like this, and when you double click, you just click on Ctrl A as usual, paste the text that we have here. So now that we have the text here and we see that the text is actually longer than the page, what we can do is we can first of all make the whole thing smaller so that we literally get to make sure that we copy what we need to copy, right? And then we can just double click inside of here and copy a part of it out up until the end, right? Click on Ctrl X if you're using Windows. Then you can then zoom out on these ones that are here so that it will be visible and readable for the people who are going to be reading our ebook. Then once we're done with this page, we can just click on download as well, click on PNG. Then we can go ahead and do another page just the same way we just did this one. So we can go ahead and delete the contents that we have here, move this one up right here, or we can just delete that one as well, right? Delete this thing right here. Since it's just a continuation of text, we can go on ahead and drag the text box right here and paste what we have right there. And since this is what we have, you can see that it actually fits into the page, right? But I feel like it's too unreadable, it's too small, so we can just cut out some of the text to this point. Click on Ctrl X and then zoom in on this part that we have right here right now, right? So this is still looking too invisible, or I think it's just my brain that's working on me. So I'm playing psychological games with me right here. So at this point right now, we can just go ahead and add some more of the things that we took out right from here, and we can maybe take out from here, right, to see what it's going to look like. And I think at this point it's literally looking good, so we can just pull it down to the bottom, right? And I think this is a good page, a readable page right here. So click on download, click on PNG, and at this point you can just continue to do this thing. It's not going to take you time to finish, right? It doesn't take a long time, and this is if you want your books to look good, to look like this right here. You can see that we literally have something that is coming out good just from doing the little work that we've literally done together in this video. So you can literally see it for yourself here. When people come into our book, they're going to see this thing first, then they're going to see the table of contents, right? Then they're going to get to the point where they start reading this stuff. Then after that, we're just going to add more stuff right here for them by clicking on insert and clicking on image and clicking on upload from computer as usual. And we're going to, I think we stopped at number 3. So I think we're going to start from 4, 5, 6 right here. Click on open, and boom, you can see that everything has actually entered the page right here. So you can see how it's going, you can see the way it's going. So you can literally take your time out to space these things out where necessary to make your book look even more beautiful. You can see the prevalence and significance parts that we did. You can see what it's looking like. So like I said, you can space these things out to make it look spaced and readable for the reader right there. But literally, this is how you take information, you transform it, and you turn it into a digital product right here. So obviously you're going to have to do a better job than me. I'm literally recording a video for you, so I'm going through a lot of physical stress, a lot of brain stress. So it's not going to be the same as someone who is just sitting down and focusing on doing this thing. If you're just sitting down in your house, in your room, in your office, wherever you're watching this course from, and you're about to do this thing, you should do a better job than me, because your only task is just to get the job done. You're not trying to teach somebody the way I'm trying to do. You're not trying to think about any other things, how to best explain yourself so that people understand what you're talking about. You're not thinking about any of that. Your only task right here is to simply create a beautiful ebook that is informative, that is gonna help people. That is the thing you have to do right here. So at this point right now, let's just assume that we're done. I know we're not done, obviously. Like I said, I cannot spend time creating this thing right here, because if I do that, this video is gonna get 33 hours long, right? I'm not joking, 33 hours. So we're not gonna do that. I'm gonna assume and I'm gonna believe that you understand what you need to do. Like I always say, like I've said in the beginning of the course, if you happen to have any questions or confusions, you can ask me in the comments if you're watching this on my YouTube channel, or you can ask me in the email that you're going to see on the page if you're watching this on one of my landing pages on the internet right here. So by sending an email to that email right there, you're going to get a response from either me or someone from my team right there. So at this point right now, if you want to save this thing as a PDF, if you want to transform the thing that we actually created right now from Google Docs into a PDF that you can now go and sell to people, you could literally come here, click on where it says file, and when you click on file, you can go ahead and go down to where it says download. When you click on download, you can see all the options here. You can download this as a Microsoft Word document, an open document format, a rich text format, a PDF, plain text, a web page, EPUB publication. So what we're trying to do right here is a PDF format. So obviously go ahead and click on PDF, and what's going to happen is that in a very short period of time, Google is going to download your stuff for you. Now at this point right now, if we go into my computer and we go to downloads, I'm going to have this thing here called Infertility, a Scientific Approach. And if I click on it, it's going to open just like this guy's right here, just like Victoria VR, just like this ebook. My own is going to open. You can see my own right here is now a PDF that you could literally sit down and read through, right? You can see what the experience is looking like. A very beautiful experience. Although I didn't space these things out, you should space your own out when you're doing your own, but you can tell that it's still a very, very nice experience right here. You can make these colors match. I mixed the colors. Make sure your colors match so that it's going to be a very, very uniform thing you're doing for the people, and they're going to enjoy reading your book, both aesthetically and educationally, right? So it's going to educate them, and at the same time it's going to educate them in a beautiful manner right here. So there is something else that you're going to need. You're going to need something called mock-ups. So mock-ups are like physical books. Let me just go to Google and type in what are mock-ups right here. So now let me just go to images. Like I want you guys to understand what a mock-up is. So a mock-up is something like this right here. So like a physical representation of what your book would look like, or what your product, whatever you're doing, would look like. So this is a mock-up example. This is a mock-up of someone's business card right here. Let me show you another example to make sure you understand right here. Okay, now this is another example of a mock-up. You can see the way it's showing inside of a computer screen. This is a good example of a mock-up right here. So now I believe you understand what a mock-up is. So people use mock-ups for t-shirt designs, book designs, app designs, software design. So almost anything can have a mock-up. This thing you're watching right now, this course I'm doing right now, could even have a mock-up just to create some hype and make it look good. Now that is where we go to Kitul again. And like I've always said, Kitul is a very beautiful tool, right? If you're in any kind of internet space, if you're doing anything on the internet, you need Kitul, because you can use it for a lot of things like this design that we're using it for right here. And you can use it for mockups. You can use it to create AI images, right? There's a lot of things you can use it for. Like I said, create an account the way I showed you and use it. The link is going to be down below in the description or below this video on the page where you're watching it on right now. So at this point, we're going to go back into Kitul to create a mockup for our book. So we're just going to go ahead and click on here, because I'm done showing you guys how to like create your own book and stuff. So we can just go ahead and click on tools right here. And when you click on tools, we have here where it says mockups. We can go ahead and click on where it says mockups. So we can go ahead and click on where it says create mockup right here. And when you click on where it says create mockup, it's going to bring us back here. So you can see that when you go to the mockups page, you can create mockups for t-shirts, hoodies, pillows, bottles, books. Now you can see what a book mockup actually looks like right here. Like it's just a physical representation of what your book would look like in real life, and it's just something you can use for marketing. When you go back into your design, I'm going to delete this thing right here, and I'm just going to go ahead and take the picture that we created. I'm going to drag it and drop it into Kitul right here. And when I drop it into Kitul right here, what's going to happen is that it's going to show up right here. So I'm going to try to create a mockup for it right here. So let me put it up to make it look the way it's supposed to right here. So cool. It looks good right now. So at this point right now, just go ahead and click on here where it says mockup. And when you click on where it says mockup, what's going to happen is that they're going to show you a lot of mockup options right here. Right. So you can see this, like I said, you can do this for t-shirts, but this is not for a t-shirt. So we're going to look for a book version right here. So a book version is what we're looking for. We're looking for a book. Okay, so this is good. So let's click on that one and see what it looks like right there. So you could literally zoom it out the way you want. Now you can see what I'm doing, the way I'm doing it. Right, so boom. Okay, I'm trying to make it look good, don't worry. So just gonna zoom out like this. Okay, so perfect. You can see that we now have a mock-up right here for our book that says infertility, a scientific approach to overcoming it for male and female. So these things could be used for marketing purposes. There's so many ways you could use it right here. So you could go ahead and click on download mock-up right here, and it's going to download that into your computer or your phone or whatever you're using to do this. So you can see a lot of other book mock-ups right here. So you can have this one as well. Right, so now that this one is loaded, we can just go ahead and zoom out as well as usual, and we could go ahead and take this up like this, and you can see what it's looking like. It says infertility, a scientific approach to overcoming it for male and female, Daniel Umay. So you can go ahead and click on download mockup as well, and this is the power of Kitul. You can click on here as well, right, and it's going to show you another one. So you can see how we've used Kitul to do a lot of the heavy lifting right here. So you can just go ahead and zoom in on this one right here. So this is something that you should have, something you should know how to use, right? And I've literally shown you what it can be used for, how you can use it yourself. So you can see this one as well, infertility. So these are mock-ups. These are what mock-ups are. So you can have this one as well. Right, so just click on it and you can click on show all to see all the different templates that you could use for your book right there if you choose to create a book as the digital product that you want to sell to people. Okay, this looks good. So you can see what this one looks like. You can see how realistic these things are. And this is the power of Kittle. And yes, Kittle actually has a paid plan. I'm going to walk you guys through that and just show you guys like what you can do. So I'm going to click on logout, right? So you can see I have a pro account because I actually do this thing on a regular. And I recommend if you're someone that has money for this, get a pro plan, because a pro plan is going to give you access to like the whole platform. You're going to have access to a lot of things right there. So now if we just go to plans, I want to quickly walk you guys through like what their plans are. So they have the pro plan, which costs literally $10 a month, right? If you're someone that already has a job, you have some things you're doing, you can literally put money into this, because this is going to help you go far in this business of creating digital products. If you choose to go the ebook route, or even if you choose to create maybe coloring books or things like stickers, like I explained, stickers that you can put on your phone, stickers you can put on your gaming console, stickers you could put on your laptop. On a laptop like this one that I have right here, you could literally use Kittle to do that for you, and you can actually make money off of that, right? And that is the power of Kittle. And like I said, I'm going to link it in the description if you're watching on YouTube, and if you're watching on one of my landing pages, all the links to all the things, including Kittle, is going to be below the video. Link to Fiverr below the video. Link to all the tools we're using here below the video to help you, which is why I said you should save this page, because this is a full training. Save this page, save this video, so you can come back to it from time to time. So they have the experts plan as well. They have the custom plan itself as well. So Kittle has some AI features that can actually help you generate stuff, can help you generate artworks, designs, like based on what you tell it right there. And I'm just going to go ahead and like demonstrate some of them. So I'm going to sign back into my account, because like I want to show you guys what this thing can do for you before I move on to the next part of this training right here. So now that I'm signed back into my account, I can click on here and I can actually go over here to where it says AI features, right? So you can see in the AI features, it has the AI vector generator, the image generator, the AI background remover, the AI art feed. Now this is for you if you want to like sell something like stickers, artworks, wall posters and stuff, right? AI X1 right there. So I can go ahead and click on AI vector generator right here. Let's click on generate vector art right here. So this is something you can use if you want to create coloring books right here. So I'm going to like log into my account. It's telling me to log in again right here. I want to log in. We can go ahead and tell Kittle to design a car that a kid can color with relative ease right here. So we can go ahead and do that right there, and you can see what Kittle is going to generate. You can see it's generating right here. Now you can see what Kittle generated. So we could literally zoom out on this thing, and this is for you if you're trying to like create coloring books for kids, which I'm still gonna have a video on that coming very soon right there, and we're gonna most likely use Kittle again right there. So literally this is what it's gonna look like. So this is a car that a kid could literally color, and parents are gonna be willing to pay for stuff like this. So I'm just showing you guys the various things that you can do with Kittle. It's not just the ebook part. There's a lot of things you could literally do with it as someone who is using the internet on a regular basis right there. So that is literally how you get to create these ebooks, turn the information you got from ChatGPT into a good looking book and actually save it to your computer as a PDF from Google Docs. Now, I didn't do a perfect job, although we can all agree that the job I did was quite beautiful. You can see what I did here. Look at the book cover alone. It looks good. Look at the first page, table of contents. You can see the way it's structured. So you could literally do a better job than me. Like I said, I'm actually rushing this thing because I'm trying to teach you, and at the same time, I'm trying to do this thing. So you yourself, who's going to be sitting down and doing this thing all on your own without trying to teach anybody anything, you should do a better job than me. So all I'm saying here is that you should take the time to make sure you do a good job, because if you create something that is aesthetically pleasing, it's going to, first of all, boost your sales because people are going to want to buy. And secondly, it's going to boost your branding. So now that we've actually created this ebook together, this book that you're seeing here, and I'm sure that you know how to do it. You can do it by yourself, right? By simply following what I'm showing you on this video, right? we're then going to go ahead and use another tool. So this tool is the one that's going to create our store for us. So this tool is a tool called systeme.io or system.io, however you might want to pronounce it. It's spelled systeme.io. So that is literally what it is. Systeme.io, system.io. And as usual, I'm going to have a link down below in the description if you're watching on YouTube. And I'm going to have a link below this page for you if you're watching on one of my landing pages on the internet. So this page builder right now is going to create a world-class storefront for us. And I'm going to show you guys how we can then go ahead and set up everything so that we can start selling immediately right there. So remember, the ebook I created here is not complete. You should do a better job yourself. I've said that more than 1,000 times. If you're creating an online course, make sure you take your time to do a great job that's going to actually deliver value to people. If you actually have the opportunity, go out there, do deep research, actually try and get people results. For example, I know that if you follow what I'm teaching here and you create either an online course or an ebook that actually helps an audience solve a real problem, and you do marketing the way I'm going to teach you, because we're still going to get to the marketing phase, you're going to get results. I'm very sure of that. And I want you to create things, to create products that you're sure of will actually help people. That way, like I said, it's going to do two things for you. First of all, it's going to get you natural recommendations, word of mouth marketing. The second thing it's going to do for you is that it's going to give you confidence. When you're selling this thing, you're going to be selling it with confidence. If you notice, when you started watching this video, I was very confident in what I was about to teach you, because I still know that the things that I'm teaching work. It's going to work anywhere in the world. It's going to work for anybody who puts in the work. It's just about putting in the work. That's just what it's all about right here. So it boosts your confidence and it gets you natural recommendations. So please make sure you focus on doing good work. So now that we're here on Systeme.io, Systeme.io actually has a lot of things that you can actually do with it. So they have a free plan, which is the one that I left the link to in the description, which is why I said that anybody at all, whether you have zero money or you have some money for this, can actually do this thing. You can actually start and sell and scale a digital product, right? But the more money you have, the more professional your stuff is going to look. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. For example, if you're using the free Systeme.io plan, you're going to get 2,000 emails. Like, you're going to be able to collect 2,000 emails from people. You're going to be able to send unlimited emails to those 2,000 people. You're going to be able to have just 3 sales funnels, right? 3 sales funnels. Now, these sales funnels are like your sales pages. That's what you're going to be able to have 3. So that means with a free plan where you have to pay no money at all, you can literally launch and own like 3 ebooks or maybe 3 online courses right here. You can run 1 blog, right? You can have up to 15 steps. That's like individual pages in these your 3 product pages. You can write unlimited blog posts. You can have 1 online course. So if you choose to go the online course route, you can use Systeme.io to create your online course and host just 1 online course on a platform. And you can have unlimited students. That means up to 1,000 people can buy your course. It doesn't matter, for free. You can host a community if you want. You can have unlimited community members. You can have unlimited file storage with their $0 plan. That is why, like, this is the best company to use. Like I said, Mr. Hustle actually brings you the best things on the internet. So anything I recommend are things that I use or things that I know that are actually good for you, right? So these are the things you should know. So they have a lot of other things like email campaigns, upsells and stuff. So when you actually pay $27 a month, you can then get access to about 5,000 emails, get access to unlimited emails. You can now own up to 10 products. You can own up to 50 sales funnel steps. Like it keeps getting better. That is why I said you can start with 0 money and then you can scale to whatever number you want at any point in time. That's why, like, this thing is like, you have no excuse. There's no excuse for failure. Because anybody at all, someone who has 0 money and someone who can afford to pay $27 a month, maybe you're already working a job or you already have some things you're doing that's getting you money, you can put that money into a professional platform like this and use it to build your storefront and build world-class landing pages that can actually sell, because when people land on those landing pages, they actually trust what you're doing. They're going to be able to go ahead and give you their money. So that is what Systemate.io is. And like I said, a link is going to be down below in the description or down below the video if you're watching this on one of my landing pages out there. So they have the $47 a month plan. They have the $97 a month plan. And honestly, you can just look at these things depending on who you are and how much you have and what you can do, and choose the plan you want to go for, right? That is the honest truth. So I'm not going to tell you what plan to go, but I myself, I use $97 per month plan because I have a lot of pages on the internet. I own a lot of pages on the internet. I do a lot of business. I send a lot of emails. So I use $97 a month plan, the highest plan possible, because I even have other people who work with me who I have their businesses hosted in my account. So I run a lot of business. That is why I use $97 a month plan. So it depends on you, depending on who you are, your level, or the amount of money you're already making, whether you have $0 or $10 or $100,000, depending on who you are, you get to choose what you get to do with this tool. And if you already had any marketing tools, maybe like MailChimp or Aweber or any of those companies, these guys can literally help you move from there to here. All you have to do is message your customer support and they're going to move everything you have to here, because this is like a better solution, very easy to use. Don't worry, I'm going to show you how to use it once I get into the page right here and right now. So without wasting much more of your time, let's get into the training. So now that I've actually explained to you guys what Systemate.io is, like I said, the link is going to be down below in the description. And that is literally what module 3 is all about. Module 3 is all about creating your product, designing it, and actually structuring it. And that is going to lead us on to module 4. So module 4 is just a very short module. I'm just going to talk, right? So this is all about having good brand identity, right? So imagine that you pulled up to my video right now and it's literally a blurry video and you can't hear what I'm saying, and the website that you're on looks scammy. Everything looks scammy, looks shady. You're not going to trust me, right? But you're still here for a reason. You're still here because I actually seem trustworthy, and that is because I took the time to set up my office in such a way that it looks good, right? And people get to trust me when they see me on the internet. I look genuine. I look trustworthy, right? The same doesn't go for everyone that you meet on the internet. It doesn't go like that for every site that you meet on the internet. Now, let me show you a typical example of what I'm talking about on my screen here. So if I just open up my laptop and I simply search for a website like this as an example, you can see what this website looks like. When you land on this website that you're looking at right now, what is the first thing you think? You think, okay, what's going on here? There's too much information on the page. What am I here to do? Like, what am I here to do, right? That is the first thing you're going to ask yourself. Like, what is this website? What is going on here? But let's say, for example, you land on a website like this. Let me show you guys this one right here. So let's just click on this website right here. So it says Adidas, the official Adidas website. You can see the difference. You can see the difference between this page right here and this page right here. You can see that it's immediately looking trustworthy. You like what you just landed on. And it's kind of crazy because they have the same lights as me on the background of my studio, right? But you can see how clean it looks. It's clear that they want to sell you shoes. It's clear that they are a company and they say something about mid-season sale. So this is just for me to point out, like, that is what module 4 is all about, me pointing out the importance of brand identity, having a clean brand on the internet, having something that looks good, that looks trustworthy. And I'm sure that you and I can agree that if you run into this, my book, this page right here, it looks neat. It's very minimalistic, very simple, very straight to the point, but we can all agree that it looks neat and it talks to the audience. It speaks to you. If you're going through infertility and you see this book, it says Infertility, a Scientific Approach to Overcoming It for Male and Female. Whether you're a guy or a lady that's going through infertility, I'm already selling to you. And you're going to look at the book, you're going to say, okay, this book looks good. It's neat. Okay, I think I'm going to read that. I'm going to buy that. So These are the little things that actually matter. This is what's going to make or mar your success on the internet, the level of success you're going to have on the internet. These are the little things that actually matter, right? And I'm taking the time to teach you this because not a lot of people are going to teach you these things on YouTube. I'm not sure there's any other video you're going to see on the internet, on YouTube or anywhere else where someone is going to take the time to break these things down for you in this manner, right? That is why I said you should probably share this video with someone who needs it if you find it helpful, because it's a course, actually not a video. This is a course. I'm sure we can all agree on that, right? So at this point right now that I've actually walked you guys through brand identity with the example of Adidas, you can see immediately you come here, they want to sell you shoes. They obviously make it straight up that they actually are going to give you up to 50% off mid-season sales. So they're directly selling to you just the same way my ebook does sell to you right there. But if you come to a site like this, this is looking like gibberish, right? It's looking gibberish. I know these sites might actually have good SEO and stuff, but that still doesn't matter because a lot of people are not going to trust what they see on this website right here. So that is literally the importance of brand identity. You have to handle your brand identity very, very well. It has to be perfect. And that is the reason why I literally said we're going to use Systeme.io to actually create a beautiful page that aligns with the product you're actually trying to sell. And don't worry, I'm going to walk you through everything here step by step all the way. And that is going to take us into module 5. So module 5 is all about setting up your online store and your sales page in such a way that it looks beautiful, trustworthy, and people are going to be able to pull out their cards and actually buy from you on your website. So now that we're here in module 5, we're going to quickly get right into it. So the first thing you're going to have to do is I'm just going to go ahead and log into my own account right here. So I have a couple of accounts on this platform because like I said, I do a lot of businesses, but I'm going to log into one of the accounts. So I'm going to click on sign in here. I'm going to log in right here. So it's asking me for 2-factor authentication. So this is just an extra layer to secure your account so that it doesn't get hacked by somebody. So I'm going to go into my email here. Then I'm going to go here. I'm going to copy what we have here. And when I copy this right here, I'm going to simply go back into Systeme. I'm going to paste that code. Then I'm going to click on enter. So it's going to sign me into my own Systeme.io account. And like I said, I have a lot of accounts, but this is just one of them. And I think this one is kind of expired right here. So I'm literally going to have to pay for this one because my membership is actually expired. Like I said, you have to pay every month, right? But that is not going to stop us from actually doing this tutorial today. So now that we're here, what we're going to create is our sales page, right? We have to create our sales page, and I'm going to show you guys how to do it. So when you're inside of your Systeme.io account, it's going to look like what you see here, right? So it's going to have the amount of leads you had, the amount of people's emails coming into your system, and all that information, right? So at this point, the important part we want to go to is here where it says funnels. So we'll go to where it says funnels right here. And when we go to where it says funnels, we're going to go ahead and click on where it says create. So when we click on where it says create, we're going to have a lot of things right here. So they're going to ask you whether you want to build an audience, whether you want to sell something, whether you want to run an evergreen webinar, or if you want to create just a custom funnel from scratch, right? So what we're going to do is we want to sell something. That is what we're going to select right here. So we're going to go ahead and click on sell. But before we click on sell, we have to actually put in a name right here. So the name could be infertility right here, infertility sales page. So that is what you're going to name it. So I'm naming it infertility sales page because the name of my book is infertility. Your own book might be something else. It might be a book about mouth odor, a book about acne, a book about removing dark spots, removing scars from your skin. So it could be literally anything, receding hairlines, bald hair, you know, stuff like that right there. So I'm just telling you so that you don't go and name your own infertility or something like that. Yeah, so at this point right now, it's going to have your domain name right here. So your domain name is what people are going to see at the top of your page, right? So at that page, it could say danielshustle.systeme.io because that is my name. That's the name of my account. And since you are going to be starting with $0. That is for those of you guys who want to do this the unprofessional way, who have zero money, right? It's going to say something like danielshustle.system.io. But if you want something more professional, if you want your own name, which I strongly recommend, people are going to buy more if they see that you have your own domain, if they see that you have your own stuff. It's going to look more like a real business, a real book that's going to actually help them, which obviously it's a real book, but you get the point. It's very important to buy your own domain name. Domain names are extra cheap. I'm going to literally show you how to even get it for almost less than $1, right? Less than $1. I'm going to show you a trick right away, but I'm just showing you these things so that you get to understand what we're going to do right here, right? So right now, we can click on here. You can see that the domain name we have here is danielshustle.system.io, but I want something more professional. Now, for those of you guys who do not have any money at all to spend, you can just click on sell right here and select US dollar and click on save and continue. But for those of you guys who are very, very serious with this thing, which I assume should be the majority of people watching this course, what you're going to do is you're going to have to actually have an actual domain name so that people can type in www.yourdomainname.whatever and they can actually go to your website right here. So I'm going to click on X right here to actually do things the right way. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to upgrade my system.io account right here. So I'm going to upgrade this particular account to the $27 per month plan. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here. It's asking me for my name. I'm going to put in my name here, put in my last name here. Then here it's asking me for my email. It has my email. It has my phone number. So at this point right now, I was going to ask you if you're an individual or a company. So depending on what you are, because I know that different types of people are going to be watching this course, right? Depending on who you are, how you run your business on the internet, you go ahead and choose. But I'm going to choose an individual because I actually have a company. But in this course, I'm going to choose an individual because I actually have my main system.io account. This is not my real one right here. So I'm just doing this to like show you guys because I want you guys to literally see how to get everything done in this course right here. So here I've put in my address. So then here it's asking for my credit card details. So this is where I'm going to put in my card right here. So for those of you guys who are in countries where you have underdeveloped banks and underdeveloped cards that do not work, what you can do is you can go ahead and get a virtual card, right? So I'm going to leave a link to one of the virtual card providers that I use myself down below in the description of this video, and I'm also going to leave it below the page if you're going to be watching this on one of my landing pages anywhere on the internet, right? And just as a reminder, these links that I'm going to leave below these videos is exactly why I say you should save the page, either the page you're watching this on, or you should save the YouTube video that you're watching this on my channel to watch later so that you can always come back and actually have access to all these things, because most of the things that I give you here are special deals that you cannot get anywhere else. Right? So now that I've said that, here I'm going to put in my card details. So now that I've put in my card details, I can come here and click on where it says get started and it says validation. And in a short period of time, it should work because my card actually works. And like I said, if you're in one of those countries where you have an underdeveloped bank or you have underdeveloped cards that do not work, what you can do is obviously get a virtual card. Like I said, I'm going to leave a link to the one that I use down below this video if you're watching on landing pages, or in the description if you're following on my direct YouTube channel right there. So at this point, you can see they're trying to upsell us and telling us to buy a course or something, but just click on here where it says no, I don't want to take advantage of this offer, and click on no again, and click on no again. These guys are literally trying to sell us something. So basically, we'll say thank you for your order. This is the page we want to see. So go ahead and click here to log into your account. So boom, we are inside our account right now, right? Okay guys, so the first thing that we're going to need to do, right, one very important thing we're going to need to do is to actually connect a professional domain name. Now what this domain name is obviously when people go to your own URL, when they go to your URL, so it's going to be www.whateveryoubuy.whatever, right? And don't worry, I'm going to explain if you don't understand what I just said right now. I know some of you guys are not going to understand. So what we're going to do that is we're going to go and click on funnels again. Then we're going to click on create a new funnel right here. So instead of using this thing that says www.danielshustle.system.io, which is highly unprofessional, You need your own name, a name that speaks to your audience, a name that's actually going to help you sell, right? And when it comes to selling, there are some psychological tricks that you can do to help you sell more. Now, remember what I told you when we went to Adidas right here, that Adidas obviously looks like they're trying to sell you something, which is like what they do. They are a business. They're trying to sell you something always, now and then, right? So what we're going to do to actually play those same psychological tricks that's going to make it very obvious to people when they come over to our website that we are actually trying to sell them something is to actually use a .store domain. Now, when it comes to .store domains, if you're literally looking to make serious cash selling online, which is what I'm sure you'd literally want if you're trying to learn how to sell your own digital product and actually make money from it, there's a crucial element you simply can't overlook, and that'll be your domain name, because it's literally the digital storefront sign that beckons customers to enter your digital store. It's your online address, it's your unique identifier in the vast landscape of the internet. Now, I'm going to literally show you some of the big names in the game that are literally doing what I'm about to teach you guys right now. And after that, I'm going to explain to you why you do not need to reinvent the wheel while doing business on the internet. As it's popularly said, success leaves blueprints. So all you really need to do if you want to be successful, especially on the internet, is to find what the biggest people are doing and follow their lead. The first person that I'll show you is the singer Rihanna, who we know as at the time of me recording this video is currently worth about 1.4 billion US dollars according to Google. And yes, she is literally using a .store domain at www.rihanna.store. And apart from Rihanna, Mr. Beast himself, who has over 240 million subscribers on YouTube as at the time of me recording this course, swapped out the usual .com for a .store domain. And apart from Mr. Beast, even Cristiano Ronaldo, Michelle Obama, and a lot of other big people in the internet game are all using those .store domains. And honestly, it's a no-brainer because the data collected from a research that was held on the internet proved that with a .store domain you can actually sell more, and that .store domains literally give you an extra edge and set you apart in a sea of competitors. It's like literally having a huge neon sign right outside your storefront calling customers to come inside your online store. So like I said, with a .store domain, you sell more. And the study that I talked about earlier shows that websites built with a .store domain literally attract a mind-blowing 87% more visitors. And it doesn't also stop there. You literally get double the visibility on Google, which means more eyes on your products and more chances for sales. And if you're running ads to your store, then .store domains literally will help you save 12% on cost of conversion, simply because when any human being, including you and me, sees a .store domain, they already know that they will most likely be buying something from you. And that's why most of the top people in the world like Cristiano Ronaldo, Mr. Beast, Rihanna, and Michelle Obama are actually doing this trick right now as at the time of me recording this course. And when it comes to actually saving you money, because it's something that I'm actually big on, I'm trying to help you guys spend the least amount of money and actually make the most amount of money. Cash is actually tight when you're starting most of the businesses out there. And I'd assume that if you're watching my course right now on how to sell your own digital products, you do not have a boatload of cash stashed away somewhere. And that's actually one of the places where .store domains stand out, because there's literally a program they have going on right now. And the program is called Elevate.store. And the Elevate.store program is a program that is meant to help all online sellers like you and me who are looking to make money from our online stores get amazing deals and discounts. Meaning that when you actually choose to use a .store domain instead of the normal types of domains on your online store, you're not just getting a web address. You're going to be unlocking access to exclusive discounts of up to $2,500 on essential e-commerce tools. And I'm talking about platforms like Wix, ShipStation, Vistaprint, MailChimp, and many more. So it literally pays to start selling your own digital product today with a .store domain. And for a limited time, you can actually get your own .store domain for just 99 cents. Like I told you guys, literally less than $1. Normal domains are going to cost you way more money, and this one is going to cost you less and at the same time drive you more sales. So it's like a no-brainer. And like I say, you're going to be able to get it for 99 cents just for the first year, and I'm gonna show you how to do it in this video step by step. Literally all you're gonna have to do is use .store at the checkout, which I said I'm still gonna show you how to do on my screen right here. And without wasting much more of your time, now that I'm sure you understand the psychology behind these domains and why they work so well, I'm gonna get back into my laptop screen right now and literally show you guys how to take advantage of it today, right now, as you're doing this thing with me right here. So obviously the first thing you're gonna have to do is to use the link in the description, right? You can either use that link or you can just go over to get.store right here. And like I said, if you're gonna be watching this course on any of my landing pages on the internet, because I'm gonna have an army of people putting out those landing pages out there. So if you're watching this on one of those landing pages, it's going to be linked below this video that you're watching right now. Just check for the link. You're going to see a link to .store, a link to everything, all the tools that I'm using in this video right here. It's going to be there for you. Good resources right here. So when you go over to this page right here, what you're going to do right now is you're going to go here and you're going to type in what you want to call your product right here. So for me, I'm going to call this infertility science. So when you put in the domain name right here, just go ahead and click on here where it says get yours, and it's going to check if it's available. And you can see, fortunately for us, the domain name infertilityscience.store is available right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and make a payment. But instead of paying this money that you're seeing right here, like I said, Mr. Hustle has your back. So I'm going to show you guys a trick. Like I said, you can get domains for less than $1 instead of the normal price right here. So what we're going to do to get that is we're going to go ahead and first of all click on add to cart for the domain name we want to use. So this could be anything at all. My own is infertility science, as you can see on the screen here. Yours could be anything at all. So go ahead and click on proceed right here. So instead of proceeding to pay this amount of money here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put in my coupon code, which is Daniel Store right here. So when you put in Daniel Store right here and click on apply, watch what happens. What happens is that it literally drops to $0.99 US. That is what you're going to pay, right? And like I said, the link to all these things are going to be down below in the description if you're watching me on YouTube, and it's going to be below this video if you're watching me on any of my landing pages on the internet, right? Anywhere around the internet. So you're going to have access to all these things, all the tools that I'm using, the ability to get this coupon down below this video, right? So I'm actually giving you something that people are going to charge you a lot of money for. I keep saying this thing over and over again right here. So when you go ahead and click on where it says place order right here, you're going to either have to sign into your account or create an account. But I'm going to assume that most of you guys do not have a .store account already. So what you're going to have to do is to go ahead and click on where it says create account. Then here, you're going to put in your name. So for me, my name is Daniel right here. So Daniel. Then here, it says company name. My company name is Daniel's Hustle right there. But those of you guys who do not have a company, you can just let it slide, right? Or you can put in your name there. Your full name is still going to work. So here I'm going to put in my email, and after putting in my email here, I'm going to put in my address. So I'll put in my address right there. Here where it says city, I'm going to put in the city. Then here I'm going to put in my postal code. Then here I'm going to put in my country. So please, when you're actually doing yours, you can just go to Google and search for what is my postal code, or what is the postal code for my city. You're going to put in your city name. For example, if you stay in Freetown, you can say, what is the postal code for Freetown? If you stay in New York City, what is the postal code for New York City? If you stay in anywhere around the world, what is the postal code for blank? You fill in the blank and you get your postal code from Google. So that's how you find your zip code or postal code, however you might want to call it. So when you put in that postal code, put in your country. Here where it says state, I'm going to put in my own state right here. Then here is going to ask you for a password. So you go ahead and put in something that is going to be easy for you to remember, and that is not going to be easy for other people to steal or hack, right? So when you've done these things, the next thing you're going to have to do is to go on ahead and put in your phone number right here. So I'm going to put in my own phone number here. So when you've filled out all these things here, go ahead and click on here and then click on where it says create account. And when you click on where it says create account, what's going to happen is that they're going to easily log you into your account, and now you can then click on pay online. And when you click on where it says pay online, what's going to happen is that it's going to load just like you're seeing right here on the .store website. And here's where you're then going to fill out your card details. And like I said, You can use your normal card. Any type of card at all is going to work. But if you're in one of those countries where there are no good banks, where the banks are kind of messed up and the banks don't actually have cards that work worldwide, you could literally use a virtual card. And like I said, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to link the virtual card suppliers that I use in the description so that you can click on that link and actually sign up and actually get your own virtual card and be able to make payments online. Or if you're watching on one of the landing pages around the internet, right? Maybe you found me somewhere, maybe throw an ad on the internet. You could literally check below this landing page right now, below this video. You're going to see the links to everything that I'm talking about, everything that I'm using right here. So right now, what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and put in your card details. So I'm going to put in my own card details and I'm going to come back here and click on submit payment. So I'm going to click on submit payment right here. And now that I've clicked on submit payment, what's going to happen is that it's going to take them some time to process the payment, and you can see it says order successful. So I've literally bought and I'm now the official owner of infertilityscience.store. So you can see how I'm literally building a neat brand on the internet, a neat brand, right? So now that we have this beautiful name right here, you can go ahead and click on manage orders from your control panel. So click on control panel right here. And when you click on control panel, what's going to happen is that they're going to redirect you in a very short period of time, and you're going to be able to manage everything that you've actually purchased through here, right? You're going to be able to manage your domains and stuff. So I can click on home right here. When I click on home, it's going to bring me here, right? So at this point right now that we're here, this is what it's going to look like inside. Like you can see Infertility Science store. This is what it looks like on the inside, and I know it's getting techy, but this is why I prepared your mind in the beginning of this course to actually calm down. It's nothing hard. I'm actually doing it right here. I'm a human being like you, and you can do this stuff. All it takes is just learning and a little bit of determination. You're going to actually be even teaching other people as soon as you do this thing maybe 1 or 2 times and you actually get the whole thing figured out, right? So don't get overwhelmed. So we just bought the domain name right here, and what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to systeme.io. So I'm going to go back into system and click on sign in right here to get into my account. I want to get into my account. We're then going to go and do what we did back then, which was clicking on here where it says funnels. And when you click on funnels, we're going to go ahead and click on create right here. Then here where it says danielshustle.systeme.io, that is not what we want to use. We want to go ahead and click on this question mark right here. So it says your systeme.io account subdomain will always be active. You can choose it to be your funnels domain at any stage. However, if you want to add customized links to your funnel, you will need to connect a domain name in your account settings beforehand. So you can go ahead and click on here where it says connect a custom domain name. It's going to take us to where we're going to need to go to. So here it says you will need a domain registered outside of systeme.io, which we already have. I've already shown you guys how to go and buy one for literally less than $1 the first year. Then here it says you're going to need a systeme.io account right here. So you can see the things that they're actually telling us right here. So you click on settings, click on custom domains, click on add a domain, then you do all the things right there. So let's go and do those things right away. So click on X right here. So come here, hover over your profile, click on settings. When you click on settings, you can see my whole details right here. So when we're here on this page, we can just scroll down here. You can see where it says custom domains. We can click on that. You can see that this is the only domain we have right here. So we can go ahead and click on where it says add domain. When we click on add domain, they're going to ask us what's the domain name we want to add. So we can go ahead and type in infertilityscience.store. Right, so once we've done that, go ahead and click on save. And okay, we didn't put the www, so we put in the www, click on there. And what's gonna happen is that it's gonna take some time to load, and once it's done loading, they're gonna tell us the next thing to do. So here you can see it says DNS configuration for your domain, CNAME right here. So when this thing has actually been popped up for you, this is your DNS configuration information. And like I say, don't worry if it's too techy, right? It's like that for everybody. Just follow me. That is why you have me here to guide you. So what you're going to do is you're then going to leave this page open, go back into your .store dashboard, go over to here where it says enter domain, put in the domain name you just bought. For me, in my case, it's infertilityscience.store. Then click on these arrows right here. And when you click on these arrows right here, it's going to bring you into here where you can manage everything about your domain name, infertilityscience.store. So at this point right now, what you're then going to do is you're then going to come here where it says DNS management, because that is what we're trying to do, the DNS configuration. So you go to DNS management right here, click on there. It's going to bring us here. So when you're here, you go ahead and click on where it says manage DNS. And when you click on where it says manage DNS, it's going to say thank you for logging in. Then what you want to do is you want to go to where it says CNAME records, click on CNAME records right here, click on add CNAME record. Then it's going to say host name, right? So when it says host name, just go over to system.io. This is the host name right here. So when we actually highlight that, we copy that, we go back into the store, paste that right there. When you put in that one here, you come here and copy this second thing right here. That is the value. So when you copy that value, you go back into get the store and paste right here, and click on add record, and boom, we have one record added right here. So we're going to go ahead and add another record right here because we have two things right here. So here we're going to copy this one the way it is. So click on copy, and when we've copied that, we're going to go into .store. We're going to paste that right here. Then we're going to come back here. We're going to copy this second one right here. Then after we copy, we're going to go back into the store. Then we're going to paste that as the value. Click on add record once again, and boom, we have two records added right here. So it says resource record, blah 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 blah, red numbers, type CNAME added successfully, new resource record 148 numbers. You can see right there, it's literally that easy. That's how you actually do it right there. So it's gonna take some time for these things to get set up, but basically you can see it's saying pending validation. So as soon as they actually verify, they validate this thing, it's gonna actually become 100% working. It's going to be working 100%. So I'm kind of rusty with this thing because it's been long. I actually set up a domain, so a lot of things have actually changed, right? So it might actually change for you as well, but anytime, any day, you can always hit up the system.io customer support, and they're going to help you solve things by clicking on here, this little question mark right here, and you can actually talk to somebody to actually help you out with any problems that you have. You can send them an email. They're going to actually reply you right there. So that is literally how to connect the domain name. And I'm going to literally just take a break and wait for this thing to actually validate. Once it validates, we're then going to continue because I want you guys to see how everything is going to work from beginning to end. Okay guys, so some time has actually passed, and coming here right now, you can see that it now says ready to use. Our domain name, www.infertilityscience.store, has actually been added to our system.io account, or our system.io account, however you might want to pronounce it, right? So this means that we can now use this to create our own sales page. So you saw how easy that was, and you saw how easily you could actually get a domain name for $0.99, literally less than $1, right? So like I said, the links to all these things, both Get the Store, system.io, Kitool, all of them are going to be down below in the description if you're watching on YouTube, and down below this video if you're going to be watching this course on one of my landing pages out there on the internet. So now that I've said all these things, and now that you've seen that the domain has actually been set up and ready to use, we're now going to go back to here where it says funnels. Click on here where it says funnels, and when we click on there, we're going to go ahead and click on here where it says create. When you click on create, click on this drop down here, then you're going to click on where it says infertility science.store, meaning we can use that. So we can just name this infertility science book. Then here we can put in brackets sales page, then close the brackets. Then here they're then going to ask you what you want to do. So you have the option of selecting build an audience, sell, custom, run an evergreen webinar. So what I want to do here is I want to sell something, and that is what you will most likely be wanting to do, because obviously you clicked on this video to learn how to sell and make money from your own digital products. So we're going to go ahead and select sell right here in system.io. Then we're going to go down here. We're going to click on here. We're going to select here where it says US dollar. So if you're someone that is somewhere around the world, maybe in another country, and the currency you're trying to sell with is one of these ones right here, maybe the Argentine peso, the Australian dollar, Brazilian real, Canadian dollar, Central African franc, Chilean peso, you can choose any of those ones right here. But as for me, I'm trying to sell to a worldwide audience, and I would recommend, if you're trying to sell to a worldwide audience, go for the US dollar, because that is well known everywhere in the world. So we'll go out with the US dollar right here for this video. Click on save, and when we click on save, you can see that our site, Infertility Science book sales page, has now been created. It now has this green check mark right here. So we're then going to go ahead and click on the page itself. And when we click on the page, you can see that we have the order form, the thank you page, and an inactive page. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go ahead and create the sales page, because the order form, obviously, as the name implies, is an order form. So when someone is trying to pay for your digital products, that is the order form. Then the thank you page is the page they get sent to after they've actually paid, right? So what we're going to do right now is we're literally going to go ahead and click on where it says add step right here. So when we click on add step, we're going to now name this one the sales page right here. So click on type. So here it has a lot of options for you to choose from. So you can make it a squeeze page. Now a squeeze page is a page where you get to collect people's emails. That is not what we want. A thank you page, which we already have, so we don't need that. Inline form, pop-up form, link in bio, sales page, order form, upsell, downsell, all those things right here. So obviously what we want to choose is clearly sales page, and we'll click on save. So when we click on there, you can see we've now created a sales page right here. So when you create this sales page, you're going to see all the options right here. They're going to give you templates, pre-built templates that look beautiful. These templates look beautiful, and I'm going to show you for a fact that they actually look beautiful, and they're going to look awesome on your book or your course or your app, whatever type of digital product you choose to create right here. So scrolling down here, you can see what all the options look like. You can choose to click on preview template. They're going to open up the page for you on another page like you're seeing on my screen here. You can see this one says Thanksgiving discount. You can scroll down here, see what it looks like. You can see how neat these websites look, pre-created, pre-edited. So you can just edit, change colors, make it look like what your brand is looking like, and use it. But this right here is not a good example, so I'm going to close that one out. This one, click on preview template, and beautiful. So you guys can see that this is already pre-designed for a book right here. So this is a very good example. You see how neat, how world-class this thing actually looks right here. So you can see it has this thing right here, it says bestseller. Says grow your business for free, advertising, blah 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 blah. I want in, join the bootcamp. This is the cover of the book. So here they go ahead and do a lot of other things that look good. So you can see all these things right here, and basically this is a good book right now, right? This is just what we're looking for the kind of product we actually created on this book that we wrote together in this course that you're watching right now. But I'm still going to go ahead and explore other examples just to show you what is available for you here on system.io. So scrolling down here, you can see all the options. So we have 1 to 9 templates right here. So there's a lot of other templates you could go through. You could click on 15 right here, and it's going to show you way more templates right here. So you can see more templates being shown right here. So you can click on 30, and it's going to show you 30 templates right here for you to choose from. So I think I like this one as well. This one looks beautiful. I'm going to open it up. Right, you can see we can just change this picture here to our book, and it's going to be our book. We can change the things here to our book, but that's going to be complicated to do, so we'll just stick with this one for now, unless we find something better. So coming back to system.io here, we can go down here, look through what we have here, and you can see that we've actually run out of templates right here. You can actually click on next right here to see more, because there's literally a ton, and they keep adding more and more and more. And you can even design your own from scratch if you have design skills, right? They have all the drag and drop tools for you inside of system.io right here. And like I said, link to System is going to be down below in the description or below this video if you're watching on one of my landing pages around the internet, right? So scrolling back here, I think we're going to go with this one because it's already pre-designed for a book, right here. So this is what we want to go with. So we're gonna come back here right now, and this one that says grow your business, like the one we chose to use, we're gonna go ahead and click on select. And when we click on select, that is what our sales page is now going to look like right here. So when you select that, you can then go ahead and click on where it says edit page. So by clicking on edit page, it's going to take you into the part where you can now edit that page to fit and look like your own stuff, right? So the first thing we want to do is we want to, first of all, right, look through what we have here, see what it looks like from beginning to end, right? So scrolling up here, you can see the things that we have here, and we could literally see the mobile view, what it's going to look like on mobile right here. So while you're working, you want your stuff to also look good on mobile. So always make sure you check the mobile version and the laptop version, because you don't want a situation where people are going to be visiting your landing page or your website from their phones and it's going to look like madman's website. You don't want that, right? So click on these things to switch out between the desktop mode and the phone mode, the mobile mode, right? So I'm going to go back to the desktop mode. We're going to start from there. So scrolling up to the top right here, you can see here where it says grow your business for free. We're going to double click inside of there, and when you double click, you're going to be able to edit the text inside of here like you're seeing me do right here. So we're going to obviously change this to infertility, right? So we're going to change that to infertility. So infertility, we're going to type in a scientific approach. Infertility, a scientific approach right here. That is what we're going to do. Then here we click on this one right there, and when we click on there, you can see it says #1 bestseller. So you could literally change that if you want. You can click on this one at the top right here, scroll down, right, to see what you can do with it. So when you click on something inside of here, it's going to give you all the options that you have for that thing on the left hand side here, where I'm actually moving my mouse around right now. So literally you can go through here and change these things out. So here we have to actually change this thing out. So we're going to go ahead and use our good old friend ChatGPT once again. And when we get to ChatGPT right here, what we're going to go ahead and ask it is something like, hi ChatGPT, I'm making a landing page for my new book about infertility, a scientific approach. Please write me a short description that will make both male and female who struggle with infertility want to buy my stuff right here. So now that we've actually written that out, we're going to go ahead and click on here to see what ChatGPT gives us. And you can see, okay, cool, right here, cool. Okay, it's still writing, I think, cool. Okay, so just copy that. We're going to copy that. We're going to go back into system right here. We're going to double click inside of here as well. Click on Ctrl+A to highlight everything. We're going to paste right there, and you can see that it's too long. So I'm now going to use my human brain to like edit what we have here. So you can see where it has the whole ChatGPT message. So we're going to delete that one. So it says unlock the path to parenthood. So here, let me start from here. Let me just say a scientific approach to overcoming infertility is what you will learn. So you can see how I use ChatGPT to do the framework, to create the framework, and now I'm actually doing the editing myself, adding a human touch to it. So it says I will take you with me and we will embark right here on a transformative journey that will okay, let me just cut this part out. So it's gonna say on a transformative journey tailored for both men and women who are navigating the challenging road of infertility. So you can see how that sounds right now. So it says, okay, let me say this book takes you through scientific wisdom, compassionate guidance, dive into, okay, that is why you always have to look through what AI has written for you. So we're going to make this sound like this book takes you through scientific wisdom, right? Let me change this out right here. So scientific wisdom, and we'll give you compassionate guidance that will help you dive into the latest scientific insights, demystifying the complexities of of fertility, right? So it says our evidence backed. So I'm going to change it to based on evidence-based approach. This book will empower you with knowledge, offering a roadmap for you if you're seeking answers and solutions right here. So I think we can literally cut off the other parts because like the whole thing is too long, right? So now you can see that I've actually cut out a lot of those things. This one here as well. I'm gonna cut this one out as well. So here is gonna be a call to action. Here I'm gonna say grab your copy now. Instead of secure your copy, I'm gonna say grab a copy now and take the first step, right? So we're gonna change this to a small letter N, a copy. So we're gonna change this to a small letter A. So you have to make sure your spelling and your writing is actually correct because you're kind of trying to sell a book right here. You don't want to be messing up when it comes to your English. So now we're literally done with these things. So here it says I want in. Like I said, if you want to change anything, just hover over it, click on it. For example, I've clicked on this one right now and you can see that I can scroll down here and see where it says I want in. Right, I can change that to buy now or order now. So here, join the bootcamp. I don't like that, so I can just click on delete. So you can literally just click on delete at the top right here and delete that. So now that we've actually done these parts right here, we can just go ahead and click on this settings right here as well. And you can see that here where it has the color, we can click on the color and make it that type of blue that we have on our book, so that everything rhymes with our brand style and stuff. So here we can hover over this thing at the top here as well. Come to this settings, click on it, scroll down here to the bottom, and we're gonna actually be able to put an overlay color, make it a blue as well, right? That same type of blue right there. So here we can increase the opacity like this, and you can see that it's now looking the same with this. So here now we have to change this to our own book cover. So we can click on here, right? We can come here to the left hand side, we can find the image source. So there's a part where you can actually upload the image. So click on this little arrow right here, click on select file. So it's going to take you into your computer. So go to downloads, right? So now that we've actually come here, we're going to actually use one of those mockups that we created right here. So when it actually uploads right here, you're going to see what it looks like. And now this is literally one of those mockups that we created back then. So we can either choose to use this one, or we can click on here where it says upload again and try uploading one of the other mockups as well. So we're going to upload that one as well. You can see how fast it's uploading. So when it's done, we can actually see what it looks like. Now this is literally it right here. So we're going to try to upload the third one as well, because I want to see all the options and know, okay, what one is best to use. So now that this one has actually uploaded right here, we can see what it looks like right here. So we can go ahead and choose to use this one, click on insert. So at this point right now, I've actually put in that book cover, but it's not reflecting yet. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on save changes at the top right here. So just as a reminder, you want to be clicking on save changes every now and then, because when you save changes, like if something happens to your computer or your computer goes off or something, you're not going to lose everything that you've been working on, right? So you can see what it's looking like right here. You can see how this thing is blue. You can see how it says #1 bestseller. You can see how it says infertility, right? And you can see the mistake that we made. So we have to correct this mistake. It says infertility, a scientific approach right here. So you can see the things that we wrote down right here. Then we had this order now button right here. So what we actually want to do to make this page look better from what we've seen right now is that we want to actually reduce what we have here, because we want the order now button to show once people come to the page right here. So we might just end up stopping this thing here, right, and having the order now button right there, right? Or we might just as well have it this way, because like it doesn't really matter. People who actually are suffering from what you're trying to sell are going to take the time to look through what you have, but it would actually work better if you just make it easy for them to see the order now button straight up right there. So I'm going to come back here. Since we've seen those things that we need to change, we're going to have to try to upload this thing again, right? So we're going to remove this one, right? So we're going to click on image file again. We're going to try to do it again. So we're going to click on this one. Let me try using this one right here. So we're going to click on insert, and boom, you can see it's now there, right? You can see how it looks. Very simple. So we could literally try moving that order now button to the spots right here, but it now looks too big, right? It actually looks good at the top saying order now, because like it's very important for people to order now. Literally that's what we want them to do, but we're gonna kind of put it below the book itself, right? So you can see what it's looking like saying order now right there. So at this point right now, I think we're kind of good, right? So you can see what it's looking like so far. So you saw the infertility mistake we found, so we're going to have to fix that by clicking on enter, so that this A will actually come down here. So we can take the text that we said was too long, remove it from there, and actually have it looking like this right here. So at this point right now, the next thing we want to do is we want to like scroll down to the other parts. You want to find content to write here. If you have some more things to explain to people, I would recommend you do, right? You can do that right here, but for now I'm just going to delete this one because this is a tutorial. And if you want to delete this part, just hover over it, come over to this delete right here, click on delete, click on OK. Now you can see where it says featured in. So if you've gotten anybody to feature your articles on news websites or stuff, you could literally list that right here. And let me quickly show you how to do that. Those things actually help you boost conversion, helps you build trust. So you can go over to Fiverr. Like I said, Fiverr is going to be linked down below in the description if you're watching this on YouTube, and it's going to be linked down below this video if you're watching on one of my landing pages around the internet. So right now we're going to simply come here, right? So you just search for news publications, right? So news publications right here, you can see someone is going to promote your business in 10 American news publications for $60, or someone is going to write a press release public for $15, right? Some people are going to do article publication for you for $20 right here. So you can just find some of those websites, the ones that are credible, and actually find their logos and actually put it up right on your page right here to make the whole thing look beautiful right there. So at this point right now, this is what it's looking like so far. And we can simply leave these things right here due to the fact that mine is not a real project. Or if you're working on yours, I've told you what to do, but you can easily remove this part if you don't want, but it's going to significantly boost your conversions because people are going to trust you more. They're going to feel like, okay, this book is actually something that I want to read right there. So here you're going to put in testimonials. Like I said, if you're doing this for real, you want to actually create a digital product that actually helps people. Right? If you're an artist, you can actually create maybe an online course for artists, how to sell their art and stuff. If you're a musician, you can maybe create an online course for musicians, how to do their stuff, and actually put your online course right here and actually give people value, right? Give people value. So it could be an ebook, an online course, an app, anything at all, like I've actually explained to you guys. So if you've had some people that you've coached in the past that actually have gotten results, you can get testimonials from them, right? If you actually talked to some people, you can get their testimonials. If you're a doctor out there, you're trying to write an ebook and sell the ebook, you could literally get some of the clients, some of the patients that you've actually healed, that you've actually worked with in the past, who have gotten results from your treatments and stuff, your knowledge. You can get their testimonials, get their pictures, put it out here, and just edit this thing out. And like I said, you can edit these things by simply clicking on it. If you click on it right now, double click on it, you can see we can just change this thing to whatever we want, write whatever you want inside of here. And basically here is for emails, but we don't want to collect any emails right here because that's going to be creating a lot of call to actions, right? Unless that is part of what you want to do, you can do that, right? So here we can actually list some of the things that people are going to get inside of this book right here, but we want to keep it very simple. I like to keep my sales pages very simple right here, so we can actually delete that as well. So it says meet our author, the author. So here it's going to be meet the author, right? Or meet the creator if it's an online course, or meet the founder if it's a software product, or meet the CEO if it's an app or something. You can put your picture here, take a clear picture, nice picture. It's not hard. Just go somewhere, take a nice picture, get someone to get a camera and take a picture of you, put it out here, write something about yourself, link to your Twitter account, your LinkedIn account if you want to, right? Not very compulsory, but if you want to, which is going to boost your sales. People actually trust people. People buy from people, right there. So here it has this join our bootcamp thing, so we're going to remove that one. Like I said, you leave only what you want right here. So it has the email thing again, so we can delete the email thing again. So you see how I'm doing it? I can just hover over it, click on this delete icon, click on OK, and it's gone right here. So it says built with system.io. We're going to change that to copyright. I can call this Mr. Hustle and Co. right there. So basically 2020 whatever you're watching this in right there. So that is literally how to get these things done right here, right? So now that we've actually done these things here, we're going to go ahead and click on save. Well, I kind of do not like this mock-up right here. I do not really like what it's looking like right here, so I'm going to try to change it. Right, I'm going to drag it down a bit right here, then I'm going to try to change it. So I'm going to click on it, click on here, upload, go to your images. I'm going to try this one. Let's see what this one looks like. Click on insert, and okay, cool, this one actually looks better. It actually is looking better right now, right? Like it actually looks better right here. So we're going to click on save changes again, and then we're going to literally click on the eyeballs right here to see what we've done. And boom, you can see what it now looks like. It says infertility, a scientific approach, right? So it has this thing here, has the order now thing, which matches the book cover, and this thing which matches the book cover, and all these brands right here. And now you can see how trustworthy these things look. That is why I said you can spend a little bit of money and get yourself out on news publications through Fiverr, and put it right here. And then you can have your testimonials here, right? I showed you how to edit those things. Then you can have a picture of you or a picture of whoever, maybe someone you're working with as the creator right there. So you have your stuff, copyright Mr. Hustle and Co. So you can see that this thing here has still not been fixed. The whole infertility thing says infertility I don't know what is that. So we're going to come back here and try to fix that. So to do that, okay, it says something went wrong. Now you see why you have to save your work. So now I can easily like reload my screen and everything is going to come back. That is why you have to save your work. Remember, always press save when you're working. So here it says infertility, a scientific approach. So infertility right there. I'm going to give a space. Then I'm going to click save changes again to see if we've actually solved the problem right there. So it's going to reload, and you can see that we've actually solved the problem. So it says infertility, a scientific approach right here. It has this clean looking book being held by someone's hands, which is the mock-up we created. Has the whole order now thing right here, has this featured section right here, has the testimonials right here, has the author thing right here, and has the whole copyright Mr. Hustle thing right here. So that is literally how we do it. You guys have watched me create this thing to this point right here. So at this point right now, there are some other things we need to fix right here. So here where it says home, contact, and about us, a lot of people are going to check your about you. So what I recommend you do is you either delete the page if you don't want it to exist, or you can just copy what you have about yourself as the author and put it on the about page. So obviously you can delete it by simply double clicking inside of it, right? Or clicking on this settings right here, and then removing the part where it says about us by clicking on delete right here. So you're going to only have your contact page and your home page. So can click on save, or you can just delete the whole thing totally, the whole section if you want. And I would actually do that because I honestly like my pages to be very simple. I like my pages to be straight to the point. When you come to the page, you have one goal and only one goal, and that goal is to look at what I have here, what I'm trying to sell you, and choose if you want to buy or not right here. So at this point right now, we need to make this page work, because if we click on save changes and click on this eyeball right here again, you can see what it's looking like. We've actually removed the whole about us thing and that stuff. So it looks very simple, very neat. Has this whole infertility scientific approach, the book Infertility Scientific Approach to Overcoming It for Male and Female. Has this little explainer right here, and has the order now button right here. So there are a few things we're going to do. So I think I'm going to remove this thing here, because like I said, I would like the order now button to be very close to the eyes, right? So I'm going to remove this part of the copywriting that we did here, And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make this page work so that when people click on here, they actually go and actually pay. So you can see it says thank you. The page displayed because the thank you page was not defined. So we need to make these things work so that when people click, they can actually make a payment and actually pay for a product and actually get the product delivered. So I'm going to show you how to set all those things up right here and right now. So coming back here, like I said, we're going to have to remove this part right here. So just highlight that part, delete and delete. So you can see what it's looking like right now. Very, very minimalistic page. Let me change this to what people say about me, right? Or what people say about the book, right? Or you can just say testimonials right here. So simple. Featured in, testimonials, meet the author, has your copyright stuff right here. Very simple type of page. So click on save changes right here. So for us to actually create the order page and then the thank you page, which is going to make the whole thing work so that when people click, they can pay and actually get our book delivered to them, we're going to go ahead and set up the order page and the thank you page. But before we do that right there, there's something we're going to want to do. I told you guys in the beginning, make sure you actually always check that your stuff is good on mobile. So we've clicked it on mobile right here. You can see that when people come here, it's just a blank space right here. Then the book, then infertility, a scientific approach. It has this thing here, has the order now button right here, featured in, testimonials, meet the author, and good, simple, straightforward, right? So that one done right there. What we're going to do, now that we've confirmed that it's good on mobile, we can simply go ahead and click on here, click on leave. And when we click on leave, it's going to bring us back to here. So now this is our sales page. So this is the order form and this is the thank you page. So we can click on the order form right now. And when we click on the order form, just the same way we had a bunch of templates for the sales page, you're going to have a bunch of order form templates right here. So you get to choose what you want right here. So scrolling through these ones, I think I like this one right here. This one has this timer thing that is going to make people like hurry up and actually pay immediately, right? But that is going to be frowned on by some platforms. So I think we're just going to go with something simple like this. So because like platforms like Facebook, when you're trying to do Facebook ads, I think they frown on countdown timers, and I think a lot of other traffic sources actually frown on these things. So I would strongly recommend you do your research before you actually get to decide on what one to pick right here. But all of them will work well, and this one is actually going to work extremely well because of the countdown timer thing. People are going to be under pressure, especially when you tell them that if it counts down, they're going to lose their discount or something like that right there. So another thing you can do to boost your sales is to tell people that you're doing a discount. So let me say, for example, you're trying to sell a product for $20. You know you actually want to sell this book for $20 per copy. What you could do, your simple psychological trick, is you could say that the book is normally on sale for $29.99, but right now they're going to get a 10% off if you buy right now, so that when people land on your page, they're going to feel so lucky to be on your page that they're going to go ahead and buy immediately right there. So that's just a little trick. And then this order form right here can help you accompany that, so that when they click on order now, they're going to see the countdown timer putting them under pressure to actually go ahead and buy your product immediately right there. So at this point right now, let's just go ahead and select this one. So preview templates, you can see what it looks like right here. So it's going to say confirm and pay. So people are going to put in their first name, their last name, their email, their phone number, their country, their zip code. Then they're going to choose to pay with PayPal, and then they're going to pay right there. Or we can look through another one. Let's open the countdown timer one. You can see what it looks like. It's literally counting down. So it says complete your purchase before it's too late. So we could literally change this to complete your purchase now before your 10% discount runs out, you know. And you can edit this thing the same way I was editing the sales page. So it's literally the same thing. You can double click and change the text inside of there, and it's literally that simple. They're going to put in their first name, their last name. They're going to pay with PayPal right here, and that's literally how it works right there. So now that we've actually seen these things, we're going to go ahead and choose one. So like I said, I'm going to go with this one. I'm going to select this one right here, and this is the order form right here for the infertility store. So one thing you can actually do is to create an affiliate program. So an affiliate program is going to help you make a lot more sales, and it's going to help you get a lot of people to promote your stuff for you. So you could literally add an affiliate program right here and say that you're going to be willing to pay people 30% commissions right here. That means when someone sends you a sale, you're going to pay the person 30% commissions, and you can see you can set the commission payout delay right here. So if you're selling like a physical product, which is not what this is about digital products, but as just a bonus, if you're like trying to at some point sell physical products, you can set the sales limit right here, so that when you run out of the amount of stocks you have, let me say for example you have 1,000 phones that you've bought, you want to sell to people, and you know that when you're done selling those 1,000 phones, you would not have more phones to sell. You can set a sales limit right here and say 1,000 right here. So literally, so now that is how you actually set up an affiliate commission for people to be able to promote your stuff. So when you do that, you can scroll down here, and here where it says price plans, you're going to have to create a payment page and actually connect a payment gateway that is supported to System.io. So you can actually click on here to see, so you can connect a Stripe account, a PayPal account, a Mercado Pago, Razorpay, Flutterwave, Molly, Go Cardless, Paystack, Zendit, cash on delivery. So all these things right here literally make it possible for you to sell from anywhere in the world, right? For some people, PayPal is not available in their country, but those people who PayPal is not available in their country, I'm sure that Paystack is available. I'm sure that Flutterwave is available. I'm sure that a lot of these other payment methods here are actually available. So you can just click on connect and connect your stuff. So I won't be able to show you this part because I actually have my stuff connected already to my main System.io account. But if you run into any issues at all, you can either send an email to me, ask me your questions down below in the comments if you run into an issue with this, or you can send an email to the email that you're going to see on the page that you're actually watching this on, right? On the landing page, you're actually watching this on right there. The person is going to be someone from my team. It's going to help you out. It's going to show you what to do. Or alternatively, you could literally hit up the System.io customer support by simply going to here where it says help there right now, clicking on here where it says customer support. And when you click on there, you can just put in your name, put in your email, put in your subject, and send them a message. They're literally going to reply you after some time, and they are going to help you connect whatever you want to get your stuff working for you from wherever you are in the world, right? That's why this thing is actually like a full course. I'm taking my time to walk you guys through all these things. So if you're watching on YouTube, leave me a thumbs up. So that is literally how you set up your order page. So when you're done, you can save, and then this link right here, this link to this order page right now, when you click on here, right, and you copy this link, you can see it says copy to clipboard. You can then go back to the sales page, and when you go back to the sales page, click on edit page. And when you click on edit page, this order button right here, you hover over it, go to the settings right here. And when you go to the settings, you're going to actually go ahead and put in the link somewhere here. There's going to be a space for that. Let me find it quickly. So when someone actually clicks on the link, so it takes open URL. Yeah, so like you click on here, select open URL, and then put in the URL and make sure it's in the same window right there. And basically when you're done, click on save changes. That way, when someone clicks on this order now, it's going to take them to your order page, right? That is literally how the whole thing works. And when they then pay, they're going to get taken to your thank you page. And that is how the whole thing is going to work. Alternatively, another way you can actually set this thing up is by simply moving this thing up. So like from here, they go down here and then down here, because like that is how it works. When you're actually creating funnels, these are funnel websites. The one at the top is where they actually land on. So when someone lands on the sales page and you, for example, click on where it says edit, and you go ahead and click on this order button and click on funnel next step URL, right? Next step URL. What it means is that it's going to automatically take the person to this order page, and then after the order page, the thank you page. So click on save changes right here, and the changes are saved. You can go ahead and click on here And then on this page now, since we've worked on the sales page, the order form, and the thank you page, we're then going to have to work on the thank you page right now, right? Because we've literally worked on the sales page and the order form. So we're going to have to work on the thank you page. So we'll go ahead and click on that. And when we click on that, you can see this style, this style, this style. They have this style right here, right? So there's a lot of styles here, but I think I want to use this one. It's very simple and straight to the point. Go ahead and click on select right there, and then click on edit page. I want to click on edit page. It's going to have this thing right here. So I can click on the image here. I can choose to remove the image by clicking on X right there and selecting a background color here of blue, the same blue, right? Thanks, you're awesome. Thanks, you're awesome. Read what we have below, right? You want to be as clear as possible with this part, right? Because you want people to not look for what they've actually bought from you. So here is going to be an arrow, right? That's going to like literally point them to what they are supposed to know. So here is going to say, instead of check your inbox for everything we promised, right here, we're going to go ahead and say, click here, or we could just put a button here, right? Very simple. To make it neater, right? We can just delete what we have here right now, right? And then come to this left hand side here, look for a button, right? So scroll down here till we see a button. Where is a button? Okay, cool, button right here. So click on a button. I want to click on the button. We'll have a button added here. So just drag the button up, put the button here, drag it up to the top, put it here, right? Say we're gonna change this to click the button below to download, right? Click the button below and download, or to download, right? Either way it works, still makes the same point. Download, right? So cool. So they're gonna scroll down here, they're gonna see an arrow pointing towards a button right here. So we can make the button look nice by simply increasing the length of the button right here, right? So we can move it to the middle like this. I just want it to look nice right there, so we can pull it down like this right here. So it's actually looking good right here. So I think we should make the button a yellow one, because yellow is kind of integrated into our book, our brand right here. So we can then have to make the text black right there. So we'll click on the button. The text has to be here where it says click here. We're gonna click here and change that to click here to download the book. Very, very simple. Then if you have the font color, the text color right here, change that to black. Has to be black. You can see what it's looking like right there. So subtext color, right? We don't want a subtext right there. So we actually want the text to be very bold. We want it to be seen right here. So here it says subtext font, subtext here. So we're gonna delete the subtext. We don't want any subtext at all. So font size, we're gonna literally increase that right there to something big and bold like this. Then we're gonna scroll down here to where it says height. There's a part where it says line height, so increase that like this. You can see what I'm doing, right? Click here to download the book. So when you're done setting up these things right here, what you're going to need to do is to then go ahead and set the button in such a way that when someone clicks it, it's going to download the book for them. So you can click on the button, then come here where it says action when button clicked, select where it says submit form, go to where it says download file, and then upload the file right here. So here you're going to go to select file. So find the ebook inside your computer and select the ebook right here. So you can see the ebook is uploading. So if it's an audiobook, you upload it, whatever, you upload it right here, and then you can select the book. This is the book right here, and click on insert when you scroll down here. So you can see that this is the file that will be downloaded. That is how people get access to the stuff that they actually buy from you. So you saw how we built the sales page, the other page, and the thank you page. This is the thank you page where they now get access to what they actually paid for. And that's how these things actually work. So at this point, go ahead and click on where it says save changes. And you can see how we literally worked on everything from A to Z right here. And like I said, the link to all the tools that I'm using here, all the tools you're going to need, is going to be below in the description of my video. If you're actually going to be watching this on YouTube, if you're going to be watching this on any of my landing pages out there on the internet, there's going to be links below the video. There's going to be an email to someone from my team to help you out with all your questions and all. And guys, ladies, gents, kids, grandmas, grandpas, whoever is watching this, that right there is how you set up your sales page and actually turn the product into something downloadable. And right, so what you could do is to literally convert that book into an audio book, but using AI and your own voice. So it's still going to be your voice. You're going to use your own voice, but it's going to be with AI, right? So I'm going to show you guys the tool for that and how we're literally going to use it right here. So that tool is this tool right here called Dub. So when you go over to Dub right here, it's going to look like this. So I'm going to have Dub linked down below in the description as well, right? So if you're watching on YouTube, Dub is going to be linked down below in the description. If you're watching on one of my landing pages anywhere on the internet, Dub is going to be linked below the video. So when you go ahead and click on the link, it's going to bring you here. So you can see it literally says no mic, no problem. Dub's instant voice clone is now here. So they have a voice cloner that can literally clone your own voice and then read out the book. And if you feel like your voice is ugly, you could literally steal someone's voice. Maybe get your girlfriend to record something for you. Or if you're a girl and you want a deep voice, get your boyfriend to record something for you. If you're married, get your wife, get your husband, get someone to record a voice sample for you. And I'm going to show you how to take that person's beautiful voice sample and use AI to then clone that voice and then have it read your book and turn it into an audiobook for you. So you can literally sell an audiobook as well and market your stuff as an audiobook right here. So basically, now that you're here on Dub, you can see they have a 3-day free trial. So you could literally take advantage of that. Sign up to Dub. Like I said, link in the description. So when you're here right now, you're going to go ahead and click on where it says sign up. It's free. And when you click on there, it's going to bring you here. So you're going to put in your email, choose a password. And when you choose a password, you click on get code. They're going to send you a code to your email. And then you're going to take that code and put the code here and click on sign up. And that is how you actually sign up. But I already have an account on Dub. So I'm just going to go ahead and log into my own account right here. So when I log into my account right here, so now that we're here inside of Dub, inside of my Dub account, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and use the AI voice cloning. So you can see right here, instant voice cloning right here. So it's still going to be your voice, the voice of the author or the voice of whoever you want to use as the author of your book. That's if you're writing a book and you want to turn it into an audiobook. This is how to do it. You can clone your voice and then have and have AI use your voice to like read out the whole book, and then you can save it and then sell it to people as an audiobook, which is actually an audiobook actually. So you can see that here I have 3,308 points remaining or credits remaining. So you can get more credits when you get into your Dub account. So obviously Dub right here is like an all-in-one AI platform. So it has a lot of things that you can do for AI. You can create an AI avatar, like turn your face to an AI avatar. They have the AI voiceover. They have the voice cloning, which is a particular tool we're going to use today. They have the AI writing. They have transcription, which is where you can literally turn speech into scripts. That is if you want to turn from audio to text. They have video translation. They can translate what I'm actually saying in this video to maybe Spanish or a Bangladeshi language or Yoruba or French, whatever, right? Any language at all you want, they're going to do it for you. So here they have translation as well, which is like just text translation, a YouTube downloaded tool, video editing tool, subtitles. So this is like an all-in-one AI video platform right here. So like I said, link is going to be down below in the description. And The link is going to be down below this video if you're watching on one of my landing pages right here. So right here, right now, where it says AI voice cloning, we're going to click on there. And when you click on here, you can see where you can actually name the voice right here. So you can name this Daniel Umei's infertility voice sample right here. So we're going to have to create a voice sample. So that is why I said, if you want your book to sound like a female reading it, a beautiful female, someone that has a pretty voice, you obviously get maybe your girlfriend or your wife or your sister or just a random girl you know to record something for you, right? You can use that as the voice sample, or if you want it to be your voice, you can do it yourself, just like I'm about to do right now. If you want it to be an old man's voice, obviously get an old man's voice. If you want it to be a child's voice, get a child's voice. Obviously, AI has made things easier for us in today's world. So basically, at this point right now, what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and click on here where it says upload right here. If you have the voice sample in your computer, you can upload that. But I do not have a voice sample to upload. So I'm going to click on here where it says record microphone, and I'm going to allow it to actually record what I'm saying here on my computer right now. So the thing I'm saying right now is being recorded. So AI is going to literally clone my voice, and then whatever I say or whatever text I give it, which is obviously going to be text from my digital ebook, my digital product, is then going to go ahead and repeat the things in that book the way that I'm actually saying it. And then it's going to be an audio book done by me, but actually done by AI. So now we're going to go ahead and click on this red right here to stop, and it's going to load, and it's going to actually have what we just recorded right here in a while. So it's loading. It actually takes some time. So while this is loading, just as a quick reminder, if you're still watching, I'm sure you've gotten a ton of value. Now I'm sure you can now understand why I was telling you that the thing I'm about to teach you here are the same things that people charge you thousands of dollars for. Obviously, these things are out there on the internet, but take the time to arrange them in such a way that it flows from the market research to this point right now where we're trying to turn our book into an audio book, right? It's like not something you see every time. People will charge you a lot of money for this kind of stuff. So what I'm saying is, if you're still watching on YouTube, leave me a like, right? If you're watching on one of the landing pages out there that my people from my team have actually created to spread my videos, definitely go ahead and share the page with other people who you know might need it. If you're in any type of Facebook groups and people are looking for helpful courses, helpful content on how to create their own digital product tips, platforms to use and stuff, share the page with them. Like, put it out there. Just show me some love for actually giving you guys value, right? And one more thing you can do is to follow me all around the internet. That way you're going to know when I drop stuff, because I drop a lot of things about money, right? Money stuff around the internet. As you know, like I said, my name is Daniel Umei, but on the internet, my internet name is Mr. Hustle, right? That is like what they call me on the internet. I took up that name after a long time of making this kind of money videos on the internet right here. So, and now that I've actually talked about myself for a minute, let's get back to the video. So once you're done actually uploading the voice right there, you're going to come to here where it says AI voiceover. You're going to see all the voices right here. So I've actually recorded a couple of voices of my own right here. So you can see this one that says, so the voice you're listening to, Daniel's voice right here. So I can actually go ahead and click on that. And when I click on that right there, it's going to have my voice right here, right? So here is where you then write the script for it right here. So we can just go ahead and get some parts of the book. So let's go to chapter 1. So chapter 1 is the prevalence and the significance right here. Okay, so it's actually an image, so we can't copy the text, but we can go down to the bottom right here where we still have the text and stuff, and we can simply just copy the infertility definition as a sample. So we can come back here, put that right here, and we can go ahead and click on here.
Infertility is a medical condition characterized by the inability of a sexually active couple to achieve pregnancy after 1 year of regular, unprotected intercourse. The World Health Organization, WHO, and many healthcare providers commonly use this 1-year time frame to define infertility, but some couples may seek medical advice earlier if they have specific concerns or risk factors.
So when you actually put in the definition here and you click on play, this is actually going to play this definition with your voice. So you can just put in the whole book right here, little by little, in sections in a way that is going to make sense, and then have the AI read it with your voice or whomever's voice you want. And once you're done, you can click on export and select MP3, and you're going to have the MP3 file version, audio version of your book downloaded. So that is literally how to do these things, and you can still put up the audio book as what they are going to download when they've actually paid. So you can have two buttons, one for people who want to download the readable book and one for people who want to download the audio book. Right, so now that you guys know that, the next thing that I'm going to do in this course is I'm going to just go ahead and walk you through a couple of other types of like landing pages, sales pages, websites, a couple of other styles you can use. Now, if you notice, if you go to infertilityscience.store, right, you're going to see that it's going to take people to our website. Okay, infertilityscience.store. Okay, it's not actually loading. Why is it not loading? Have I not saved what I'm supposed to save? So we're going to click on save changes right here. Right, so if we go over here, right, okay, so I think we've actually not made it go live. So let's go back here. And let's just go ahead and make sure that everything is working. So view funnel step. So when people come here, infertility store right here, and they click on order now, it's going to bring them here. So when they pay, it's going to take them to the thank you page that we created. They're going to be able to download their book or their audio book. Very, very simple right here. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that this type of book right here, this type of sales page right here is called a straight order type of page. So this is a type of sales page that you can use, and it works well when you're driving traffic where people have already been sold. For example, if you're working with influencers, I know if you watch YouTube, you must have seen influencers that are going to say things like, hi guys, this video is sponsored by so and so company. So that could be your book. You can, the YouTubers could say something like, hi, today's video is sponsored by Infertility Science, the store, and they're going to introduce what your book is about and say that if people are going through infertility, they should go and check out this book, or if they know someone who's going through infertility, they should buy this book and send to the person or something, right? That is a form of marketing that is going to work with this kind of sales page, right? It's going to work with this kind of page because people have already been told and they trust the person who is talking to them, which is the influencer. So when they come here and they see all these things right here, this featured in, they see these testimonials, they see you, and they see your simple website, they're just going to go ahead and click order now. They're going to buy their own book, especially if you do the discount thing. You're going to be getting conversions like crazy, right? So that works with this, right? But when you're kind of trying to do paid traffic, you can't just send paid traffic right here. Okay, you can actually do that if you actually create the ads like that to look like that, right? But if you're kind of trying to send a lot of maybe native ads traffic or YouTube ads traffic, right, you're going to want to try something like a VSL style page. Now, let me show you what a VSL style page is. So let me go to this website right here called Canada Visa Secrets. They actually have a good VSL on there, right there. So when you actually go over to Canada Visa Secrets, you can see what a VSL style looks like. So a VSL style is a type of sales page where you get to watch a video. So when people come here, they have to watch this video of this guy right here. Then the guy now explains to them, hey, this is this is that, this is why you should buy my product, this is the problem you have, and this is why my product is the best thing that can actually solve your problem and stuff. So this is harder to do because you have to do a lot of copywriting inside of the VSL and stuff, but it's actually very effective. It actually works very, very well right here. So you can go and check out this thing right here to see what it's like right there. So that is literally just me showing you another style of landing pages you could build. And you could actually build that with System.io as well. But like I said, you're going to have a lot of skills in copywriting and all. So I strongly recommend sticking with this style, the infertility store style right there, sticking with this style and keeping it simple and sending a lot of traffic to this page that looks very neat and very trustworthy right here. So one more thing we want to do is we want to avoid this problem here, the problem of our website not loading. So let's check if that was a typographical mistake. So we're going to go to infertility store. Okay, so you can see that our homepage infertility store is going to System.io's website. Why? Is because if you notice in our funnel right here, it says the sales page. It has this thing right here. So we're going to have to delete this thing, right? We're going to have to delete that thing. And this is now the new page right here. So let's go ahead and reload this thing right here. Let's see where it takes us. Okay, now you can see it's now working. So you see what we did right there. You have to make sure you get these things right so that when you start running ads, people can just go to infertilityscience.store and actually look at your stuff and actually buy your book. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that is literally how we create a product. You guys watched me do this thing from beginning to the end in this course. That is why I said that this is like something that people charge you a lot of money for. So at this point right now, what we're going to literally do is we're going to move on to module 6, right? And module 6 of this course is where we're going to go ahead and talk about pricing. So in module 6 is obviously making sure you do not overprice your products to such a point where people are going to think you're a clown and not going to want to buy your stuff, right? And also making sure you don't undercharge up until a point where people are going to think you're stupid, right? So obviously nobody's going to think you're stupid, obviously, but like, you get what I'm saying? You're going to be missing out on money if you do not charge the right prices. So we looked at a couple of books on Amazon, and those books were selling for like $16. And also I think $20 would do for a product like this. And then I think the audiobook should have its own price as well, right? Or you can just sell all of them because this is just a book, right? It's a book, so you can sell thousands of books. Literally, you can make 1,000 sales if you get your marketing right. And if you're selling for $20, you can make $20,000 off of that. And that is why I kind of personally gravitate towards courses, because this product right here called Canada Visa Secrets it's owned by a guy, I think he's a Canadian. And it's a course, an actual video course where he actually teaches people from Nigeria, which is a third world country, actually the country where I'm from, where I was born. He teaches people from my country how to literally get to Canada, because it's kind of a hard thing. A lot of people here are undereducated. They do not know how to like move around and stuff. So he solves that problem with an online course, and he charges $100 for the course. So you can see, creating a course, you're going to be making more money, $100. That means you can even spend money on ads and try to make a sale. Even with a book, you can actually spend money on ads as well and spend money on placements and promotions and stuff, right? But when you're selling something that is higher priced, you have more room for marketing budgets, you know? Yeah, so these are the things you should take into consideration, and you should always look at your competition. And due to the fact that we actually looked at a couple of infertility books on Amazon and stuff, we could actually sell this for maybe $29.99 and tell people that it normally sells for $45, but that we're doing a discount so they can get it for $29 or $25 or $19.99. It just depends on you. Just look at your market and make sure you are not overcharging or undercharging, so that you put yourself in the sweet spot and put yourself in a position where you're actually making a lot of money for yourself from anywhere you are in the world, right? So at this point right now that I've actually walked you guys through how to think when it comes to pricing right now, so we're going to move on to another module right here, and that is going to be the most important module of them all. Now, this is a module where people fail. A lot of people fail here, and that is with marketing, right? So marketing is very, 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 very important, right? You could actually do all this research and do all these things and then figure out that, oh, how the hell do I sell my book, right? you could actually figure that out. And yeah, so that is why you should pay very close attention to the things that I'm going to teach you here, because if done right, the things that I'm going to teach you here can actually help you generate a lot of money, actually life-changing money, depending on the level you're actually at right now, as at the point of watching this course right now. So I want you to understand something. A lot of people actually overcomplicate marketing, but I'm going to keep it simple. So now that we're here, I'm going to literally go ahead and simplify marketing for you guys right here. So a lot of people actually, they kind of get it wrong, and it actually makes them or puts them in a situation, a position where they're not making any sales. Now, you need to understand that we've done our market research. We've done our idea validation. We've actually figured out that there's people who need these things. So the question would be, how do I get in front of these people, and how many people do I need to get in front of my book every single day? And what is the most efficient way if I have no money? And what is the most efficient way if I have some money to spend, right? So that brings us to two types of traffic: the ones where you can pay, right? And the ones where you can just do free stuff and get money, right? So the ones where you can pay is actually going to be kind of easier in a way, because you just pay and you're getting a shit ton of traffic. And if you actually do your job well, if you do your stuff well, the way I've shown you to do, like to create a nice, trustable product that actually looks good, that actually solves a real problem, right? If you send the right type of traffic to that page, paid traffic, you're going to make sales. It's guaranteed, right? But free traffic is actually going to work as well, but most of the time it's going to take your time. So you're not spending money, you're spending your time. And most of the time, free traffic can be hard. Paid traffic as well can be hard, because sometimes it might be hard for you to get profitable campaigns. You might end up in a situation where you're spending more money than you're actually making, right? Which is why it's kind of good to sell recurring products, right? Which is why a book is not a good example for that, which is why I kind of gravitated towards online courses. For example, this guy right here, this is an online course. It sells for $100, meaning that he could literally dedicate spending $50 on advertising to get one buyer, meaning that he's going to actually make a $50 profit when he actually makes a sale. So you see how you treat these things like a real business right here. So at this point right now, like I said, there's free traffic, there's paid traffic. I'm going to walk you through the both of them. And I want you to know that if you're going for free traffic, you're going to have to invest time. So when you wake up every morning, you say, okay, I've created this book. I need to make sales on this book. Where do I find people? So I'm going to walk you through where to find people for free and put your book in front of them in a strategic manner, right? So I'm going to walk you through a couple of things. And these things that I'm going to walk you through, I want you to maybe take a book, right, and write these things down. Every day you do them. Every day you do them, right? Good things take time, especially when you're actually trying to use free traffic. For example, if you're trying to create a YouTube channel, you have to make a couple of videos, probably 50 videos before you even start get to your first 10,000 subscribers. Then things are going to get easier. That's the same way it works with free traffic. Don't expect to go out there and post something today and make money. It's obviously possible. You can post something today and make money, but the chances are very slim. So I'm trying to prepare your mind so that you don't get to put yourself in a situation where you give up when you could have literally made a lot of money if you just continued going, right? So those are the things you should know about free traffic. And at this point right now, we're going to simply get right into it. So when it comes to free traffic, people kind of get very confused. So this is you right now. And what you do is you go over to YouTube and you start typing things like, how do I get traffic? You go over to Google and you start typing things like, how do I get traffic? Where do I get traffic from? Traffic secret hack and stuff. There is no secret hack, right? There is only two things. There is people somewhere who need your product, who need help with infertility, and then there is you, right? You just need to find and ask yourself, where are these people? How can I reach out to them and put my products in front of them in such a way that they're going to want to go and check out what this thing is, right? So that place where people are, the place where people spend their time on around the world right now is social media, right? So social media is a place where people spend a lot of time on. That is where the world is. Right? People like me, someone like me, I don't use social media that much. If you notice, I'm mostly talking about business stuff when I'm on social media, probably talking about something on Twitter or posting something about business because that is who I am. But majority of the world, I'm talking 99.9999% are literally in a position where they're just on their phones like this. They're scrolling through their phones, through TikTok, through Instagram, through Facebook groups and all. And what you can do to be in front of them is to, first of all, have a trustable profile, right? You don't just want to be a clown, right? You want to have a profile that looks good, that represents you, or you want to have a profile that actually represents just a random person that has maybe gone through infertility, right? So you need a profile like that. So obviously a good profile on any platform at all. What I'm telling you here applies to every social media platform. And don't worry, I'm going to show you on screen how to actually use each and every one of them separately. But I want you to know that no matter what platform you're on, you're going to need to have some level of sanity to your account. Your account needs to be trustworthy. It needs to be trustable. It needs to be neat, right? So that's out of the way. Remember, there is no secret hack for traffic. There is only a lot of people who need what you want. And then there's you who want them to buy your stuff because they need your stuff. So let me kind of go into each and every one of the social media platforms and use this, my book, my infertility book, as an example. So the first platform that we're going to go to is this one here called Twitter. Okay, so this is my Twitter right here. So Mr. Hustle, real Mr. Hustle. You should go and follow me right there. That's how to show me some support. I don't actually post a lot on here, right? But I'm going to be posting more as soon as I get more followers on there, right? So at this point right now, we're going to simply come to Twitter right here. And on Twitter, you need to understand what Twitter is. So for each of these social media platforms, you need to understand what each and every one of them are, right? So for Twitter right now, Twitter is a platform where people just come, they type something, and then it starts trending. They see a trending topic, they reply, they talk, and all those things right there. So what you can do right now for Twitter, if you want to use Twitter for marketing, is you can look for people who are talking about stuff, right? And I want to actually emphasize on the importance of goals. So if you analyze what you're trying to sell, you're going to have to ask yourself, okay, how many sales do I need to make per day? And how many people do I need to send to my website per day who I know actually need my stuff, right? I'm making this very clear because some people would say, okay, I need 1,000 visitors a day. And then they're just going to go and buy random traffic. If you have 1,000 random people visiting your website, nobody's going to buy your stuff. No freaking person is going to buy your stuff because they're not interested. You just kind of trick them into clicking and coming to your website, right? But if you send 1,000 women, 1,000 men who are actively struggling with infertility, they're actually going to buy. You're going to actually get sales because you're kind of solving their problem. You're hitting a pain point, right? So I want to make these things very, very clear. So I'm going to come to this search bar right here, and I'm going to put in this quote mark. Then I'm going to go ahead and type in something like having a baby, right? I'm just going to check that. Okay, so you can see that I just typed in having a baby, right? Then I can go ahead and click on latest right here. And you can see that it says tomorrow morning I go to the hospital to get ascites drained from my abdomen. I look like I'm having a baby any day now, okay? This person just posted 20 seconds ago. So this person is someone that is actually trying to have a baby. So if you kind of had baby products, maybe a book on how to grow your baby, maybe your first pregnancy, or a book every pregnant woman should read, this person is your target audience, right? But me, I'm trying to sell something for infertility, so this person is not my target audience. And if you notice something right now, this thing right here is just 58 seconds ago. This person just said this thing 58 seconds ago. So they're actually with their phone as at the time of us doing this stuff right here. That is why this is very powerful. So you can see this one says having a baby in a bar is something that should be shunned, and you won't change my mind. I've worked in a few. This one says I'm getting married and having a baby next year. This one says I know you'll be having a baby on board, but speed to fuck up. Okay, so basically you can see different people saying the same thing at the same time right here, right now. So having a baby, struggling to conceive. Let's just try something like that. So it's all about finding those keywords. So this one says, with many couples struggling to conceive, why couldn't they have donated eggs? Right there. Now this person said this thing 4 hours ago. This one says, planning for a family and starting one cherished desire for many individuals. However, the journey towards pregnancy is not always easy. If you have been struggling to conceive, astrology can offer insights. Okay, this person is talking about astrology offering insights. So we can look here. It says, Dr. Steven struggling to conceive. This one says, I'm not struggling to conceive. This one says, more and more women are struggling to conceive. This one says, struggling to conceive. Okay, this one says, amen. There is nothing wrong with using modern medicine to help someone who is struggling to conceive. Okay, so these are just people talking about struggling to conceive right here, but you can see something. The point I'm trying to make here is that with Twitter, you just have to find something that the people who need your product might be saying, what they normally say, right? You can see the way I typed in having a baby, and you literally saw someone who is saying that she's going to have a baby soon. You saw another person saying that she's going to have a baby soon. You saw a lady who said that she's going to have a baby next year or something. So that actually can help you find people that are in the frame of mind where they are literally going to want to be your customer very soon, depending on what you're trying to sell right there. So I'm not actually finding my audience here. It's not easy for me to find my own audience for this book right here. And that is why I said you have to do your maths and know what kind of traffic source would work for the product I'm trying to sell, right? So I'm still going to show you guys the others, but as for now, this is how Twitter works. This is how you use Twitter. So with Twitter, you have to make strategic replies. So when you see someone that needs something that you want to actually sell, you can actually reply them. So let me give you a typical example. Let me just come here and change this thing to I need a job, right? I need a job. So let's hit search, and boom, you can see someone saying 14 minutes ago, just 14 minutes ago, I need a job so I can spoil my homies for real. This one says I need a job that I'm moving around more. I need a job at Goop. I need a job after graduation, so help a shield brother out. This one says I need a job. This one says OMFG, had a dream about winning money from a raffle. I need a job right now, Lamau. So you can see that these people actually need jobs. So if I actually had an offer that I was promoting, a book about how to get a job or how to land a job that's going to actually pay you thousands of dollars from anywhere in the world, these people right now are my target audience. So I could go ahead and be like, I could actually first of all like this guy's tweet. Then I could be like, yo Josh, check this out. I tried it and it worked for me, right? But instead of saying check this out, you could literally say check for the Twitter account. You can tag at whatever Twitter account, right? So I can type in Gerald right here. So I could actually like tag my Twitter account. So you might actually create another account with another face that you can actually use to recommend your main accounts to people. So you're actively hustling on the internet, telling people about your account. So they're going to click, they're going to check your account out. And I would strongly recommend you maybe pay for some sponsorships, pay people to like get you followers, maybe at least 10K followers, so that people can trust you if you want to do this method. Then have your link on your profile so that people can click on your link. For example, if you go to, let me discard this right here. So if you go to my profile right now, Mr. Hustles X, right here, my account here, you can see I have a link to Copy Hustle. So Copy Hustle is my education platform where I actually teach people stuff, because what I'm doing here is a course. I actually do free courses, but if you want to be part of my inner groups where maybe I actually share sports betting picks, I actually share crypto stuff, I actually teach affiliate marketing strategies, copy and paste affiliate marketing strategies and all. This is like my platform for that. I also do coaching where people who want one-on-one access to me can actually chat with me, talk to me. It's just like WhatsApp. Copy Hustle is like a real app, right? Like WhatsApp. You can actually talk to me. I send you voice notes, I answer your questions, I help you, I guide you till you become successful. You are like one of my students. That is what my profile is. So imagine if I created another profile, maybe with my sister's face and another random name, nickname or something, and I constantly, every day, give myself a target to reply 200 people who are saying that they need a job and send them to my profile. Imagine what will happen to my profile. People are going to come here, right? They're going to see that I have some followers. Obviously, my followers are going to go up. I just got on Twitter recently. They're going to see that I have a couple of followers on Twitter. They're going to go ahead and check a COK building from zero. But this is not a good tagline. I'll recommend if you want to do this, you actually put a call to action here that is going to send people to this link. They're going to come here. They're going to see your profile. They're going to see what you're all about. Then they're going to go ahead and check out your website. And that is where you get the traffic. And that is where if you're maybe selling this kind of thing that I'm selling here, which is an infertility book, you could literally position your Twitter profile as an expert or a best-selling author or something and get some followers to make your account look crazy, look mad. That way you're going to get people's trust. And like I said, you have to set strategic goals. Ask yourself, if I want to get 100 visitors, what keyword am I going to be targeting on Twitter that I'm going to be checking every time and replying? So you're going to find the keyword. Once you find that golden keyword, like I showed you guys, you can then literally get another account and keep replying people to go and check out your main account. So you can tell yourself that every day I'm going to reply 500 people. It's going to be hard work, but like I said, free traffic is going to take you time, it's going to take you work, right? But once you start making money from free traffic, you can then transition into paid traffic. So that's literally how to use Twitter organically, white hat. By the time you're sending maybe 500 people, replying 500 people daily, because more than 500 people say I need money keyword every day, more than like literally thousands. So you could literally be replying them, sending them to a profile. So when they go and check out that profile, at least out of 500 replies, maybe let's say 150 of them are actually going to go ahead and check out the profile. Then out of that 150, you're going to end up getting maybe, if your profile is trustworthy, maybe 10 of them, sorry, not 10, 10 is too little, maybe 50 of them to actually go to the link on your profile, because for them to have come, they are curious and they're going to see what you wrote there, maybe best-selling author and this and that, maybe like something about you that actually looks good. Look at other professional profiles, see what they're doing, your competition, look at what they're doing and be better than them. So out of that, maybe 50 people are going to go to your page, and that is 50 visitors a day for free that are targeted, that you know actually need what you're trying to sell. So that's how to use Twitter. But like I said, you have to check all the traffic methods I'm going to teach you here and actually figure out what one actually suits what you're trying to sell. For example, on Twitter, common problems, common things that people say are going to be easy to use, easy to promote, because it's going to be easy for you to find keywords and stuff like that, right? But for something like infertility right now, I've not kind of found the keyword. I can actually keep brainstorming and keep looking for keywords, but it's easier for something like making money. As you see, you can easily type in, I need money, I need to make money right now, I need cash, all those things. And you can find people and promote your main page with another Twitter account right there. So basically, that is how to use Twitter. So that is just one social media platform. Now you can see what I explained to you earlier. It should start to make sense that there is just a lot of people on the internet. There is no kind of traffic hack or something, right? There is just people on the internet, and then there's you. So you have to reach out to these people. You can either pay or you can do free traffic methods, right? And I assume that some of you guys, most of you guys are going to have little budgets available, because obviously if you were a millionaire, you wouldn't be watching this video. I know some of you guys are going to be millionaires actually, but like most people watching these videos are not millionaires. So free traffic would actually work in the beginning. Then from there, you can scale to paid traffic. So that's for Twitter. That is just one platform. That is how to use Twitter. And the next platform here we're going to talk about is Instagram right here. So Instagram is kind of tricky. So when you come to Instagram, go to search right here. And when you go to search, what you're going to do is you're just going to go ahead and search for infertility. And when you search for infertility, you're going to see a lot of things right here. And like I said, you kind of have to understand the platform you're on, right? Some platforms are going to be perfect for free traffic. Some platforms are not going to be very wonderful. For example, Instagram right now, Facebook is so money oriented. Facebook and Meta, like that's the owners of Instagram, Mark Zuckerberg, so money oriented that they're trying their best to clamp down on things that are actually like people who are trying to do free traffic stuff right there. But you can still make it work, but it's going to be harder for you. Twitter is even better than this right there. So basically, coming here right now, you can see a lot of accounts right here that are about infertility. So just open up the accounts. You have to put in work. Open up the accounts right here. So infertility words right here. Ois Spa Fertility, Rayma Fertility Doc, Infertility AL, Fertility Support.sg. So a lot of infertility accounts, and you're sure that most of the people who are following infertility accounts probably have the problem, or their husband has the problem, or their wife has the problem, or they know someone who has the problem. So in some way or some form, whoever following this kind of accounts would actually be interested in the whole infertility game right there. So coming here right now, you can see this person says Vicky Infertility IVF right here. So it says 2 ICS, MGR, GB, ICS, 7 transfers, 3 miscarriages, donor egg. So I think she has gone through infertility, and I think she's someone that has maybe finally had a baby or something, you know. So that's what her whole account is all about. That's what her whole brand is all about. So what you want to do is, instead of just being mindless and spamming your links around, you want to kind of pay attention. For example, you can click on here and you can see what she's saying. Okay. So I think she's saying something about having her baby work. So this one says, Hells Robinson, so happy for you and your little Beanie. This one says, congratulations, what a lovely update. OMG summer baby, lol, I'm analyzing. Amazing news, love the update. Such a good news, Vicky. So lovely to have some support from the doctor. Regularly going ahead. You're doing amazing. Happier for you and your husband, little Benny. Oh, just the best news. So happy for you. Yay. Okay, this person really doesn't look like she's what I'm looking for. I'm kind of looking for accounts that are being followed by people who struggle with infertility. That is what you want to look for. And just to explain the concept to you, when you find these accounts, you need to find the people who are most active, people who are commenting. Look at the accounts, find out who they are. And what you want to do is you want to actually, the same thing we did on Twitter, use another account to refer yourself. Tell them to go and check out your profile, that you're going to actually help them right there. So it's literally a marketing method that actually works right there. So people are going to go and check you out right there from the recommendation of another person. And that is actually a perfect marketing because it puts you on a pedestal. It makes you look like a god. It makes you look like an expert at what you do, that you know what you're doing so much that people are actually recommending you to other people. So that is literally how it works right there. So like I said, I'm not going to spend time here because like this is actually getting way too long. Okay, now you can see this one says OIS Spa Fertility, says natural fertility / infertility treatment. So you can see what they have right here. 0 comments, 11 comments, 23 comments, 0 comments. So people are not here. That's why I said you have to pay attention to the platform you're trying to use for promotion and understand what it will take. If it's not going to be worth your time, you leave it. For example, Instagram is looking really dead for this particular method right now. So you can see someone else here, Rayma Infertility Doctor right here. So she's going to have obviously a lot of Indians right here commenting on her stuff. Okay, perfect. You can see what I was talking about. Now it says Rayma Infertility Doctor. You can see this person here, Shamhog ODA03, says, "Ma'am, I'm from Karnataka. How can I consult you?" Right? So you can see this person is obviously either he is going through infertility, or his girlfriend or his wife is going through infertility, or someone out there he knows is going through infertility. It might not be him, right? So what you can do is then you can use another account that looks real to recommend yourself and tell him that he should go and check out this guy's book, that the book actually helped your auntie out or something. You can tell real stories if you have real stories right there. So that is why I told you have to look through, you have to be very strategic, very strategic, so that you don't end up running around the internet spamming your links everywhere and not getting any traffic that is meaningful. So you have to do this right here. And by the time you have a lot of accounts and you're paying attention to a lot of accounts, you're going to be getting a whole lot of traffic right there. So coming here right now, it says infertility Yal. So this one is another doctor as well, fertility doctor. So he doesn't get a lot of engagement. Okay, you got some engagement on this one right here. So sad. Okay, my heart is broken. Sending lots of love. That's crazy. It makes me so sad. They helped us so much. So OMG, heartbreak. So basically just do the same thing I showed you guys in the other one. Find people who actually need stuff, right? And actually recommend yourself to them by yourself. So that is literally how to use Instagram. So the next one is gonna be kind of very straightforward, and that is Facebook groups right here. So when you go over to Facebook groups, you go over to your Facebook account. Obviously everyone has a Facebook account unless you're living in 1992, I guess. So when you come into your account, go to the search bar here and simply search for where it's gonna on the search bar, search for infertility, right? So just search for infertility and you're gonna see all the things that people are searching for: infertility support, infertility natural treatment, infertility journey, infertility treatment tips. So one by one, you want to list out all these keywords, search for them. Then when you search, scroll down by the left hand side, click on groups. And when you click on there, you're going to have all these groups right here. This one has 5,200 members. This one has 1,000 members. This one has 23,000 members. This one has 34,000 members. This one has 47,000 members, 2,500 members. So you can join all these groups. So when you join, you're going to be able to visit these groups right here. So when you visit the groups, you're simply going to pay attention the same way I say. Don't just go in there and spam your links everywhere. You want to be a normal human being. Watch the group, watch what people are saying, find people who need help, go into their DMs. Facebook is kind of easier to use because you can actually go into people's DMs. So go into their DMs, talk to them, become their friends, and then tell them to go and check out so and so person's book. Right, that person is going to be you. So they can send a link to your Facebook page or your website straight up and stuff like that. People are going to find you like that. So if you stay active in these Facebook groups, people are going to keep joining, people are going to keep talking. So you're bound to make sales as long as you keep doing this thing over time right there. So that is how Facebook groups basically work right there. So for YouTube right here, you can use YouTube, right? Very effective method right here. So there are two things you can do. The first one is something that a lot of you guys are going to want to run away from, obviously. The second one is easy. So the first one is to make videos like this. So you can simply go to the search bar right now, search for infertility right here. And when you search for that, you're going to see what people are searching for. So you could literally make a video yourself if you're someone that's comfortable making videos and kind of tell people about your book, but give them value. Look at the videos that other people have done and make videos like that. Right? Give people value. And then you can literally recommend your book inside the videos where you're giving value. Link your book in the description, link it everywhere on the channel, and people are going to naturally go and buy your book. That is method one, but that is something that I know a lot of you guys are going to run away from unless you're someone that's already comfortable making videos, right?
So DeepSeek AI broke the internet, broke the investing market, broke the crypto market, broke Donald Trump's heart, broke Elon Musk's heart. And in this short but impactful video, I'm going to be showing you how you can use DeepSeek AI's power to make real money online as a real beginner. So if you do not know what DeepSeek AI is, it's basically an AI powered conversation tool, meaning that you can talk to it and have it respond and do things that you were originally supposed to do by yourself. Now, the best part of the exact method that I'll give you in this video is the fact that the method is not really very saturated.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning that a lot of creators and their grandmas are currently not speaking about it because they don't even know about it. And yes, without wasting a single second, let's get into the first step. So step one is where we basically create an account on DeepSeek AI. So to do that, basically just go to any browser Tor that you use. In my case, I'm going to use Google. Just go ahead and type in DeepSeek AI. So when you type in DeepSeek AI on Google, it's going to show you all the things that are trending, but you want to ignore that and go to the main website, deepseek.com, basically. So now that we're here on deepseek.com, what you want to do is very simple. Just scroll to where it says start now, click on where it says start now. Now, when we're here on the screen, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and click on where it says sign up. And when we click on sign up, you put in your email address, put in a password, confirm the password, and then click on send code. They are going to send you a code to your email, and then you enter that code here. Click on I confirm and click on sign up. It's literally that simple. Now, that is step one. Step two is where we go into the DeepSeek account that we've created. So you can see mine here. It says, hi, I'm DeepSeek. How can I help you today? Yeah, DeepSeek is going to help us make money, and I'm going to show you what we're going to enter right now. So we're going to go ahead and enter what I'm going to enter. Just enter exactly what I'm going to enter, but I'm going to tell you when to change something. It's really very simple. So just pay close attention and tap the like button. So we're going to go ahead and say, please give me a list of X topics that people are genuinely interested in on the internet. I want these people's interest to be based on something that they really want and will be willing to pay for. Now, this simple prompt right here can make you a lot of money. Don't worry, I'm gonna explain everything in detail. It's gonna make perfect sense to you. But as for right now, why it has X here is because this particular prompt here and this particular method of making money online with DeepSeek AI is really unlimited. So you could literally make unlimited money. What I mean by unlimited is that here right now, you could tell it to give you 100, you could tell it to give you 200 topics, you could tell it to give you 300 topics, but obviously nobody is going to want to do 300 topics. So just keep it simple and say, probably give me 10 topics or 5 topics or 3 topics or even 20 if you're someone that likes to go into the detail, see what is possible and choose, right? So it depends on you, but for this video's purpose, we're going to go ahead and enter 5 topics. Now we're going to go ahead and click on enter right here. And what's going to happen is that DeepSeek AI is going to spit out topics for us right here. So from what we can see here, DeepSeek has given us a list of 5 topics that people are genuinely interested in and willing to pay for based on current trends and evergreen demand, right? So it says health, fitness, wellness. It says personal finance, wealth building. It says career development, skill building, relationships and personal growth, hobbies, and lifestyle enhancement. So basically, inside of all these topics, you're going to see a lot of other subtopics right here. For example, under health and wellness, it says personalized fitness plans, mental health resources, supplements, fitness equipment, wearable tech. These are things that people are interested in. So it says why they pay, health is a top priority and all blah blah blah. You can just go through this stuff right here, right? I don't want us to waste a lot of time, right? So now that DeepSeek has given you what you asked it to give you, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a money system. So we're going to go ahead and tell DeepSeek right now and say, pick the least competitive topic for me and create a money system that I would use as an AI avatar to make helpful content and sell digital products through it on all major social media platforms. I also want a system for email marketing in place. We're gonna hit enter again. And as usual, what's gonna happen is that DeepSeek right here, our AI slave, our AI bot, is gonna create exactly what we told it to create for us, right? So now, having entered that prompt, which as you remember, you can just copy the prompt from me, you can now see that it has basically created a money system for us. Now I'm going to explain basically like what the money system is and how it works. So you can see here that the least competitive topic out of all the topics that we told you to give us is the hobbies and lifestyle enhancements topic, right? Specifically focusing on niche hobbies, as you can see here. Now it says that many hobbies are underserved, which makes sense. Now you see how DeepSeek is helping us. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I'm even going to show you deeper stuff. Maybe that's why the name is DeepSeek, I guess. Leave me a like, right? So right now that you guys have seen that, you can see that it has given us the money making system that we asked it for. Now you can see that it says pick a specific hobby, for example, urban gardening, miniature model building, calligraphy and hand lettering, board game strategy, DIY home brewing. So you could basically choose anything right here, right? And it's choosing, for this example, urban gardening, as you can see right here. And you can see that it says you can basically create your AI avatar. I'm going to show you how to do that. Don't worry, just chill, relax, right? But as for right now, you can see that the content strategy says YouTube, Instagram, Pinterest, blogs, and website. Now don't worry, you're not the one that's going to be making this content. Although in some cases, if you're someone who is already used to making videos, you could choose to make the stuff yourself, right? But there is still AI. AI can do everything in today's world, right? But as for right now, you can see the digital products that it's telling us to sell. You could literally sell ebooks called Seasonal Planting Guide for Urban Gardeners, Urban Gardening 101. Online courses, you could do Master Hydroponics, grow plants without soil. It says DIY balcony garden design. So it's basically telling you what these people are interested in, what to sell to them, how you can position yourself, what platforms to be on. These are things that you would initially, like 5 years ago, have to go watch this YouTuber, watch that YouTuber, watch this creator, watch that person to figure out. But in today's world, it's literally crazy, because like in a split second, you can have all these things handed to you on a platter of gold. All that is left and all that is stopping you from making money right now is that big question of what are you doing with the information that you've been given, right? So now that you understand that, you can see that we can also sell printable planners, we can sell balcony garden and all. So you can see it says for the email marketing system, it's saying you should use all this stuff right here, but I'm gonna blur these things out, because first of all of them want you to start paying them money immediately, and they don't even allow you to do stuff. I know that personally, because like I'm a marketer, I do this stuff, I do email marketing, I do a lot of stuff, right? So these are a no. I'm gonna show you what to use right now. So you can see a lead magnet, so you can basically offer the people, all those people who are interested in whatever you choose. Remember, this is not limited to 5. You can basically tell it to give you 100 topics, like I showed you in the beginning. And another thing you should know about this is that the way it chose to give us, or it chose by itself to use gardening as an example in this video, we could literally tell it, hey DeepSeek, we do not want to do gardening. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to do that. Give me a money making system. Right? And it's going to give you the same exact thing that you have here, but for another niche or another topic in a way that it's going to make sense, right? So basically here right now, you see, it says welcome email sequence. You're going to have to, like, after you give people the free stuff that you're going to be giving them on your content outlets, which is TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, all those places that we spoke about, like DeepSeek told us about, right? You're going to be giving them free stuff as they are watching your content. So when you get their emails, you're going to have to send out at least 3 to 5 emails introducing who you are, making them understand you, making them trust you more. You're going to then have like regular emails that you send out still about the same topic. And don't worry, all these things can be generated by DeepSeek, right? It can be generated. I'm going to show you how to do it. Then you can basically set up automated sales funnels that can then promote the books and the courses and every other thing that you have. And then occasionally you can, on your other content outlets, literally talk about the books and the courses and everything that you've created as the AI avatar that you are, right? So basically you can see it says, just like I said, monetizing across all platforms, right? You could be writing, you could be posting pins on Pinterest, you could be using affiliate links, you could be doing a lot of things, right? So basically, the example workflow that's giving you is to post a TikTok video, include a CTA, to download your free guide, not just subscribers with emails, and use Instagram Reels to showcase success stories for students from your course. So basically, this is how to get a money system from DeepSeek. Now note, you can always rewatch this video or go back to copy the exact prompts that I used, that does the things that I typed into DeepSeek to give me this. So that, like, that's why this video is here for you. It's literally available for free on the internet, right? So leave me a like So to use DeepSeek to create like an ebook, we're gonna go ahead and tell it, I need you to help me create the ebook. Give me what should be inside it so that I can edit it, right? So when you do that, you go ahead and enter that. Now note, you can always take this video back to copy this particular prompt. So you can see that the ebook here says Urban Gardening 101, grow your food in small spaces, right? So you can see what it has inside of here. It says like title of the book is Urban Gardening 101, subtitle The Beginner's Guide to Thriving Plants in Small Spaces. Right here it says tagline, transform your balcony. So introduction of the book, who is the book for, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6, conclusion, bonus resources right here. So basically this is what should be inside your book right here. So it's telling you to include high quality images. It's telling you to add icons, charts and infographics to make it appealing. It's telling you what to do. So basically you're going to have to write. You're going to have to use some design tools, which I'm going to show you. You're going to have to add images. If you do not do these things, your book is not a book. It's just a document, right? You need to make it a book for someone to be able to pay you some money, right? I'm telling you this because like it's the truth. You need to know. So basically this stuff that DeepSeek is giving us right here, right now, all you have to do is to copy this thing. Just copy this stuff right here, like everything we have, like literally like this stuff. This is the content that's going to be inside the book. So you just scroll down right here and you copy. Just go ahead and copy from DeepSeek. And then what you want to do is you want to go to your browser and you want to search for Google Docs real quick. Now when you search for Google Docs, just go ahead and find the one that says docs.google.com. Go ahead and click on there. And when you click on there, it's going to bring you into here, something that looks like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click on this plus sign right here. And mind you, if you do not have a Gmail account, like a proper Google account, a Gmail email, you're not going to be able to get access to this. So just go ahead and create one. It's free. It's very simple. So click on plus right here. And when we click on plus, we have our open untitled document right here. As you can see, I'm going to go ahead and paste what we've copied from DeepSeek, chapter 1, chapter 2, all the way through. Basically, what you want to do is you want to spend a couple of days, not days, a couple of hours creating your book. Right? You could literally dive deeper. For example, you could take here where it says why urban gardening and ask DeepSeek and say, hey DeepSeek, I'm trying to write a book. I need you to pose as me. You write your name, the name you're using, right? It could be a real name, it could be a pseudonym, right? Then you can tell it, I want you to write as me and I want you to explain the benefits of growing your own food. That way you can get the content for this particular part of the book and then you can edit it yourself if you want. You can be a lazy panda and basically paste it like that, right? And when you do this thing for the whole chapters and everything, the next thing you have to do would then be to turn this document into a proper book. Because like if you leave this stuff like this, I promise you, it is not a book. It's still a document, right? Now let me show you how to turn it into a book. So when you go to canva.com, all you're gonna do is you're gonna go ahead and come to this top of the search bar right here. And yes, Canva is free, 100% free. There's some paid stuff inside, but you don't have to pay. I can promise you that. You don't have to pay, just use the free stuff. So come here right now and go ahead and type in ebook right here. So go ahead and type in ebook. When you type in ebook, you're going to see ebook template. Go ahead and click on ebook template. And when you click on ebook templates, you're going to see these ones that have this kind of crown stuff. You want to stay away from those because the stuff that has this kind of crown stuff is usually paid for, right? You don't want to be paying money when we're trying to make money right here. So basically, you just want to find something that looks good enough, that is not paid, and select it as a template. For example, this one right here is kind of good, right? This is kind of good. This is kind of good. I like this one. This one is kind of good. But to keep everything short and straight to the point here, we're just going to go with this one here. So go ahead and click on that. And when we click on that, what's going to happen is that we're going to go ahead and click on customize this template. And when you click on customize this template, this is where you can then take like the things that you've done inside your document and turned them into a proper book, page by page. It has to be done by somebody, right? This part has to be done by somebody. DeepSeek has done its part, but you have to do this stuff once and for all. Now remember, you're doing it once and for all. Once you nail it right and you start doing the content side of things, which is what I'm going to show you soon, how to still do that with AI, you're going to be in a position where you're going to be making money because you've created the product, it's going to get sales, right? If you do the right things, right? So here, for example, we could basically come to here where it has all these writings. We could basically click on here to zoom in. You can see how I can zoom in and out in Canva to basically see what I'm doing closely. Then let me say I had already written my stuff right here and I want to like copy the stuff that is in chapter 1. I could just basically come to the chapter and copy the text basically, right? And I'm just going to copy this right here and I'm going to go into my Canva. I'm going to paste that. So you can see how we've changed what is inside here right now. We can basically click on the background as well. If you want to change that, click on the color and you can basically change the color of the background to whatever color that you want. You can see what I'm doing right here. So you could basically take your time to create a real book right here. So you could change the title of the book to gardening, right? Let me just go back here to urban gardening, right? So basically we can have that right here. Now you can change the image that is in the background, right? Like you can change the image, you can bring the name down here and you can click on the image that's in the background and basically click on upload to upload your own image. You can click on here to upload your own images that you have or that you found somewhere that you like. You can use websites like pixabay.com. You can just find random images that are copyright free on the internet. And yes, when you're done editing everything and you have all your pages, basically you can just click on add page and another page will be added. You can basically click on this stuff, like this stuff right here, literally. You can click on this stuff right here and you can click on this to duplicate and you can drag it onto the next page. Literally, you can like drag it to the next page. Right here. It's literally that simple to create these books, but you have to do it well. I'm doing it like this because I'm just teaching you what to do. I'm showing you how to use DeepSeek to crack the internet and start getting yourself some money as a beginner, right? So basically this book is ugly. It's one of the ugliest books I've ever seen because I'm rushing, but you should make your own beautiful. Your own should be beautiful. But basically when you're done, you just go ahead and click on share. And then you go ahead and click on download right here and you select PDF, best for printing. Then you go ahead and click on all pages. Right here we have just 5 pages, right? But yours should be at least substantial. Do something substantial. But there is no rules. You can have a 10-page book, you can have a 20-page book, you can have a 100-page book, you can have a 1,000-page book. Depends on the value you want to give inside the book. Right now, go ahead and click on download and it's then going to download into your computer. Then that file that you have now downloaded, in fact, let's just download this one really, because like there's no point not downloading it. I want to show you guys how to do this stuff so you can go and do it for yourself. Basically, I'm going to click on download and you can see that it says downloading and you can see that it has started downloading into my computer. Now that I have this stuff downloaded into my computer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and upload it to where we're going to be selling it. Right here. For that, we're going to use a marketplace called Market22 right there. So you can go to market22.co or just search for Market22 on Google, like I showed you. And when you do that, basically what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and create an account, right? Just go ahead and create an account on Market22. And the good thing about Market22 is that they have like an affiliate ecosystem where like if you come here, you're going to see like people can actually promote your products for you. So another trick you can do is to just promote other people's products, but promoting other people's products, like you're not really making all the money. You're just making a commission of the money as an affiliate. So basically just come here, click on where it says get started. You select what you are, whether you're a vendor or an affiliate. Obviously we're trying to create a product here, so we are vendors. Go ahead and click on next. And then here it's asking for a first name. You put in your first name. I'm just going to put in Daniel here. I'm going to put in Ume. Right here, it says email. I'm gonna put in Daniel's hustle@gmail.com. Asking for phone number. I'm gonna put in my phone number. Asking my country, so I'm gonna select my country. Then it's asking for a password. We're gonna go ahead and enter a password, and we're gonna go ahead and click on sign up. right? But I already have an account with these guys. I'm just gonna go ahead and sign into one of my dummy accounts because like I have like a lot of accounts on here because I'm actually creating a lot of products currently, right? So this is a dummy account and this is what your own account is gonna look like. So 000, you've not made any sales yet, right? You're yet to start making money online. So here we're gonna go ahead and click on plus right here, and you can see that there's a $1 payment. I think this was done so that people don't just like keep creating products like without meaning. You have to actually do it well. So because of your $1, make sure you create your book well, right? So basically here you're gonna enter the product name, which is Urban Gardening 101. Here it's asking you if it's a course, if it's a software you're selling, or if it's a downloadable file. So we're gonna select downloadable file, click on continue with $1. So we're gonna basically pay this $1 and you're gonna watch me pay right now. So here I've entered my stuff, my card details. So here I'm gonna enter my card details. And now it says thanks for your payment. And as you can see, it says congrats on your new product, go back to your dashboard. So basically here right now is where we then go ahead and go to where it says products. And when we go to where it says products, it's now gonna have our product here, Urban Gardening 101. So basically, like this is where we can then go ahead and like finish up this product by simply clicking on it here, clicking on edit, and this is where we then upload that PDF that we've created. This is how to create like digital products. If it's like a course, you then upload like the videos that are supposed to be inside the course. Like that's basically what it takes, literally. And then when you're done, you can basically go ahead and set write the description. You want to write something that makes sense, something that's going to make people understand what your product is about. Then here it says that you should upload a thumbnail. Now a thumbnail is what people are going to be seeing on your product page when they come there. And you can choose to make the file downloadable. You can choose to not make it downloadable, right? You're going to select the pricing type. If you want it to be one time, you can select the amount of money you want to charge. I can say $10 for this book or $9.99 for this book. Then I could go ahead and say I want to pay affiliates 50% commission. Like when someone sends me a sale, let me pay the person 50% of the money. Then I could basically like do whatever I want. Like I literally own the page. So if you have a separate sales page, you can put that here, but like it doesn't really make any sense like to be doing that right now because we need to keep things very simple. We don't need to be spending any money because buying domain names and design and all, it's a whole another topic. If you are getting the right amount of people, you're getting the right kind of attention with what DeepSeek has given us, you're going to be able to make money for real. So here right now is where we can upload the PDF that we've created. So I'll go into my computer, go into downloads. You can see the book right here. You can go ahead and upload the book. You can see it's a 1.34 MB book right there. Now that we have it uploaded, we need to have a thumbnail, right? So you can see the thumbnail is 221 pixels by 170 pixels. So to do that, we just go into Canva right here, click on custom size, and then we'll click on 221 by 170 right there. Click on create new design. And what's going to happen is that it's going to create something that we can use as our thumbnail. So what I normally like to do is I like to take the book and put it here and do a design that matches the color of the book. So in this case, what we have here is not really a very like book. Like it's not a book yet, but we could basically build off of the colors of what we have here, right? So we could basically even go into here and we could choose to take what is here. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to zoom in a bit and I'm going to take like a screenshot because I want to give you guys like a picture of like what this stuff should look like, right? So I have that saved. I'm just going to save that in my computer and then I'm going to go into Canva right here and then I'm going to click on upload and I'm going to click on upload files. I'm going to go into my computer. I'm going to collect that I just uploaded. And you're going to see that it's going to upload. So here it's uploaded. I'm going to take it. I'm going to put it here. So I put it here right now. It's now centralized. I can actually zoom in, right? And then I can write the name of the book in a way that it makes sense. I can just click on text here and I can basically take this and put it here and say every gardener's, right? Or an urban gardener's guide, right? So basically, this is not really good enough. Like, this is not at the standard of what I would do. But if I were to calm down and start doing stuff right here, this video is going to be 4 hours long, and people are not going to want to watch 4 hours long stuff because people's brains are fried, right? Everybody's brains is fried except mine, right? And a few other people, you know? So basically, here is like an example of a thumbnail. We could basically click on the background there, and basically we could just like select a color that kind of suits what we are doing in a way. Looking for a color that makes sense right here. So I think we have that one. Right, I can change this color here from black, can change it to white, literally, right? And I could literally click on share, and this time click on download, and instead of PDF, we're gonna save it as a PNG, and then we can go into Market 22 right here, which is what we use to sell our digital products, and we can basically click on here, and it's gonna upload that for us. So basically, we can then go ahead and write. A description. Now, the description needs to make sense. It needs to make someone want to buy. So we could basically tell DeepSeek and say, DeepSeek, I need a detailed description for my product. I need this description to explain to readers what to expect from the book and make them want to buy. Basically, that's what we want to do. And DeepSeek right here is going to create that for us, like literally. So you can see, basically. So basically what it is giving us here right now, we could just take this, right? We could take this. Here, I think it's done. So we're just gonna go ahead and click on copy, and then we're gonna come here and we're gonna paste what we have inside of here. So you just wanna format this stuff. Don't just put it here and leave it like this. Like, make it look good, right? Make it something that makes sense, right? Make it look good. Literally, if there are some mistakes that DeepSeek has done or some things that it missed because of its AI at the end of the day, you can go ahead and correct those, right? So basically, you can see what I'm doing here, but that's what you should do, right? That's how to do stuff well. But this stuff is not even done well. I'm rushing because I'm trying to save time. I don't want to be recording long videos no more because you guys don't even watch the long videos. So here, right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click on where it says publish for review, right? Or save drafts. And now you don't have to rush. Take time and do your products well. You can even create courses and all like DeepSeek told us to. So basically what we want to do is we want to ask DeepSeek for the emails. We're going to tell it to write me over 60 emails that would provide value and at the same time promote my book without being salesy, right? Salesy, basically. And what it's going to do is it's going to give us over 60 emails. So you want to take these emails and you want to automate them. So how do you automate them? That is what DeepSeek was trying to tell you about all those AI automation tools that sorry, not AI automation, email automation tools that he was talking about earlier. But I am a marketer. Like, I know marketing more than this stuff right here, right? So what I will tell you to use is something free, something easy to use, something easy to start with, and that is system.io, right? So you go to system.io. I'm going to have the links to all those things in the description. System.io, DeepSeek, Market 22, like a lot of things. I'm going to link them for you in the description to make your life easier. So basically, if you go here, you click on get your free account. Just get a free account. It's very, very simple. You can see my own account right here. So when you're here, what you want to do is you want to go to where it says campaigns. So basically what you can see here are email campaigns. So a campaign is a campaign, like a campaign. The campaign's purpose can be to sell a course. The campaign's purpose can be to promote whatever you want. You can use it to do whatever you want. But basically how it works is it is a series of emails that you automate. You automate it once. And when you automate it, what's going to happen is that When someone enters into your email list, you can tell your software system.io to, hey, system.io, please send this person this email on day 1, on day 2, send him this email on day 3, send him this email on day 4, send him that email on day 5, send the other email. So that is how to automate stuff. You automate it, and I'm just going to show you how it works visually so that you understand. So I'm going to click on here. I'm going to select a name. I'm going to say email campaign to promote my $10 book right here. So here it says send us email. I have a couple of emails connected to my system.io account already. You can connect your own as well. So I'm going to select this one from my newsletter, Hustlers newsletter. You should join that newsletter because it's literally a newsletter for hustlers, right? So just go to hustlersnewsletter.com and join. Basically, you can just write the description. Say, this is my newsletter to sell my book. Basically, just keep it simple. Something to help you remember. Then go ahead and click on save. And then go ahead and click on that particular email campaign to enter inside, then click on create. And when you click on create, it's going to ask you what's the subject of this email. That is where you then go back to DeepSeek. So this is what DeepSeek has given us. It's given us about 60 email guidelines on what we should do inside of every email. So it says email 1, thank you for subscribing. So we're going to take that. We're going to say thank you for subscribing. Sender's name, you're going to change this to your name. Here, you're going to put your own email. Then you're going to select whether you want the classic or the visual editor. I'm going to select the classic editor. We're going to go there, save. And this is where you write the body of what is going to be inside the email, right? So this thing is going to be automated, right? Let me just show you how to automate it right here. When you then, when you create these 60 emails, you actually have to create them one by one by yourself. But DeepSeek can help you. So you can just tell it, hey, DeepSeek, this is what I want to achieve. Write the email for me. It's going to write it for you, right? But when you're done creating this stuff and saving them, you can click on save right here. You can click on save and publish or save and test to send it to yourself and test it. Basically, what you want to do is you want to go to here where it says automations and go to where it says workflow. Then you want to go to where it says create, and you want to go ahead and create a workflow to sell my book. Basically, click on save, and then go ahead and click on here, click on the workflow you created, and then there's going to be a trigger. A trigger is when something happens. What are you telling the computer to do next, right? That's how this stuff works. So we're going to say the trigger is someone subscribes to a funnel, which is it could be a funnel for a free stuff that you've offered them on your TikTok or your YouTube or your Pinterest or wherever, right? You could basically select that right here. You can see I personally have a lot of funnels here that people can subscribe to. I'm just going to select one of them, right? So when someone subscribes, that is the trigger. So when someone subscribes and wants the computer to take an action, so the action would be to send an email, right? So send an email. You can see right here, send an email. I'm going to select the email. So these are all the emails that I've created already. So basically you can just select one of them and then click on choose. So basically this is a workflow. So basically when you're done, you click on exit and everything is going to be saved. So you can create the workflow for 60 days and follow up for people for 2 months, literally 2 months of their lives, trying to sell them something that they were already interested in. So that's how to create workflows and sell through email marketing. Now, the final part of this DeepSeek video is the part where we basically start actually creating the content. So to create this content, we basically tell DeepSeek, say, hey DeepSeek, we need you to create word for word scripts that could go viral and promote my book, right? I need you to give me about 10 different short form video ideas and make sure there are things that are based on videos that have gone viral before. So basically go ahead and enter that, and what's going to happen right now is that DeepSeek is going to create what we asked it to create. So while DeepSeek is actually trying to generate that for us, let me show you guys what we're going to be doing. So basically, when DeepSeek gives us these scripts, right, we could basically take the scripts and we could do it ourselves. Like we could record ourselves by, you can see, I can just open up my phone right now. This is my camera right here. You can see my camera right there. So like I could just record myself saying stuff. And if you don't want to spend money on lighting and all, just find somewhere where sunlight is hitting your face and you can talk. And if you're the shy type, you can basically use AI. I'm going to show you what AI to use on the laptop right now. If you can use your phone, you can use AI, right? Another option you have is paying somebody to do it for you. But the truth is that going to websites, like freelance websites out there to pay people to do it for you, it gets expensive quickly, and you don't want to be spending a lot of money when you're trying to make money, right? Something like Market 22 is just $1, and it's $1 for your product, like, because they actually host the product for you and all, right? But you don't want to be spending money like $50, $100 paying people to do stuff for you. You want to do it yourself, or you want to use AI. So you can either do it with your phone, like I've shown you, just say screw it and pick up a phone and record and say what you need to say, right? Or you can basically use AI. Let me show you how to. So this is a tool right here called A-Cool. So you can see what A-Cool looks like right here. I've talked about A-Cool in my video before because it's something that I know I like what they are doing, and like I love what they're doing. So I'm gonna give you a money saving trick, because using AI you can save yourself money. That's why I recommend you use AI and try to actually save yourself money. So what I do with A-Cool is that I can basically take this beautiful lady right here, right now, this beautiful AI avatar, right? I can make her say what I want her to say, but instead of paying for the whole time, what I can do is I can do an intro with her face, and then I can go into a screen recording. That way, all I would need would be her voice. So I then use another AI tool, right, called 11 Labs. I'm going to link all these things from A-Cool to System.io to Market 22 to DeepSeek to everything is down below in the description for you, right? So I use 11 Labs to clone the voice that I am using to speak with this lady. So when I clone that voice in 11 Labs, she can do an intro. If it's a long form video for like YouTube, she can do an intro, and then we can go into the screen and it can be a presentation all through. Right? I'm gonna have like more detailed videos of this stuff inside my community, right? Because like YouTube is not really letting me post some kind of things on YouTube because you guys know why, it's YouTube, right? But basically that's story for another day. Basically you can use this stuff right here, make it talk for you. Let me show you. Basically, let me just scroll up right here. I could basically go ahead and click on let's chat. Literally, hang on tight, your avatar is around the corner. I could go ahead and say, I made a mistake, and I'm just gonna show you guys the mistake. I already had this thing open before I started recording this video, but let me just show you guys real quick because I like to keep things real. Right here, I made a mistake. I was in the streaming avatar side of things. We need to go to where it says talking avatar because we just want to make these people talk for us, basically. So what we want to do is when we click on there, we basically have all these options. We can choose from all of these options right here, right? So you can see the text, the script right here. So this is where we can enter the script right here. If it's the short form video, we can just use the AI and have her say everything. But if it's a long form video, what I did is what I told you is what I would do. I record the first few seconds of the video. That's the intro with her face, and then I have a presentation like all through with a voice that's similar to her voice. You can clone voices with 11 Labs, but like I said, like the detailed video of these things are inside my community, because like there's some things that well, when you just get to my community, you would see what I'm talking about. Basically, like it's not an issue. So here we're just gonna go ahead and say hi everyone. This is a video where I will be walking you through the basic principles of urban gardening. So yes, if you're someone that has been looking to learn how urban gardening works, This is one of the most practical videos you find around the internet. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, we're just gonna go ahead and click on generate audio.
Hi everyone, this is a video where I will be walking you through the basic principles of urban gardening. So yes, if you're someone that has been looking to learn how urban gardening works, this is one of the most practical videos you'll find around the internet. Perfect.
Now you see how real that sounded? That is how we can use this stuff to make money. The AI, the AI revolution it's just starting, right? I myself, when AI came out, I wasn't really a fan of AI. I was like, ew, what is that? But I'm realizing that people are comfortable with viewing AI videos. People literally know it's AI, but they still watch it. So you can even name your stuff, AI, gardening, whatever, and tell people that yes, this is AI, but we can still give you value. Right? People are going to pay you for these things. People are going to pay you for online courses. People are going to pay you for coaching. People are going to pay you for ebooks. People are going to pay you for this stuff. And you can automate almost like 90% of everything using DeepSeek, System.io. You can sell with Market22. You can, there's a lot of things you can do. This is it right here, ladies and gentlemen. And that right there is how DeepSeek can help you create a money system and help you bring it to life very, very easily. So you basically take this script that's giving you, you can either choose to use your phone, you can choose to pay people on freelance websites, or you can choose to use AI. But using your phone costs $0. It only costs you a shame. For those of you guys who are ashamed of looking at the camera. And AI costs a little bit of money. This tool right here, Acool, costs like they have a credit-based system. Right here, you can basically use them. They have good avatars that are fair. So basically, when you're done generating the voiceover, you can then go ahead and click on generate premium results, and it can generate high quality videos for you, or in this format right here. So another thing you can do that I didn't show you is for the short form content, you can literally select it right here like this, and you can have the short form content like this right there, and you can select what you want the background to be. You can upload your own background. You can make it a transparent background. You could make it a color based background. You could make it black like this. You could see literally everything right here for you. So there, ladies and gentlemen, is how we can use DeepSeek AI combined with System.io, combined with Market22, combined with Acool, combined with your own human brain to make money from anywhere you are in the world. This stuff can work from anywhere you are in the world, right? Market22 collects payment from all around the world, so you can literally sell with it and start making bank, man. And yes, like I said, if you want direct access to Mr. Daniel, literally, I'm going to be inside my community, right? Inside my community. But what I have there is a lot of premium stuff, that I cannot post on YouTube. Unfortunately, YouTube does not allow me to post a lot of things. And all I could do is create a community, right? So I have a community on Market22. You can go ahead and join my community on Market22. I love every single one of you. Stay safe out there, and peace.